My sister ditched her kids for a man. 6 months later, she broke into my house. You stole them, she said, so I took her to court, and won. They're my kids, she screamed after vanishing for 183 days. They hid behind me and said, we want to stay. The judge gave me custody. My 35-year-old sister Julia dropped off her 2 children at my place 6 months ago and then vanished. Now she's back, demanding that I return them. I'm divided between doing what is best for the children and coping with familial pressure. I'm Mark, 38, and I've been married to Lisa, 36, for 12 years. We have one daughter, Lily, who is 10. My sister Julia has 2 children. Tyler, 14, and Zoe, 12. Their father died in a car accident 3 years ago, and Julia has been their sole caregiver since then. Julia and I grew up in a rather regular family. Our parents died when I was 25 and she was 22. After that, all we had was each other. Julia has always struggled with responsibility. Even as a child, she would start projects but never complete them. She'd become passionate about something new every several months, then abandon it totally. Our parents used to joke that she had a goldfish's attention span. Julia moved around a lot after high school, changing professions and relationships. She worked as a waiter before attempting to become a cosmetics artist and then a photographer. Nothing stuck. She met her spouse, Jake, when she was 28. He was a truck driver, made a decent living, and appeared to ground her. They married shortly, had Tyler a year later, and Zoe 2 years after that. Jake's death altered everything. Julia received a fair compensation from the trucking company's insurance, but instead of being prudent with the money, she began spending it on frivolous items. She purchased a new automobile, fancy clothes, and took trips with pals. She explained that she needed to live a little after everything that had happened. The kids started showing up at my place more frequently. At first it was only weekend trips. Julia would drop them out Friday night and pick them up on Sunday evening. She stated that she needed some time alone to process her loss. Lisa and I were delighted to help. Tyler and Zoe are nice kids, and Lily enjoyed having her cousins around. However, the weekend trips grew into week-long stays. Julia would call at the last minute, saying she needed to work more shifts or had an emergency. The children would arrive with few clothes, no school materials, and often without having had dinner. I began buying them clothes to keep at our house and ensuring they had all they needed for school. Julia and Marcus began dating about 8 months ago. She met him in a bar and developed a total obsession with him. She would phone me continuously to tell me about their dates, how wonderful he was, and how he was assisting her in discovering who she truly was. Marcus was younger than her, perhaps 29 or 30, and he did not have children. He worked at a gym and enjoyed fitness and travel. The kids started spending more time with us. Julia would pick them up for a few days and then drop them off again. Tyler started asking me why his mother no longer wanted them around. I wasn't sure what to tell him. Zoe just became quieter and spent more time in her room when she was at our place. Things worsened when Julia decided to move in with Marcus. She got a 1-bedroom apartment across town and invited the kids to visit on weekends, but the weekends kept being canceled. Marcus disliked having kids around, and Julia always had an explanation. She was working longer hours, they had plans, or Marcus was going through a difficult period and required space. The final straw arrived 6 months ago. Julia arrived at my house on Tuesday night with Tyler and Zoe. She had 2 garbage bags full of kids' clothes and asked me to watch them for a few weeks. She stated that Marcus had been offered a position in another state, and they planned to relocate together. She would send for the kids once they were situated. I asked her how long a couple weeks would last. She said maybe a month or 2, but she couldn't give me an exact time frame. Lisa and I discussed it that night after Julia departed. We both knew she wouldn't be back anytime soon. The children were also aware of the situation. Tyler helped Zoe move her belongings in Lily's room, as if they were going to stay forever. I called Julia the next day to ask for further information about her plans. She stated that Marcus had gotten a job operating a gym in Arizona, and they would be departing that weekend. She promised to phone the kids every few days and send money to cover their bills. She claimed she'd return to get them before the new school year began. Julia made calls for the first few weeks. She would FaceTime Tyler and Zoe, telling them about Arizona, how hot it was, and the apartment she and Marcus were looking at. She provided me $500 the first month and promised to send more shortly, but the calls got less frequent. By the 3rd month she was only phoning once per week, then every 2 weeks. Money stopped coming after the 2nd month. I didn't want to ask the kids about it because I knew they were already coping with plenty. Tyler began having difficulties in school. His grades fell, and he was suspended after getting into a fight. Zoe stopped talking about her mother and began calling Lisa Mom on occasion, which made Lisa cry when she thought no one was looking. I registered both children in the local school district and designated myself as their guardian. I had to produce verification that they were living with me full-time. The school counselor approached me and asked if there were any custody concerns I should be aware of. I informed her that their mother was temporarily unable to care for them but will be returning shortly. During this time, I tried phoning Julia several times. Sometimes she would respond quickly, as if she was busy or distracted. Other times the calls went directly to voicemail. When I did talk to her, she would ask about the kids in a broad sense, such as how they were doing in school or whether they were being good. She never asked explicit questions about their daily life, their friends, or their concerns. Our children had settled into a rhythm at home. Tyler joined the basketball squad and gradually improved his grades. Zoe became friends with some of the girls in her class and began smiling more. Lily enjoyed having them around all the time. Our house was busier and louder, yet everything seemed perfect. Lisa and I needed to make some financial adjustments. We fed 5 people instead of 3, bought clothes for 3 kids instead of 1, and spent more money on school supplies and activities, but we made it. I took on some extra work, and Lisa began working a few more hours at her part-time job. Julia's calls abruptly ceased about 2 months ago. I tried phoning her several times but never received an answer. I even attempted to phone Marcus, but his line was disconnected. I checked Julia's Facebook page and noticed she hadn't posted anything in over a month. I began to worry that something had happened to her. Then, last week, Julia arrived at my door. She looked different, thinner, exhausted, and her hair was tangled. She said she needed to speak with me about getting Tyler and Zoe back. She came inside and sat at my kitchen table as if nothing had happened. She informed me that things did not work out with Marcus. He broke up with her after a few months and she had to leave their flat. She had been staying with friends and worked part-time, but she was eager to get back on her feet. She stated that she missed the children and wanted to take them home. I inquired as to where her home was. She stated she found a little apartment approximately an hour away, and had a job interview scheduled. She planned to pick up Tyler and Zoe that weekend and enroll them in a new school district. I informed her that the kids were settled here. They had friends. They were doing well in school and had been living with us for 6 months. I suggested we chat to them first and see how they felt about moving again. Julia became outraged and stated that they were her children, not mine. She said that I was only babysitting them while she figured things out. She accused me of attempting to take her children and claimed I had no right to make decisions regarding their life. The kids arrived home from school while we were talking. Tyler noticed Julia and simply stood at the doorway. Zoe hid behind Lisa. Neither of them ran to hug her or appeared delighted to meet her. They just stood there, looking uneasy. Julia tried to converse with them, inquiring about school and their friends, but they gave brief responses. Tyler inquired about the location of their home when she informed them that she was prepared to take them there. She discussed the new flat and the job interview. Zoe inquired if Marcus would be present. Julia declined, saying it would be just the 3 of them. Tyler asked if they could stay at my home instead. Julia's face transformed completely. She appeared upset and enraged at the same time. She claimed she was their mother, and they belonged to her. Tyler stated that he did not want to change schools again and leave his pals. Zoe began crying and proceeded upstairs to her room. Julia and I continued our conversation after the kids went to bed. She acknowledged that leaving was difficult for everyone, but she needed to prove that she could be a decent mother. She assured the children that everything would be okay once they adapted to their new surroundings. I persuaded her that she should wait a few months until she had a solid job and could adequately provide for them. She stated she could not wait any longer since she missed them so badly. She stated she will return on Saturday to pick them up. I had been thinking about this all week. The children definitely do not want to leave. They've settled in and are content. But Julia is their mother, so she has every right to take them. I know she adores them, but I also know she is not prepared to be a full-time mom again. Her track record speaks for itself. Lisa believes I should fight for the children, perhaps consult with a lawyer about custody. But Julia is their mother, and she has not committed any legal wrongs. She's simply been irresponsible and unreliable. I'm not sure if that is enough to keep the youngsters away from her. Julia is expecting an answer tomorrow. I'm not sure what to tell her. The children are afraid and confused. Lily is distraught because she does not want her cousins to leave. Lisa is attempting to remain supportive, but I can tell she is concerned about Tyler and Zoe. Am I wrong in refusing to let Julia take the kids? Should I accept her rights as their mother, even if I believe she is making a mistake? I feel torn between doing what is legal and what is best for Tyler and Zoe. Update 1. I never expected the response I received to my original post. Thank you to everyone who provided advice and support. A lot has happened since then, and I wanted to keep you all updated on the situation. I informed Julia that the kids could stay with me for a few more weeks until she adjusted into her new apartment. She was unhappy about it, but she consented. She stated that she planned to use the time to find a nicer place and straighten out her career situation. She promised to call the kids every few days and pay them a visit on weekends. For the first week, everything appeared to be going as planned. Julia called Tyler and Zoe on Tuesday and Friday. She informed them about her job interview and how she was looking for 2-bedroom flats so they could each have their own area. The children were cautiously optimistic at the prospect of seeing their mother more frequently. But then Julia arrived at the house unexpectedly on a Thursday afternoon. I was at work, while Lisa was at home with the children. Julia mentioned that she wanted to take Tyler and Zoe out to supper and maybe see a movie. Lisa called to ask me what she should do. I assured her that was probably fine, as long as Julia returned them that night. Julia did not return them that night or the next night. When Lisa dialed her phone, it went directly to voicemail. By Saturday, I was beginning to panic. I dialed every number I had for Julia but couldn't reach her. I even traveled to the apartment complex where she claimed to live, but the office manager informed me that they had never heard of her. Tyler and Zoe returned on Sunday evening. Julia dropped them off and departed before I could speak with her. The children were exhausted and disturbed. Tyler informed me they had been staying at the house of a guy Julia met at a bar. He claimed the person had other people living there, and it was noisy and untidy. Zoe said she disliked the man because he smelled horrible, and constantly asked her about our family. I was infuriated. I contacted Julia and left many voicemails, telling her that she couldn't just take the kids without telling me where they were going. I told her that if she wanted to spend time with them, she needed to make arrangements ahead of time and return them when she promised. Julia contacted me back the next day, yelling at me on the phone. She claimed I was controlling and treated the kids as if they were mine rather than hers. She claimed she did not need my permission to spend time with her own children. She accused me of attempting to turn Tyler and Zoe against her, and she promised to get them back forever. Things worsened from there. Julia began coming up at random times. When I was at work, she would pick up the kids from school without notifying anyone and keep them for many hours. The school phoned me numerous times because they weren't sure whether they should release Tyler and Zoe to her or not. I needed to go to the school office and explain the problem. I showed them the paperwork I had from when I enrolled the kids and said that Julia was welcome to pick them up, but she had to follow the same sign-out protocols as any other parent. The secretary looked at me as if this were the most difficult custody case she had ever heard of. Julia picked up the kids from school 2 weeks ago and did not return them for 3 days. I called the police to report them missing, but the officer told me it was a civil matter because Julia was their biological mother. He suggested that I consult a family lawyer about formal custody arrangements. When Julia eventually got Tyler and Zoe back, they looked awful. Their clothes were soiled. Tyler had a bruising on his arm, and Zoe refused to speak to anyone. Julia explained that they had been staying with a friend who lived approximately 2 hours away, and her phone had died so she couldn't contact them. I asked Tyler what had happened to his arm. He claimed he fell off his bike at Julia's friend's house. When I inquired where he got the bike, he replied Julia's friend's boyfriend let him use it, but it was too large for him and he couldn't stop correctly. Julia stated that boys will be boys and I was making a huge deal out of nothing. But, when I was helping Zoe with her schoolwork that night, she told me she didn't want to go with Julia anymore. She claimed Julia's pals were mean, and one of them yelled at her for getting in the way. She stated that Julia spent the majority of her time chatting to grown-ups and not paying attention to her or Tyler. I made a decision that night. I contacted a family lawyer the next morning. The lawyer informed me that because I had been caring for the children for more than 6 months and had enrolled them in school, I had a strong case for temporary guardianship. She said Julia's unstable conduct and inability to provide steady housing would work to my advantage. The lawyer wrote Julia a letter informing her that I was filing for interim guardianship and that she would need to adhere to a visitation plan if she wanted to spend time with the children. The letter also stated that she couldn't transport Tyler and Zoe out of the school district without my permission. Julia arrived at my place the same day with the letter in her hand. She was as angry as I'd ever seen her. She claimed I was attempting to abduct her children and that she would battle me in court. She stated that she was their mother, and no judge would take them away from her. I told her I wasn't aiming to steal her children permanently. I said that I just wanted to ensure their safety and stability while she figured out her living arrangement. I promised to arrange an acceptable visitation plan so that she could spend time with them without upsetting their school schedule. Julia stated that she did not want visits. She wants her children back full-time. She stated that she had gotten a job and was putting her life together. When I inquired for further information about the job, she was ambiguous and stated it was a work-from-home employment that would begin soon. Tyler and Zoe were upstairs throughout this chat, but I'm sure they could hear us arguing. Tyler asked me later that night if Julia would take them away. I honestly informed him that I had no idea what was going to happen, but Lisa and I would do everything we could to keep them safe. The court date for the interim guardianship hearing is next month. My lawyer claims we have a good case, but there is no certainty. Julia is their biological mother and has not been convicted of any crimes. The fact that she voluntarily left children with me for 6 months counts in my favor, but a judge may still feel that she needs a chance to establish her parenting abilities. I'm worried about what will happen if Julia regains possession. The students are doing well in school and have found friends here. Lily would be upset if her cousins were to depart. Lisa and I have become accustomed to being a family of 5, and the prospect of returning to just the 3 of us makes the house feel empty already. But I'm also concerned about what fighting Julia in court will mean for Tyler and Zoe. They will most likely have to testify about what they want and why. That is a lot of strain to place on children, especially when they are already struggling with so much uncertainty. Julia hasn't attempted to take the kids since receiving the lawyer's letter, but she phones them almost daily now. She informs them about the wonderful things they'll do when they return home and how much she misses them. She promised Tyler that she'd get him a new bike and that Zoe could decorate her new bedroom whatever she wanted. I can see the children are torn. They adore their mother and want to believe she has changed, but they also recall what it was like before, when she forgot to pick them up or left them with strangers. They are old enough to recognize that promises are not the same as acts. I'm not sure how this is going to finish. I'm hoping the judge will realize that the kids are better off living with me, at least for now. But I also understand that Julia is their mother, and she has rights. All I can do now is submit our case and hope for the best. Update 2. The court hearing did not go as predicted. I expected to provide positive news in this update, but the issue has gotten more convoluted. The judge awarded me interim guardianship for only 6 months. Julia was granted supervised visits every other weekend, but she must finish a parenting class and maintain stable housing and job during this time. If she meets those standards, she can file for full custody again. I was happy Tyler and Zoe could stay with me for the time being, but I knew it was only a temporary solution. Julia appeared unconcerned with the ruling. She promised the kids that she would work hard to bring them back and that 6 months would pass swiftly. For the first month following the hearing, things appeared to be going well. Julia arrived for her scheduled visits and spent time with the children at our residence under supervision. She was on her best behavior, giving them modest gifts and discussing the apartment she was looking at and the job she was starting. But then I began hearing things that made me concerned. Tyler added that Julia had a lot of questions regarding our family's finances and how much money I made. She wanted to know if Lisa and I owned our home and had savings accounts. Tyler claimed she was quite interested in our cars and inquired if they were paid off. I found this weird, but I didn't make a big thing about it. Maybe Julia was just curious how we could afford to care for her children. However, Zoe informed me that Julia had instructed her to look around the house and remember where we stored critical files and paperwork. This raised red flags for me. I began paying greater attention to Julia's activities during her visits. I observed she was requesting to use the restroom frequently and taking longer than needed. Lisa claimed that she once saw Julia in our home office, stating she was looking for a pen to write a note for the kids. I decided to set up a tiny security camera in our living room. Not to spy on Julia's interactions with the kids, but to ensure that she wasn't snooping through our personal items. I did not inform anyone about the camera, including Lisa. 3 weeks ago, the camera recorded Julia snooping through our kitchen drawers as Tyler and Zoe were watching television. She was going through our mail and had taken images of several documents on her phone. I couldn't tell what she was photographing, but it was obvious she was up to something. I questioned Julia about it the following day. I informed her I noticed her digging through our belongings and inquired what she was looking for. She initially denied it, but later said she was only looking for a pen. When I told her I had it on tape, she became angry and said I was crazy. Julia stated that she was simply trying to comprehend how we could afford to care for her children while she was struggling financially. She felt it was unfair that I could better provide for Tyler and Zoe than she could. She wondered whether I was getting money from somewhere to help them with their bills. I informed her that Lisa and I worked hard to support our family and had made sacrifices to care for Tyler and Zoe. I explained that her financial position was not our fault, and that photographing our private paperwork was unacceptable. Julia became enraged and claimed I was being secretive and controlling. She said she had the right to know how her children were being maintained. She threatened to inform the court that I was keeping something from them. I spoke with my lawyer about this occurrence. She stated that Julia's behavior was wrong but probably not criminal. She encouraged me to document everything and to explore having Julia's visits transferred to a neutral site rather than our house. But before I could plan that, Something else happened. Our bank called and informed me that there had been some questionable activity on our account. Someone attempted to access our online banking using our account and routing numbers. The bank had blocked the attempt and wanted to confirm that it was not us. I immediately suspected Julia. The timing was quite convenient. I reviewed our recent bank records and discovered Julia may have obtained our account information from the deposit slips and checks that were occasionally left on our kitchen counter. I contacted the police and filed a report. The officer stated that they would investigate, but until they could prove Julia was responsible for the attempted access, there was little they could do. He suggested that I update our bank passwords and be extra cautious about keeping financial documents about the house. When I told my lawyer about it, she stated I had grounds to seek that Julia's visitation be suspended until the inquiry was completed. She filed a motion with the court detailing what had happened and requested that Julia's visits be halted temporarily. Julia's lawyer responded by suggesting that I was fabricating claims to keep her away from her children. She claimed that there was no evidence that Julia attempted to access our bank account and that I was simply sabotaging her chances of regaining custody. The judge set up a hearing to review the situation. Julia was there with her lawyer, and she appeared very different from how she had been acting on previous visits. She was angry and defensive, and she kept interrupting my lawyer while he was speaking. Julia's counsel said that I was neurotic and that Julia had never done anything to damage the children. She stated that Julia was making progress in her parenting lessons and had secured stable housing and a job. She claimed I was attempting to poison the children against their mother. However, when the judge addressed Julia directly about the bank account event, she was unable to respond truthfully. She stated that she was unaware of the situation, although she did speculate that someone else in our family may have attempted to access the account. She even suggested that one of the youngsters had done it unintentionally. The judge did not believe this explanation. He halted Julia's visitation pending the outcome of the police inquiry. He also told her to stay away from our residence and only contact the kids via monitored phone conversations twice a week. Julia lost it in court. She began shrieking that the system was rigged against her and that I was paying people to keep her children away from her. She stated that she was going to fight this and would not allow me to steal her children. The bailiff had to lead Julia out of the courtroom. Her lawyer seemed ashamed and requested a quick recess to speak with her client. When they returned, Julia was calmer but still plainly disturbed. Julia has since called the kids for scheduled phone talks, but the interactions have been tense. She keeps asking them questions about our family and our house, and she begins to make statements about how I'm attempting to turn them against her. Tyler and Zoe are perplexed and anxious by the entire situation. They don't understand why their mother went through our belongings, or why she can't visit them anymore. I've attempted to explain it in age-appropriate language, but it's difficult to help them grasp without getting into too much information. The police inquiry is still underway, but I don't believe they'll be able to prove anything. Julia is astute enough to have buried her tracks, and without concrete evidence, it's simply my word against hers. I'm concerned about what Julia will do next. She has demonstrated that she is willing to violate our privacy and possibly commit financial fraud in order to acquire what she wants. I am not sure if she is desperate enough to try something more drastic, or if she will simply continue to battle us in court. The kids are safe for the time being, but I know this is far from done. Julia isn't going to give up easily, and I'm concerned she'll escalate her behavior. I just hope the justice system protects Tyler and Zoe from whatever she has planned next. Update 3. I'm writing this final update because I want to conclude this chapter of our lives. Julia's predicament has finally been handled, though not in the way I imagined. Julia's behavior became more irregular following the last court hearing. The police inquiry into the bank account incident yielded no charges, but it was evident that Julia was desperate and willing to go to extreme lengths to achieve her goals. Julia defied the court order by showing up at Tyler's school. She tried to get him to depart with her during lunch break, telling him that I was keeping him from her unlawfully. Tyler was wise enough to go to the office and phone me rather than leave with her. The school phoned the cops, and Julia was detained for breaking the restraining order. She spent the night in jail and had to appear in court the following day. The judge renewed the restraining order and cautioned her that any further violations would have more serious implications. But Julia did not stop there. She began contacting our house at all hours, even the middle of the night. She would leave lengthy voicemails accusing me of kidnapping her children and threatening to reveal what she considered my unlawful acts. She claimed to have evidence that I was involved in some form of financial wrongdoing, but she never supplied any. The phone calls were impacting the entire household. Lily was having difficulties sleeping because she was worried Julia would show up at our place. Tyler and Zoe were always agitated and anxious. Lisa and I were fatigued from dealing with the relentless harassment. My lawyer urged me to document everything and file a permanent restraining order. She stated that Julia's behavior was clearly worsening, and that the court would certainly take it seriously given her history of infractions. A hearing for the permanent restraining order was planned. Meanwhile, Julia's supervised phone sessions with the kids were halted because she was repeatedly utilizing them to solicit information about our family and level charges against me. Something unexpected occurred. Julia's sister Rachel phoned me. I hadn't communicated with Rachel in years, but she said she needed to tell me about Julia's condition. Rachel informed me that Julia had been staying with her, and that she was deeply concerned about her sister's mental state. She claimed Julia was obsessed with reclaiming the children, and spent the majority of her time reading custody laws and devising strategies to demonstrate that I was unfit to care for them. Rachel claimed Julia had discussed kidnapping Tyler and Zoe and transporting them out of state. She'd been looking at apartments in various states and researched schools where she could enroll kids under fictitious names. Rachel was scared Julia would do something desperate and harmful. I immediately contacted both my lawyer and the police. The police accepted Rachel's information and stated that they would investigate. My lawyer said this was exactly the type of evidence we needed to prove Julia was a danger to the children. Julia vanished before the cops could act. Rachel called to inform me that Julia had packed her belongings and gone without mentioning where she was headed. She had borrowed Rachel's automobile without permission and has not been seen since. I was frightened that Julia might try to kidnap the kids from school or our home. I kept Tyler and Zoe home from school while the police looked for her. We improved our home security and ensured that our children were never left alone. The police discovered Rachel's automobile abandoned in a parking lot. There was no sign of Julia, and no one knew where she went. The police said they would continue to search for her, but they warned me that she could have left the state or possibly the country. Despite Julia's absence, the restraining order hearing went forward as scheduled. The judge approved the permanent restraining order and terminated Julia's parental rights, citing her habit of harassment, disobedience of court orders, and credible threat to the children's welfare. Tyler and Zoe's legal custody was awarded to me. The judge ruled that given Julia's mental state and threats to kidnap the children, it was in their best interest to be with me permanently. He also ruled that if Julia resurfaces, she must undergo a psychological evaluation and lengthy therapy before having any contact with the children. We still haven't heard from Julia, and the police inquiry has stalled. Tyler and Zoe now refer to Lisa and me as their parents, and Lily enjoys having her cousins as permanent siblings. We've enrolled Tyler and Zoe in counseling to help them understand what occurred, and they're doing well at school. I sometimes wonder where Julia is and if she is getting the treatment she needs. Despite everything she put us through, I hope she has found peace and stability. But I also hope she stays away from the kids till she feels better. Tyler and Zoe occasionally ask about their mother, usually around holidays or birthdays. I always tell them the truth. I don't know where Mother is, but she loved them despite her horrible decisions. I want them to remember the pleasant times they shared with her before things went bad. We've adjusted to our new normal as a family of 5. It's not how I wanted my life to turn out, but I wouldn't change anything. Tyler and Zoe are thriving, and they have brought so much joy to our family. Lily has become an incredible big sister, and Lisa and I have discovered that we are stronger than we ever expected. I hope Julia can find her way back to good health someday. But for now the children are safe, happy, and loved. That is what matters most. Now let us go to the following narrative. Story 2. I kicked out my half-sister after years of no contact, and my father threatened to remove me from his will. Everything changed when he arrived at my door. I'm Julia, 32F, and my connection with my father has been strained for as long as I can recall. My parents divorced when I was just 3 years old. I have faint memories of furious arguments and stress in the house before they separated. My mother constantly attempted to protect me from the worst of the situation, but even as a toddler, I knew something was wrong. After the divorce, my father promptly remarried and relocated to another state. His new wife Carla came from an affluent family and had never worked in her life. They settled into a luxury lifestyle that was vastly different from the small flat my mother and I shared. Growing up, I only saw my dad a few times per year. He sent child support checks on a regular basis, but that was the extent of his engagement in my life. Our visits were consistently awkward and stilted. He'd take me to nice places and get me lavish gifts, but we never really bonded emotionally. My mother, on the other hand, was my rock. She worked long hours as a nurse to make ends meet, frequently picking up extra shifts to afford small extras for me. Despite her weariness, she always found time to help me with my homework, attend my school events, and simply talk about my day. She urged me to keep a relationship with my father, even when I didn't want to. As I grew older, I recognized how much she sacrificed for me and how little effort my father put in. I recall one event when I was about 10. I had a large piano recital that I had been practicing for months. My mother had requested a day off from work in advance to be there. I had also informed my father about it, thinking he would make the journey to see me perform. The day of the recital arrived, and my mother was beaming with pride. My father, unsurprisingly, did not show. He texted later, stating something had come up at work. I was distraught, but my mother consoled me and took me out for ice cream later. It was a trend that remained consistent throughout my youth and adolescence. My father and Carla have a daughter named Lily. I met her a few times, but we never had a close relationship. It was difficult to connect with my half-sister, who was much younger and whom I scarcely knew. Plus, seeing my father's care and affection for her made me experience a tinge of envy, something I had longed for years. As I approached adolescence, I became increasingly averse to visiting my father. Our time together was usually superficial, consisting of shopping trips or elegant dinners where we struggled to find topics to discuss. I started inventing excuses to avoid these visits, instead focusing on school activities and pals. My mother never pushed me to leave, but she always gently encouraged me to leave the door open. I attended a state institution not far from home. My mother had set aside a tiny education fund for me, and I worked part-time to finance the remainder. My father offered to cover my tuition, but I refused. I didn't want to feel obligated to him or give him the ability to govern my life. This decision seemed to startle and distress him, but I remained steadfast. I made much less effort to keep in touch with my father. The rare phone call reduced to birthday and holiday greetings. I was preoccupied with my own life, making friends, and pursuing my hobbies. I dated briefly, but nothing serious. My mother remained my strongest supporter, often offering advice or simply listening when I needed it. I got a job with a marketing agency in the city. I put myself into my career, working hard hours and rapidly moving up the corporate ladder. I met new people, traveled wherever I could, and overall relished my independence. My mother and I stayed close, speaking many times a week and getting together for supper whenever possible. Everything changed after my mother was diagnosed with severe breast cancer. I was devastated. She had always been the embodiment of health, always caring for others. She now needed someone to care for her. I promptly took a leave of absence from work to support her during her treatments. The following years were a whirl of hospital appointments, chemotherapy sessions, and fleeting moments of optimism, followed by shattering setbacks. Throughout it all, my mother remained optimistic, more concerned with how I was doing than with her own suffering. My father called several times to check in, but he never came. He claimed he didn't want to intrude, but I couldn't stop feeling abandoned all over again. Despite everyone's best efforts, my mother died. I was totally lost. The lady who had been my rock, best supporter, my entire universe was gone. I felt adrift, unsure how to manage life without her guidance or affection. To my astonishment, my father stood up in this difficult situation. He came to the burial and stayed for a week later, assisting me with sorting through my mother's belongings and simply being there for me. We had some wonderful conversations, and for the first time, I felt like I was seeing another side of him. He told me stories about my mother from when they were younger, and I discovered things about her that I had never known. It did not undo years of absence, but it was a start. We stayed in touch once he returned home. We talked over the phone every few weeks, and he even came to see me a few times. It wasn't a perfect relationship, but it was the best it had ever been. I began to believe that we would be able to develop something real, albeit later than I had hoped. My father called to tell me that Lily had been accepted to a university near where I live. He asked if I'd be willing to let her stay with me for the first semester while she settled in. I hesitated. I barely knew Lily and was worried about having a roommate. But my father looked excited about the prospect of us bonding, so I reluctantly consented. Lily arrived and the situation has been disastrous since the beginning. She is disorganized, thoughtless, and appears to have no idea of personal limits. She takes my meals and possessions without asking. She stays up late playing loud music and leaving her belongings strewn about the place. When I tried to establish some ground rules, she rolled her eyes and complained I was being too strict. The final straw arrived. When I got home from work, Lily had unexpectedly hosted a party in my apartment. There were at least 20 persons present, several of whom appeared inebriated. My living room was wrecked, and someone had poured red wine over my white couch, which belonged to my mother and carried sentimental value for me. I lost it. I kicked everyone out and told Lily she needed to find another place to live immediately. She began to scream and declare she had nowhere to go, but I remained firm. I helped her pack her belongings and phoned an Uber to take her to a nearby motel. My father called me, enraged. He claimed I was being harsh and selfish, and that families should stick together. He accused me of harboring grudges from the past and taking them out on Lily. He even threatened to cut me out of his will if I did not allow Lily to return. I am hurt and outraged. I believe my father is attempting to compensate for his absent parenting by forging a relationship between Lily and me without considering my feelings or respecting my boundaries. At the same time, I'm concerned that I'm overreacting and being too harsh with Lily. My parents said I was too stressful for Christmas, let my sister call the shots. Now they're homeless while I'm spending the holidays in peace. I, a 31-year-old man, was sitting on my beat-up leather couch last December, surfing around Reddit on my phone while watching ESPN in the background. It was one of those dreary Sunday afternoons when you don't really care about the game but need anything to fill the emptiness of your lonely flat. Outside it was beginning to snow, one of those heavy silent snowfalls that makes the world seem quieter, the kind that accumulates up on windowsills and transforms streetlights into fuzzy halos. My apartment isn't particularly appealing. It's a one-bedroom in the less desirable section of town, but the rent is low enough that I can save a little money each month. The walls are too thin, the neighbors are excessively noisy, and the heater never works properly. But it is mine. I pay for it through my construction job, which is not glamorous by any means, but pays the bills. I've been with the same employer for 5 years, working my way up from basic laborer to crew supervisor. My hands are constantly rough, and my back is always sore. But there's something rewarding about making something with your own 2 hands that office workers will never comprehend. At the very least, it pays my bills, and it appears to do the same for others. When my phone rang with Dad's name, I nearly didn't answer. The last 3 times he called, it was to borrow money for a household emergency. First there was the water heater, then the property taxes, and then a plumbing disaster. But family remains family, right? That's what I kept telling myself anyway. That's what kept me sending money month after month, even though I should have been saving for my future. "Hey, what's up?" I asked, muting the television. "Jake," my father remarked. His voice seems casual, as if we just spoke yesterday, despite the fact that I hadn't heard from any of them in 3 weeks. "Listen, about Christmas this year, we think it's better if you don't come." I sat up straight and nearly dropped my phone. The game on the TV continued, but all I could hear was the blood rushing through my ears. "What?" I managed to ask, thinking that I had misheard him. He let out the frustrated sigh he'd mastered over the years, the one that makes you feel like you're still a 10-year-old questioning why the sky is blue. "Sierra's having a rough time lately. You know how sensitive she gets. All that tension between you two. It's just easier for everyone if you sit this one out." My sister Sierra, of course. The golden child. The one who could do no wrong, even when she completely fouled everything up. 2 years older than me, yet still handled as if she were made of glass. "Let me get this straight," I started slowly, trying to maintain my conversational tone. "You're uninviting me from Christmas, family Christmas, because Sierra is having a rough time?" "Don't make this a big deal, Jake," Dad said impatiently. I could almost picture him waving his hand dismissively, like he often did when I brought up something important to me. "It's just one day. You'll survive." That's when I felt something crack within me, like a wire that had been pulled too tightly for too long. All of my animosity, aggravation, and instances when I'd bitten my tongue for the sake of family harmony rose to the surface at once. "One day," I said, my voice rising despite my efforts to keep it under control. "And what about the $7,000 I've paid toward your mortgage this year? Does that mean nothing? Am I just good enough to pay your bills but not good enough to sit at your table?" There was a long, uneasy hush on the other end of the telephone. I could hear him breathing, probably trying to figure out how to coax me into backing down, like he always did. Eventually, he cleared his throat. "That's different. You offered to help out. Don't throw that in our faces now." I stood up and paced my modest living room, the floor cracking beneath my feet. 3 steps forward, then 3 steps back. The space felt suddenly too small and restricting, like if the walls were closing in. "I've been paying your mortgage for 2 years, $7,000 just this year alone, ever since Sierra's stupid tech startup crashed and burned, and you guys bailed her out instead of making her face consequences like an actual adult. But sure, I offered to do it." "We appreciate it, Jake," he replied in that arrogant tone that made me want to smash a wall, the same tone he used when I informed him I was going to trade school instead of college. "But this isn't about money, it's about family. Sierra needs a stress-free environment right now. She's in a very vulnerable place." I stepped to my window and watched the snow build up on the street below. My reflection began, back at me. Tired eyes, 3-day stubble, the appearance of a man who has been taken advantage of for far too long. Behind me, on my coffee table, stood a stack of bills that I had been putting off paying, because as usual, I had sent my parents' mortgage money first. Family. I laughed, and the sound was terrible even to my own ears. It's funny how I'm family when you need my money but not when it's time to gather around the Christmas tree. It's funny how Sierra's vulnerable place is more important than the fact that I've been working tirelessly to keep a roof over all of your heads. You're being dramatic, he began, but I'd had enough of being stopped, dismissed, and serving as the family's ATM. No, Dad. You made your choice. Enjoy your Sierra-friendly Christmas, but don't expect another dime from me. Not tomorrow, not next month, not ever again. I hung up before he could react, throwing my phone onto the couch as if it were burning my hand. My heart was beating, and my hands were trembling with wrath and possibly relief. For once, I stood up for myself rather than simply accepting it. I grabbed my laptop from the side table and sat back down, launching my banking app. It was time to make a life-changing decision. Let me tell you about my ideal sister, Sierra, a 29-year-old woman. I need you to comprehend what I've been going through all these years. Honor roll student, college volleyball star, homecoming queen, mom's darling angel and dad's clever girl, the kind of sister who borrowed your belongings without asking and then behaved like you were the jerk when you demanded them back. She got a car for her 16th birthday, whilst I got a watch for mine. She never had to have a summer job since she needed to focus on her studies, yet I've been mowing lawns since I was 14. Our childhood bedroom doors reveal the entire story. Hers was decorated with ribbons, medals, and prizes. Mine received only one participation award from Little League, which Dad described as a good start, with a disappointed expression in his eye. She resigned her solid marketing job 2 years ago to start this innovative fitness software called Fit Focus, or something like that, with the firm belief that it would make millions. Mom and Dad devoured it like it was gospel truth. She's so entrepreneurial, Mom would exclaim during our occasional phone calls. That's my girl, taking risks, Dad would say at family dinners where I was still invited back then. They didn't only offer her emotional support. They went all in, remortgaging their nearly paid-off property to provide her with $80,000 in launch funds. They did not even hesitate. When did I decide that I wanted to go trade school rather than college? That was short-sighted, Jake. You're wasting your potential. When did I need $2,000 for my certification courses? We're not made of money. What about Sierra's half-baked app idea? Here's our life savings and the deed to our house. The application launched, crashed, and burnt. The entire project failed within 3 months due to server difficulties, design defects, and a lack of a marketing strategy. My sister's amazing notion turned out to be little more than an Instagram filter plus a calorie tracker packed in a clunky interface that crashed all the time. She hadn't even bothered to test it thoroughly before launching. Why should she? Nothing had ever been difficult for her before. Mom and Dad were suddenly on the hook for a hefty mortgage that they couldn't afford, despite Dad's postal worker salary and Mom's part-time receptionist job. They were going to lose their house. I grew up in this house. Despite everything, the house held some pleasant memories for me. And guess who stepped forward? Me. Jake. The disappointment. The one who squandered his potential with construction work. I was not living up to the family name by working with my hands. I began covering their mortgage payments. $583 each month, $7,000 this year alone. Money came directly out of my account while Sierra was uploading pictures of her healing retreats and her new MacBook Pro, which she allegedly needed for her job search. I've never complained. I just gritted my teeth and sent the money each month. I picked up extra shifts, worked on weekends. I skipped vacations. I drove my 10-year-old automobile with 170,000 miles on it, hoping it wouldn't break down. I lived in my terrible apartment, with noisy neighbors and erratic heating, because that was all I could afford while supporting 2 households. Sierra was living rent-free in their basement, raiding their fridge, watching Netflix, and discussing her next big idea, which was, definitely going to work out this time, guys. For real. Do you know what the worst part was? She never said, thank you. Never acknowledged that her failure had consequences, and that I bore the brunt of them. At Thanksgiving, which I was still welcome to at the time, she had the audacity to ask why I didn't have a real job with my full potential, so I could afford a better automobile. I almost choked on my turkey. And now I was not invited for Christmas. The one day of the year when even the most dysfunctional families pretend to enjoy one another for a few hours. The day I'd been secretly looking forward to, because it meant a great lunch that I didn't have to cook myself, and the sense of belonging somewhere, even if just for a couple hours. I grabbed my laptop and logged into the bank account I had set up particularly for their mortgage payments. My name was on it since Dad couldn't figure out internet banking, and Mom simply laughed and said, "You're so good with money, Jake." There it was. $7,000 gone this year. Every dollar gained through backbreaking effort, lugging supplies in freezing temperatures and scorching heat. Each payment reminded me of the family who only wanted my pocketbook. I went to the automatic payment options and chose to cancel all scheduled payments. My finger briefly hovered over the confirm button before hitting it firmly. A message appeared, stating that all scheduled payments had been canceled. I went a step further and moved the funds I'd set aside for their January payment back into my own account before closing the laptop with a satisfying snap. For the first time in 2 years, I felt able to breathe again. I felt like I was regaining control of my own life. Let's see how exposed Sierra feels once the bank begins sending foreclosure notices. The next few weeks went by as usual, except that I was suddenly $583 richer every month. It's amazing how much breathing room this gives a guy. I even bought myself a new pair of work boots with extra arch support, which helps when you're on your feet for 10 hours a day. A modest luxury, but it felt enormous. Snow continued to accumulate outdoors. December in Michigan is no joke. The temperatures plunged into the teens, and the wind chill made them feel like negative figures. I kept showing up at job sites, swinging hammers and running saws, returning home with sawdust in my boots and concrete dust in my lungs. Everything became more difficult as the temperature dropped. Materials refused to cooperate, equipment took longer to warm up, and my fingers remained numb despite wearing heavy gloves. But you know what? I didn't mind it as much because every dime I earned was finally mine. There have been no calls from the family yet. For once, I just wanted to maintain the steady pace of my own existence. Friday night, I met up with my friend Chris at a pizza joint near his apartment. We've been pals since we were kids, sneaking cigarettes under the high school gym. He's now a plumber, earning decent money when people's pipes burst in the winter, which is pretty much a guaranteed income stream in Michigan from December to March. The place was full with Friday revelers, couples on dates, families with boisterous children, and groups of friends beginning their weekend. Classic rock playing over the speakers, the scent of pepperoni and cheese in the air, and the continual talk of people having a good time. Chris passed a soda over the table to me, giving me a skeptical look. "You look different," he commented. "Less, I don't know," stretched out. "Like you're not carrying a piano on your back anymore." I took a long sip and let it all out. Dad's call, Sierra's turmoil, being barred from Christmas after covering their mortgage for 2 years in a row. Chris's jaw dropped, a half-eaten slice of pizza frozen halfway into his lips. "You're kidding me. They actually uninvited you after you've been paying their mortgage?" I nodded and grabbed a chunk of the pie between us. "Yep. So I canceled all the payments. They don't know yet." He threw his head back and laughed so loudly that the table next to us looked up. "Holy man, that's cold as ice. When will they find out?" "End of the month, when the payment doesn't go through. Right after Christmas." I couldn't stop the grin from creeping across my face. First, they have the perfect family Christmas without me. Then they get a call from the bank regarding their missed payment. Chris lifted a glass. "Don't be a doormat anymore." We clinked our drinks. For the first time in years, I felt in charge of my own life. "You know they're going to freak out, right?" Chris asked, wiping the pizza grease from his beard. "Like a nuclear meltdown level freak out." I shrugged. "Let them. I'm done caring." "Good for you, man," he said, nodding. "About damn time. I've been watching you kill yourself for them for 2 years while they treat you like garbage. Should have cut them off a long time ago." He was correct, of course. I should have. But there's something about family, some foolish, ingrained loyalty, that makes you keep trying even when it's evident you're the only one making an attempt. The days went by. For Christmas I purchased myself a 55-inch smart TV that works. Why not? It was my money. I even got one of those fake trees from Walmart and placed it in the corner of my living room. I put a couple of wrapped presents under it, just things I bought for myself, but it made the room look festive. If I didn't go to their Christmas party, I'd make my own. Meanwhile, neither of them had called. Not Mom, to make sure I was okay. Not Dad, to apologize. Sierra would never thank me for providing a roof over her ungrateful head for the past 2 years. Just silence. and for once, the silence felt lovely. I went grocery shopping and splurged on ingredients for a proper Christmas dinner. Not the dried-out turkey and lumpy mashed potatoes Mom used to make, but a lovely steak, some roasted potatoes, and fresh green beans. The type of meal I never bothered to prepare for myself, since it seemed like too much work. As I was packing my cart, I ran across Mrs. Peterson, an old neighbor from when I was growing up. She seemed surprised to see me. "Jake. How are you, dear? Getting ready for Christmas with your parents? I just saw your mother yesterday at the store. She was buying so much food. As usual, that woman always cooks enough for the army." I forced a smile. "Actually, I'm not going this year. Just having a quiet one at my place." Her face fell. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," I lied. "Just a change of plans this year." As I went away, I imagined them putting up their normal holiday decorations. Mom hung the stockings, one for each of them, but none for me this year. Dad battled with the tree lights, while Sierra sat on the couch, most likely reading through Instagram rather than helping. I put a container of ice cream in my trolley and smiled. They didn't know what I was on my way. The first communication arrived 3 days before Christmas. I was at Home Depot, getting materials for a side job I'd picked up to fill the idle week between Christmas and New Year's, when my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. "Jake honey, the bank called about the mortgage payment. They said it didn't go through. Is everything okay with the account?" I slid the phone back into my pocket without answering. Allow them to sweat. 2 hours later, Dad called. I immediately sent it to voicemail. His message was less appealing. "Jake, what's going on with the mortgage payment? Call me back right away." I did not. Then followed Sierra's text, usually the last to notice a problem, but the first to make demands. "Jake, Mom and Dad are freaking out about the mortgage. Fix it now." I was sitting on my new couch, watching TV, and eating pizza as a treat when I decided to answer. Not to her, but to Mom. "Sorry, can't help with the mortgage anymore. Tight budget. Christmas is expensive, you understand. Short. Director." They gave me a casual dismissal. Her response arrived nearly immediately. "What? But we're counting on that money, Jake. We can't make the payment without you." I took another mouthful of pizza, allowing the cheese to stretch and eventually snap. "That's tough. Maybe Sierra can help out. She lives there rent-free anyway." Then I silenced my phone and returned to the nature documentary I was watching, which was about penguins. Interesting stuff. The following morning, I had 8 missed calls and 3 voicemails from Dad, each one angrier than the last. The final one was an actual explosion. "Jake, you can't just stop paying with no warning. The bank says we're already late. Call me back now." Sierra sent a series of progressively frantic texts. "WTF Jake. Answer your phone. You're ruining everything on purpose. Mom is crying because of you." Good. Let her cry. Allow them to experience what it's like to be the people no one cares about. I texted Mom once again. "Sorry. Already spent the money on Christmas gifts for myself. Good luck with the payment." I then blocked all 3 of them. Christmas was just 2 days away, and for the first time, I was looking forward to spending it alone. That afternoon, I saw my neighbor Tom in the parking lot. He's a nice guy who works nights as a security guard and always brings in my things while they're waiting outside my door. "Hey man, you're looking cheerful," he commented as he assisted me in transporting my new TV box from the car. "Hot date for Christmas?" I laughed. "Nah, just treating myself this year, family-free holiday." "Lucky you," he grumbled, guiding the box through my tight threshold. "I've got the in-laws coming." 3 days of my father-in-law telling me I mounted the TV wrong, and my mother-in-law rearranging my kitchen cabinets. We brought the TV inside, and I offered him a couple of Pepsi from my fridge in appreciation. As he left, he turned back. "Hey, if you're on your own for Christmas, why don't you come over for dinner? Rachel always makes too much food anyway. No pressure, just if you want to." The offer astonished me. It was the first genuine invitation I had received in a long time. "Thanks, man. I'll think about it." I thought about it. It was great to know that someone wanted me around for Christmas, and not just my money. Christmas morning brought another heavy snowstorm. I slept in until 10 o'clock, which is something I never get to do because of my job schedule. There is no alarm, no need to rush to the employment location, and no family duties. Simply peace and quiet. I cooked myself a full breakfast, bacon, eggs, the works. Poured some fine coffee I had purchased, and put on the Christmas music channel just because I could. Around noon, Someone began hammering on my door, the type of pounding that indicates business. Not Tom's friendly knock or the delivery man's fast rap. Through the peephole I saw Dad standing there in his winter coat, his face flushed with either cold or fury, most likely both, and his breath creating small clouds in the icy corridor air. I opened the door while keeping the chain on. "Merry Christmas," I replied, relishing the way his eyes furrowed. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he exclaimed, his voice echoing down the hallway. "The bank called again yesterday. We're late on the payment." I leaned against the doorframe. "Yeah, that happens when you don't pay your bills. You know we can't afford it without you," he said, peering through the crack in the door at my apartment. I could see him noticing the Christmas tree, wrapped presents, and the new television in the background. "Funny how that works," I said quietly. "I can't afford to help people who don't consider me family enough to spend Christmas with." His face became an even deeper shade of red. "This is childish, Jake. This is about our house. Your mother is beside herself. Should have thought about that before you kicked me out of Christmas." I shrugged. "How's Sierra handling the stress?" "Still feeling vulnerable." "This isn't about Sierra." "It's always about Sierra," I interrupted him. "Even now you're standing at my door on Christmas Day, not to invite me over, or apologize, but to demand money. That's all I am to you guys. An ATM. He changed tactics, his voice suddenly pleading. "Jake, please. We'll lose the house. We're already behind." "Not my problem anymore," I answered, shutting the door. He kept hammering and cursing before giving up and leaving. I heard his car start, the engine straining in the cold before eventually turning over. I returned to my Christmas brunch, turned up the music, and made another cup of coffee. For the first time in years, I felt able to breathe. My phone flared up with a text from an unfamiliar number. Mom was using Sierra's phone to bypass my block. "Jake, please, we need you. We're family." I wrote back, "Families don't uninvite members from Christmas to keep the golden child comfortable. Families don't take $7,000 from someone and then throw them away. Merry Christmas." Then I blocked Sierra's phone number and spent the rest of the day in glorious tranquil solitude. I cooked my steak properly, medium rare, just like I like it. The potatoes were crunchy on the exterior and fluffy inside. I ate at my small table with genuine napkins and a real plate, rather than the paper ones I usually use. I even got myself a tiny apple pie for dessert. After dinner, I opened the gifts I'd wrapped for myself, which included new headphones, a couple of video games I'd been wanting, and a decent watch to replace the cheap one that had finally died after 5 years. Small things, but things I denied myself because the $583 had to go to them first. As I was trying out the headphones, there was another faint knock on the door. Mom. I ignored it, cranked up the level on my headphones, and pretended I could not hear. She knocked for a while before giving up. Later I discovered a card she had slid under the door. Inside came the standard generic Christmas message, signed Love, Mom and Dad. It wasn't even written personally for me, it was a store-bought card that they presumably had plenty of. There was no indication of expressing sorry for not inviting me. There was no acknowledgement of anything I had done for them. Simply a card that might have been handed to anyone. I threw it in the garbage and returned to my tranquil evening. Around 8 p.m., Tom texted to ask if I wanted to come over for dessert and games. I took him up on it and spent the evening with his family, playing board games and eating handmade cookies. His kids were actually rather cool. We discussed construction because the 10-year-old was quite interested in it. His wife, Rachel, was friendly and accommodating, never making me feel like a charity case. I walked back to my place at around midnight. The snowfall had finally ceased. The world is silent and still. For a family-free Christmas, it hadn't been too horrible. The week between Christmas and New Year's was when things truly became bad for them. On the 26th, I got up early to go to my side job, which was to hang drywall in a basement remodeling for 6 hours. The work was difficult, but the compensation was decent, and it kept my mind occupied. When I arrived home, sweating and covered in drywall dust despite my mask, Chris was waiting in his truck in the parking lot. "Dude," he began when I arrived. "You've got to hear this. My cousin Tommy lives down the street from your parents, remember?" I nodded, opened my door and beckoned for him to enter. "They're in full panic mode," he said, following me inside and settling on my couch. "Your dad's going around to everyone in the family asking for loans. Your mom was crying at your aunt's house yesterday, and apparently, Sierra's throwing absolute fits." I opened the fridge and grabbed 2 Pepsi, giving one to Chris. "How bad is it?" "Bad," Chris said, grinning. "They missed the payment completely. Bank sent some kind of notice. And get this. Your dad had to cancel the cable and internet to try to scrape together some cash. That meant Sierra couldn't even binge Netflix in the basement anymore. That concept made me grin. Did your cousin say anything else? I inquired, relaxing into my new chair, another Christmas present for myself. Yeah, actually, the best part, your sister finally got a job. I almost choked on my drink. You're kidding me. Doing what? Cashier at Kroger, he said, laughing. Apparently she cried the whole first day because someone yelled at her about coupons. I leaned back, an odd combination of delight and something resembling sadness sweeping over me. Sierra had never had to deal with the real world before. She had never been shouted at by a client, had her feet ache after an 8-hour workday, or been concerned about whether her income would support her expenditures. Welcome to the working world, sis, I mumbled. It's not all Instagram filters and startup dreams out here. That night another SMS came in from an unknown number, my aunt this time. Jake, honey. Your parents are in real trouble. They might lose the house. Can't you help them? Whatever happened between you, they're still your family. I texted back. Ask Sierra to help. She's lived there rent-free for 2 years while I paid $7,000 toward their mortgage. They uninvited me from Christmas because I made Sierra uncomfortable. They made their choice. I haven't heard back from her. The next day, I was at the gym when my phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. This time, I responded. Hello, I said between sets of the bench press. Jake, said my mother, her voice weak and wavering. The bank, they're threatening foreclosure if we don't catch up on payments. We don't have the money. I sat up, wiping the sweat from my forehead with a towel. That sounds like a problem for you, Sierra, and Dad to figure out. Please, she implored, and I could hear her cry. We'll lose the house. We have nowhere to go. Should have thought about that before you chose Sierra over me, I told you. Jake, it wasn't like that. It was exactly like that, I interrupted her. 2 years I've been paying your mortgage. 2 years of extra shifts and weekend work. And the one time I want to be included in a family holiday, I'm told I'm not welcome because precious Sierra needs a stress-free environment? Well, now you can all be stressed together. There was a long pause, broken only by her muffled sobbing. Jake. She finally whispered. We're sorry. We made a mistake. Please help us. Too late, I answered before hanging up. New Year's Eve arrived, and Tom invited me over again for a small group. Him, Rachel, another couple from the building, and I. We played cards, ate way too many snacks, and watched the ball drop on television. At midnight, my phone lit up with another text from my aunt. Your parents got an eviction warning. 30 days to pay or get out. Please, Jake. They have nowhere to go. I showed it to Tom, who shook his head in shock. Man, that's rough. Family drama at its finest, huh? Yeah, I said, putting away my phone without responding. But not my circus, not my monkeys anymore. Rachel, who had clearly been filled in by Tom, offered me a compassionate look. Family can be the worst sometimes. But also the best. It's complicated. I nodded without saying anything. I was not prepared to forgive them. Perhaps I never would be. Later that night, as I walked back to my apartment, I realized I had spent more time with Tom's family in the previous week than I had with my own in months. These folks, who barely knew me, treated me with more warmth and real concern than those who were meant to love me unconditionally. Perhaps family was not about blood after all. Perhaps it was about who truly cared about you as a person, rather than what you could do for them. January dragged by, chilly and unforgiving. I kept busy at work, saved the money that would have gone toward their mortgage, and even began attending a weekly poker night with some of the construction crew members. My life was settling into a new rhythm that was not centered on my family's needs. For the first time in years, I met Lena, a girl who worked at a coffee shop near my flat. Nothing serious yet, just casual conversation every time I stopped in. But she had scribbled her phone number on my cup last week, and I was gathering up the nerve to call it. Then, one freezing Sunday morning, there was another knock on my door. This time, all three of them, Mom, Dad, and Sierra, stood in the hallway, looking as if they hadn't slept in days. Mom's eyes were red from crying. Dad looked 10 years older than the last time I saw him. Sierra, gorgeous, precious Sierra, had black circles under her eyes and was dressed in a Kroger uniform underneath her coat. Can we come in? Dad inquired, his voice losing the power it previously had. I pondered for a moment before stepping aside. They walked in quietly, taking in my new TV, the fresh paint on the walls. Another weekend project I had time for now that I wasn't working additional jobs to finance their mortgage. And the general sensation that I was doing just fine without them. Sierra mumbled, "Nice place." And I noticed a flash of hatred in her eyes. "What do you want?" I inquired, not offering them chairs. Dad cleared his throat. "The bank. They're foreclosing. We have 2 weeks to get out of the house." I folded my arms. And we have nowhere to go," Mom explained, her voice shaking. "We can't afford an apartment. With the credit hit we're taking, no one will rent to us." I glanced at each one in turn. Sounds like a real problem. What does it have to do with me? Sierra burst into tears, not the charming, delicate crying she typically used to get her way, but ugly, desperate cries. "We up, okay? Is that what you want to hear? We up. I be up. I'm sorry." Mom looked surprised by her language. Dad only stared at the floor. "We were wrong," Dad said gently. "About Christmas. About everything. We took you for granted." I laughed, but there was nothing funny about it. "Did you take me for granted? You treated me like an ATM for 2 years, and then threw me away because I was no longer convenient. That's not taking me for granted. It's exploitation." "We know," Mom whispered. "We were terrible to you." I turned to Sierra. "And you? The queen of the castle. Nothing to say?" She wiped her nose on her sleeve and appeared smaller than I had ever seen her. "I've been working at Kroger," she said, as if that clarified everything. "People are so mean. My feet hurt all the time, and I only make $400 a week." "Welcome to the real world," I responded. "The one I've been living in while you played entrepreneur with Mom and Dad's money, then sat on your ass while I paid the price for your failure." "I know," she said, new tears flowing down her cheeks. "I was spoiled, and entitled, and selfish. I never thanked you. I never even thought about what you were doing for us." Dad stepped forward. "We're not here to ask for money, Jake." It astonished me. "Then what do you want?" "Forgiveness," Mom replied. "And a place to stay. Just until we can get back on our feet." I looked at them in bewilderment. "You want to live here? With me? In my 1-bedroom apartment?" Dad nodded. "We have nowhere else to go." I began laughing. I couldn't help it. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. "Let me get this straight," I remarked when I could talk again. "You uninvite me from Christmas because I make Sierra uncomfortable. You took my money for 2 years without a single thank you. And now that I've cut you off and you're facing the consequences of your actions, you want to move in with me." They looked at each other and then back at me. "We have nowhere else to go," Mom insisted, as if it altered anything. I stepped to the window and looked down at the snow-covered parking lot. For 2 years, I had been at their mercy, straining myself to exhaustion for people who didn't even want me at Christmas dinner. Now they were at my mercy, desperate, destitute, and seeing me as their only alternative. I turned around to face them. "No. No?" Dad reiterated. "No," I confirmed. "You can't stay here. Not now. Not ever." "But where will we go?" Mom questioned, her eyes welling up. I shrugged. "That's not my problem anymore. You made your choices. Now you live with them." "Please, Jake," Sierra begged. "I'll sleep on the floor. I'll pay rent. I'll do anything." "Like you should have been doing for the past 2 years, I responded with. "Too late now." Dad's expression tightened. "So that's it? You're just going to throw your family out on the street?" "Family?" I repeated. "You stopped being my family the moment you decided I wasn't good enough to sit at your Christmas table. The only thing you wanted from me was my money." "Well, the ATM is closed." I went to the door and opened it. "I think we're done here." They remained still at first, as if they could not believe what was occurring. "Jake," Mom tried once more. "Please reconsider. We're begging you." "It feels terrible, doesn't it?" I grumbled. "To beg someone for help and be refused. To be thrown away when you're no longer useful. Maybe now you understand how I felt." They filed out one by one. Sierra persevered, her Kroger name badge glinting in the hallway light. "Where will you go?" I inquired, not because I cared, but because I needed to understand the extent of their despair. "Mom's coworker said we could use her garage for a few days," he remarked. "After that, I don't know." I nodded. "Good luck with that." As I closed the door, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. For 2 years, I'd carried them, paid their bills, handled their difficulties, and played the responsible role while they coddled Sierra and took advantage of my kindness. They are now gone. They had their own concerns. And I was free. I grabbed my phone and scrolled to the number Lena had scrawled on my coffee cup last week. Perhaps it was time to experience what else life has to offer aside from family strife. The next day at work, one of my co-workers inquired if I had a good weekend. I grinned and mentioned that it had been productive. I did not reveal my family's visit or their dire position. These were no longer my worries. For the first time in years, I was providing for myself. They might lose everything. My mother mocked me as poor and put me in room 108, but at dinner I exposed their lies and revealed I was the true heir to my grandfather's empire. Every family has its secrets, but I never imagined ours would be hidden within the luxurious walls of a 5-star hotel. For years I was nothing more than a shadow beside my perfect sister, the one who received all the praise, while I was left with pity and silence. But this year, at our annual family reunion, everything changed. None of them knew that the very place we were gathering, this dazzling hotel, already belonged to me. And that night, a truth buried for decades would finally force us all to face it. I resolved to stay quiet and observe the yearly family reunion. My mother insisted on keeping the tradition, but for me, it always meant a weekend filled with relentless comparisons and scathing remarks. This year would be no different, except that the magnificent hotel where we would stay had become my property thanks to the bequest my grandfather had surreptitiously left me 6 months before. My heart was racing when I entered the lobby of the Hotel Miramar. I watched as everyone greeted my sister Sophia, a family favorite, with hugs and smiles. Nobody noticed me until my mother spotted me and grimaced. "I thought you wouldn't come, Elise," she remarked, not trying to hide her sadness. "I would do anything not to miss our family reunion." I responded with a smile that did not reach my eyes. My brother-in-law, Sophia's husband Marco, looked me up and down, assessing my attire as usual. My modest company was now a respected agency with international clients, but I never tried to correct their preconceptions, which wounded me the most. "It appears that the graphic design industry isn't so profitable after all," he remarked with a cynical smirk. This 5-star hotel, with its impeccable gardens and ocean view, now belonged to me. My grandfather had always seen something in me that the rest of the family ignored. We distributed the rooms, my mother announced as manager Andres handed out the keys, and my sister and her husband received the presidential suite with ocean view. My parents, an executive suite, my cousins deluxe rooms, and me. "Elise, you'll stay in room 108 on the first floor, the room next to the laundry, the smallest and noisiest room in the hotel." Everyone exchanged glances, some with shame, others with poorly disguised amusement. Andres, the manager, appeared uncomfortable. "Ma'am, we could look for another option for the young lady," he began. But my mother interrupted him. "It's not necessary. Elise is simple. She doesn't need luxuries." I saw Andres's concern in my eyes. He knew who I really was, but we had agreed to keep my position as owner secret during this family reunion. "It's fine, Andres," I said calmly. "Room 108 will be perfect." I took the key and walked to the elevator, feeling my family's eyes on me. My cousin Valeria spoke to me on the way, while Elise, as usual, settled for the leftovers. The room was just as I remembered, modest, with a window facing the service area, and the continual sounds of the laundry machines. I sat down on the single bed and breathed deeply. During the welcome dinner at the hotel restaurant, my family occupied the best table, and my chair was partially hidden behind a column. I wasn't there to confront or humiliate my family by revealing that I was the owner. Rather, I was there to figure out why they treated me so poorly after 30 years. While everyone else got the most costly meals on the menu, I chose a simple salad. "Can't you afford something better, Elise?" my father asked with a mixture of mockery and pity. "We can treat you if you like. The salad is fine." "Thank you," I said, preserving my dignity. As usual, the conversation centered on Sophia's accomplishments, her recent promotion at the bank, and her new home in the exclusive area. "Our Sophia always knew what she wanted," my mother said proudly, "unlike Elise, who wasted her life with this drawing business." The head chef approached our table to personally greet the guests, and when he saw me, he made a small bow that did not go unnoticed. "Was the salad to your liking, Miss Elise?" he asked respectfully. "Delicious, Mateo." "Thank you," I replied. My family looked at me oddly. "Do you know the chef?" Sophia inquired, shocked. "We've crossed paths before," I responded vaguely. The fact was that I had personally hired Matteo 3 months earlier, after my grandpa had left me the hotel. As the night went, the insults directed at me became more cutting. The secret I kept was weighing on me more and more. Should I reveal the truth? What would they do if they knew that every insult, every humiliation occurred under my own roof? Andres approached discreetly. "Miss Elise, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention," he said quietly. "What could be so urgent for Elise?" Marco mocked. "Did they run out of colored pencils?" I stood up calmly, ignoring the comment, and said, "Excuse me. I'll be back in a moment." Andres looked concerned in the private office. "Miss, I can't continue watching how they treat you. You own this place." "I know, Andres, but I need to understand something before I reveal the truth. There's a family wound that's been open for a long time. I looked out the window at the dark sea, and I think I'm close to discovering why my family despises me so much." I returned to the table, where my family was still eating exclusive desserts. My cousin Diego was telling me about his recent purchase of a sports car, when my Aunt Teresa, who is always the most perceptive, remarked, "What did that employee want with you?" "Elise, do you know him from somewhere?" I felt all eyes on me. "Just a confusion with the reservation," I responded casually, taking a sip of water. Sophia mumbled to Marco loudly enough for me to hear, as she always did. That night, as everyone retired to their sumptuous rooms, I remained in the vacant lobby. Andres approached with a cup of tea. "Your grandfather would be proud of you," he whispered gently. "Dons always knew you would be the one to best care for his legacy." I smiled melancholically. My granddad was the only person who saw something exceptional in me. Andres shook his head firmly. "In the brief months you've been running the hotel, you've introduced more improvements than any prior owner, and the staff appreciates you." Don Alejandro was not wrong. The following day, at the breakfast buffet, I observed that numerous staff members greeted me with disguised reverence. My family was too busy pouring themselves the most exclusive delicacies to notice. "Elise, are you only eating that?" my mother asked, looking at my plate of fruit and yogurt. "That's why you're so slim. You look sick." "I am absolutely healthy, Mom," I responded. "I just prefer to start the day with something light." Marco burst into laughter. "Light? Actually, it's economical. I bet you track every penny you spend." The comment elicited laughs around the table. I took a deep breath and concentrated on my breakfast. It was not the time for revelations. The morning was filled with activities, including a tour of the hotel, time in the pool, and treatments in the spa. Of course, my parents had planned everything to ensure that Sophia and her husband received the best possible treatment from me. There were just leftovers. "I'm sorry, but it appears that there is no more place for the premium massage," my mother informed me with feigned disappointment. "You will have to settle with a basic massage." Later, I discovered that she had purposefully canceled my reservation for the premium treatment, arguing it would be a waste on Elise. During lunch, the talk shifted to a topic: Grandfather Alejandro's inheritance. "I can never understand why Dad sold the hotel before his death," my mother observed, gazing around nostalgically. "It was his biggest pride." My father said, "He certainly received an irresistible offer. Unfortunately, we never found out who bought it." Sophia sighed heavily. "If we still owned the hotel, we could stay for free. We could even offer Elise a nice room," she said, as if she were doing me a favor. I restrained a smile. If only they knew the truth about the bequest and the family mystery that I was about to uncover. That afternoon, while my parents and Sophia were on a yacht cruise, I went into my grandfather's old office, which is now my private office. Andres was waiting for me with a box containing documents. "I found what you requested for, Miss Elise," he continued, setting the box on the table. "These are your grandfather's personal records pertaining to your family." I began going through letters, photographs, and journals. Among them, I discovered a yellowed envelope from 15 years ago. It contained a letter from my mother to my grandfather, which left me speechless. "Dad, you need to understand that Elise is not like us. She never was. If you keep treating her as your favorite, you will only hurt her. She lacks the qualities necessary to prosper in this household. Sophia is the person who should inherit the hotel someday." My hands were shaking. I continued to read similar correspondence over the years. Letters in which my own mother attempted to persuade grandfather that I did not deserve his attention or wealth. She wrote letters about my purported failings and weaknesses. A handwritten message from my granddad was never mailed. Linda responded, "It makes me sad to watch how you treat your own kid. Elise possesses a spirit and intelligence that you cannot perceive. Someday you'll all realize your mistakes." The discovery struck me like a chilly wave. It wasn't just envy or familial rivalry. My mother had purposefully contrived my family's marginalization. "Are you okay, miss?" Andres inquired, concerned by my quiet. "No," I responded honestly. "But I shall be." I kept reading and found something much more frightening. My father and Marco had attempted to persuade grandfather to sell the hotel to them at a reduced price soon before his death. Their plan had failed when grandfather, suspicious of their intentions, decided to secretly leave it to me. A knock on the door interrupted my investigation. It was Daniela, my cousin. "Elise, what are you doing here? This area is only for authorized people," she said, looking curiously at the documents scattered on the table. Andres responded fast. The young girl was looking for information on the hotel's activities. "Miss Daniela." Daniela did not appear convinced. Her eyes sharpened as she examined the office. "Isn't it strange that they let you into the private office? They wouldn't even let us take a look." "Maybe I'm not as insignificant as everyone thinks," I said while observing her. Something changed in her expression. For the first time, I saw a glimmer of doubt in her eyes. "You were always grandfather's favorite," she was saying softly. "We all knew it, but no one would say it." When Daniela left, I knew my secret wouldn't survive much longer. The family would begin to suspect, and I'd have to make a decision. The gala dinner was the main event of our family reunion, and the storm that had been brewing since my arrival arrived, bringing with it the opportunity for vengeance I had never realized I desired. I had to choose between continuing to be humiliated and revealing that I, the despised Elise, was now the owner of the empire they all desired. The hotel's main hall had been arranged with fresh flowers, candles, beautiful crystals, and linen tablecloths. I came purposefully late, dressed in a modest but elegant black dress I had made myself. "Finally you show," my mother remarked irritably. "We were about to order without you." I took my seat at the least advantageous spot at the table, as they had allotted me. Marco was already half drunk, boasting about his latest real estate investments. "I bought 3 properties on the coast last month, and if I play my cards right, I could even buy a hotel like this someday." Sophia beamed brightly. "My husband has business vision." Unlike other family members who are content to draw logos, my father raised his glass to Marco and Sophia, the true pride of this family. Everyone toasted while I kept my glass on the table. No one seemed to notice during the first course. Daniela was watching me intensely. Finally she spoke. "Elise, I saw you today in the hotel's private office, and you seemed very comfortable there." A sudden silence fell over the table, and all eyes turned on me. "What were you doing in restricted areas?" my father asked, frowning. I took a sip of water. "I was investigating some things about the hotel." "Why would you do that?" my mother asked. "It's not like you're going to buy one." Marco let out a thunderous laugh. "Elise owning a hotel? That would be funny. She can't even afford a good room." Andres approached our table with a bottle of special champagne. "Miss Elise, the champagne you ordered for your family," he said. My mother blinked in surprise. "We didn't purchase any. It's complimentary," he added. "From me," I said calmly. "From you?" Sophia nearly choked. The tension at the table was palpable as Andres served the champagne. "There are many things about me you don't know," I said simply. My father looked at me suspiciously and said, "What are you talking about, Elise? If you have something to say, say it." I pondered my options. I could reveal my secret now. I didn't want to be like them, so I replied that I just wanted to make a kind gesture to celebrate the fact that we were still together as a family, despite the fact that they had humiliated me for years. Their expressions of surprise were clear. They didn't expect generosity from me after how they had treated me. The dinner continued, but something had changed subtly. Valeria looked at me with intrigue, as if she were reconsidering who I really was, and Sophia began talking about grandfather's inheritance during dessert. I'd never understood why grandfather sold the hotel secretly. It was the family patrimony. Maybe he knew some would try to take advantage, I responded, staring directly at my father and Marco. "What are you insinuating?" Marco reacted abruptly defensive. "Nothing," I said gently. "Just that grandfather was more intelligent than everyone assumed." My father looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and nervousness. "Elise, if you know anything about the hotel sale, you should share it with the family." Now I'm part of the family, I wondered. A few hours ago, I was the poor relative who didn't even deserve a decent room. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. My mother tried to change the subject, but I continued. Grandfather told me many things, and I spent hours with him while you were busy with your important lives. He told me about his plans for the hotel, and what he wanted for his legacy. And what did he say? Sophia asked, unable to hide her curiosity. He told me that a family business is like a mirror, reflecting the values of those who run it. Marco smashed his fist on the table, saying, "Enough riddles. If you have something to say it clearly." At that point, the hotel's general manager approached our table and apologized for interrupting us. "I just wanted to make sure everything was to your liking, especially for you, Miss Elise. My family was uncomfortable with the preferential treatment I was receiving. Everything is perfect, Diego." "Thank you," I replied with a smile. "My father demanded to know why they treated you like you were someone important." I took a deep breath. I didn't intend to reveal my secret that night, but the situation was escalating, so I had to make a decision. "They know my work," I replied, "and they simply respect what I do." "Drawing logos," Marco mocked. "I design corporate identities for international companies," I corrected. "My agency has 30 employees and clients on 3 continents. Our income exceeded $3 million last year, which surprised them so much that my mother nearly dropped her glass." "You're lying," Sophia said. "If you were so successful, you would have bragged about it." I responded that, unlike some, I don't require regular affirmation from others. And there's a difference between humility and allowing myself to be treated like trash. "If you're so successful, why did you accept staying in that horrible room?" my mother asked, genuinely perplexed. I replied honestly, wanting to know if there was any limit to your contempt for me. My words fell like slabs on the table. For the first time, I saw shame on some of their faces. Not all, but it was a start. "Elise," my father began. But I interrupted him. "I'm not finished," I said firmly. "For years I endured your comments, pitying looks, and constant contempt, all because I didn't take the path you considered appropriate." My hands were shaking, but my voice remained steady, as if decades of silence had finally found their voice. "Grandfather taught me that a person's worth is measured by how they treat others, not by what they own or how they appear. He saw something in me that you could never see because you were too busy comparing me to your idea of success." The silence that followed was deafening, and I could see emotions crossing their faces. Disbelief, shame, confusion, and, in some cases, the beginning of an uncomfortable realization. "If this is true," my father finally said, "why didn't you say anything? Would you have listened?" I asked. "Would you have found another way to diminish my accomplishments?" He had no answer for that. We all knew the truth. The dinner ended in an uncomfortable silence. As the others went, Valeria lingered behind and sat alongside me. "I always knew you were different," she whispered gently. "I'd never understood why until today." Our eyes met in a moment of mutual understanding. "Elise," she continued. "There's something more, isn't there? There's something about this hotel and your grandfather that you haven't said." I nodded slowly, knowing that everyone would know the next morning. During breakfast, the dynamics had subtly changed, and my family watched me with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. From my modest room next to the laundry, I could hear the hum of the machines mixing with the bird songs. I dressed carefully, choosing an ivory-tailored suit I had reserved for special occasions. Today would undoubtedly be an occasion none of us would forget. My revelation the night before had shaken the foundations of the family hierarchy, but they still didn't know the whole truth. My mother was the first to approach, saying, "Elise dear, we didn't know your business was doing so well," with a tense smile. "You should have told us." I tried. My father intervened, adopting a conciliatory tone that he had never used with me before, and my voice was calm without a trace of bitterness for years. "Every time I mentioned a new client or an important project, you changed the subject to talk about Sophia's accomplishments," and my sister blushed. "We're proud of you, of course," but Marco remained skeptical. Andres approached our table at 10 a.m., and he said, "That's impressive if it's true," emphasizing the last part. Of course, revenue isn't the same as profit, and my profit margin last year was 28%, so I responded without getting upset. After taxes, his expression changed to one of surprise and almost respect. "Miss Elise, everything is ready for the meeting you requested." My family looked at me suspiciously. I planned a brief presentation about the hotel's history, which I discussed standing up. "I felt it would be interesting to you because it was so significant to my grandfather." My grandfather's lawyer, Ricardo Mendez, was present in the main conference room, an elegant space with large windows offering panoramic ocean views. I was surprised to see not only the hotel's management team, but also an older, distinguished-looking man, Ricardo Torres. What does this mean, Elise? My father asked, suddenly alarmed. Please take your seats, I indicated, pointing to the front row of chairs. Once everyone was seated, I positioned myself in front of. My heart was racing, but my voice remained steady. As you know, this hotel was the crown jewel of Grandfather Alejandro's businesses. He built it from the ground up, transforming a small inn into one of the most prestigious establishments on the coast. I turned on the projector, which displayed old photos of the hotel in its early days. My family watched with a mixture of nostalgia and confusion. What you may not know, I continued, is what really happened to the hotel after his death. My mother tensed visibly. Grandfather sold the hotel before dying, but we never knew to whom. That's not entirely accurate. Lawyer Torres intervened, standing beside me. Don Alejandro did not sell the hotel. He transferred it to a trust. A trust? My father repeated, frowning. Why weren't we notified? Because it wasn't relevant to you. Mendes explained with professional coolness. The trust had a single beneficiary. All eyes were on me. I could see how the parts fit together in their thoughts. It can't be, Sophia muttered. I nodded slowly. Grandfather left me at the hotel. I'd been the owner for 6 months, and the silence that followed was complete, as if the air itself had stopped moving. The reactions varied from surprise to fury, passing through the most profound shock. Marco was the first to recover his voice. This is ludicrous. Why would he leave you? You are his most prized treasure. That's a fantastic question, I said, gazing straight at my parents. And I think Mom might have an idea. My mother paled instantaneously. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Mom, I found your letters. The ones you sent to Grandfather, attempting to persuade him that I did not deserve his attention or inheritance. Several gasps were audible around the room. My mother appeared to have shrunk into her chair. I also discovered something else. I continued to indicate Andres, who gave folders to each family member. The documents reveal that Dad and Marco attempted to coerce Grandfather into selling them the hotel at a reduced price soon before his death. My father opened the packet with trembling hands. Inside were copies of communications, phony acquisition proposals, and false evaluations that undervalued the property. This is out of context, he mumbled. No, it is not. Lawyer Mendez stepped in. Don Alejandro presented me the documentation. That's when he decided to change his will and leave the hotel to Elise, the one person he could trust to carry on his legacy. Marco sprang up abruptly, his face flushed with rage. This is a conspiracy. You certainly exploited the elderly man or the lawyer. You lack the necessary qualifications to manage this type of business. The data indicate otherwise, I responded calmly. Revenue at the hotel has climbed by 18% in the 6 months since I took over. Customer satisfaction has increased, and we have been nominated for 2 Hospitality Excellence Awards. Andres nodded in agreement. The management team expressed pride and admiration. My mother seemed genuinely perplexed. If you are the owner, why did you agree to remain in that awful room? Why did you allow us to treat you that way? It was the question I had been waiting for. Because I needed to understand, I responded, my voice breaking with passion. I needed to know if you truly considered me as useless, or if you had a deeper reason for your scorn. The tears threatened to pour, but I remained tough. And what I learned was far more painful than I had imagined. It wasn't that you thought I had no value. You were afraid of what would happen if others, particularly my grandfather, recognized my worth. My mother's gaze fell, unwilling to meet mine. The letters are obvious, Mom. You couldn't stand the fact that my grandfather loved me. You couldn't accept that he recognized something wonderful in me. Why? What have I done to deserve this? The subsequent silence was broken by a muffled sob. My mother appeared to have fallen beneath the weight of decades of deceit. You were just like him, she finally said. You have the same look and way of seeing the world. When you were younger, he used to say you were his living image, with his business energy. She paused and breathed shakily. And I was constantly a disappointment to him. When you showed up with your imagination and determination, I realized I was never smart or ambitious enough. I noticed how his eyes lit up when he talked to you, which they never did with me. The revelation landed like a bomb in the room. Decades of anger, maternal jealousy, and an unspoken competition. So you decided to ensure that I never showed, I concluded, feeling a mix of empathy and sadness. You told my entire family that I was inferior, and that my ambitions were unimportant. My mother did not refute it. She could not. And you? I addressed my father. You identified a business opportunity. If I remained isolated from the family, I would not pose a threat to your intentions with the hotel. My father appeared to have aged 10 years in the past few minutes. Meanwhile, Sophia stayed silent, probably contemplating what she had just learned about our family relations. That's when I made the most crucial decision of my life. Despite everything, I finally spoke, breaking the oppressive hush that had settled over the room. I'm still a member of this family. My comments appeared to float in the air, surprising and unsettling everyone present. We aren't here to settle accounts, I continued. I could have embarrassed you from the start, kicked you out of the hotel, or treated you the way you treated me, but it would have simply perpetuated the cycle of resentment that has plagued this family for far too long. My mother gazed at me with red eyes, a look of guilt and bewilderment on her face. I didn't fully understand why grandfather left me in this motel. Now I understand it wasn't simply about business. It was about providing us the opportunity to heal. I strolled to the room's largest window and gazed out at the sea that stretched before us, the same sea that my grandfather saw every morning from his office. Grandfather left something else in the trust, I announced, turning to face them. A letter to be presented to the family 6 months after I gained possession of the hotel. That was today. Lawyer Mendez nodded and removed an envelope from his briefcase. He gave it to me seriously. Mendez indicated that Don Alejandro's final wish goes beyond the legal aspects. He particularly demanded that it be read in front of the entire family. My hands trembled as I opened the mail. I took out the pages written in my grandfather's distinctive handwriting and began reading aloud. Dear family, if you're hearing these words, it means Elise has taken over as owner of Hotel Miramar. And the time has arrived for you to discover my genuine motivations. This hotel embodies my heritage. However, a legacy encompasses more than just structures and businesses. A legacy can also be defined as the values we pass down to future generations. For years, I watched with sadness as our family fragmented. I saw scorn for Elise, who, oddly, is the most like me in spirit and vision. Linda, my darling daughter, was always trying to prove her worth to me by competing against her own daughter. It was not essential. I loved her for who she was, not for who she thought she needed to be to impress me. Marco and Sophia based their lives on appearances and superficial goals. True success is judged not in material possessions or prestige, but in the integrity with which we live. I left the hotel to Elise, not only because I trust her competence to run it, but also because I believe her heart will heal our family's wounds. My final goal is that you utilize this revelation to reflect, to admit past mistakes, and to envision a future in which mutual respect replaces hatred, and family love triumphs over individual ambitions. The hotel is now legally Elise's, but it is spiritually yours, if you are ready to create a new family dynamic based on respect and acceptance. With eternal love, Alejandro. When I finished reading, several individuals in the room, including hotel workers, were in tears. The stillness that followed was packed with passion, realization, and long-suppressed facts. My mom was the first to speak. She was murmuring the entire time. All this time, I was competing with my own daughter, attempting to demonstrate something to a father who already loved me. She stood slowly and approached me with an emotional voice, which surprised me. Elise, I'm not sure whether you can ever forgive me. I was an awful mother, blinded by my own inadequacies. I noticed something in her eyes that I had not seen before. Genuine recognition, vulnerability, and the onset of profound regret. My father, meantime, appeared crushed. Your grandfather was right, he conceded almost to himself. I spent my entire life trying to impress others, ignoring what truly important. Sophia remained seated, mute, with an inexplicable face. Finally she stood and approached me. I've never understood why grandfather preferred you, she said softly. Now I see. While I sought his approval, you sought his wisdom. While I wanted his money, you wanted his legacy. Her voice was sorrowful and accepting, not hostile. However, Marco appeared unmoved. He stood abruptly, his face flushed with anger. And I suppose now we should feel guilty that we should congratulate you for inheriting an empire you didn't build, he said, expecting Sophia to agree. But she stayed by my side. Marco, I said calmly. The hotel is legally mine, and that will not change, but what we do from here as a family depends on all of us, Lawyer Mendez said quietly. Actually, there's an additional cautiel that we haven't discussed yet. We all looked at him, shocked. Don Alejandro stated that Elise might allocate minority holdings in the hotel to other family members if they shown a dedication to the values he defended. The revelation landed like a bombshell. My family gazed at me with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. I clarified that I am not seeking servility in return for shares. What grandfather desired was real reconciliation, uninfluenced by economic considerations. So, what do you propose? My father asked in a tone that suggested he was eager to listen. I took a deep breath. This was the moment I had waited for. The ability to turn pain into something constructive. I propose that we recognize the truth. We are a dysfunctional family that has caused serious harm to its members. We cannot change the past, but we can choose how our future will be. I halted and looked each one in the eyes. The hotel will continue to operate under my supervision, but I am willing to establish a family council in which everyone has a voice. Not for operational decisions, but to ensure that grandfather's legacy lives on through philanthropic efforts, community service, and the principles he defended. And the shares? Marco inquired, still suspicious. They will be gained over time, I stated firmly. Not with flattery toward me, but with deeds that show you actually comprehended grandfather's message. My mother approached and with some hesitation, took my hands in hers. I don't deserve a second chance, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. But if you're willing to give me one, I promise I'll do everything possible to be the mother I should have been from the beginning. I noticed that my tears were surfacing. Years of longing for the parental love I never experienced were realized in that moment of shared vulnerability. That's all I ever wanted, Mom, I said softly. My father joined us first, followed by Sophia. Marco remained detached, watching the event with a mix of confusion and hatred. I need time to process all of this, he finally muttered, walking to the door. Take all the time you need, I said. The door will be open when you're ready. After Marco left, the mood in the room shifted. It was as if an unseen weight had been lifted, allowing us to breathe normally for the first time in decades. The hotel workers, who had observed the entire incident, appeared greatly moved. Andres began subtly signaling that they should leave us alone during this family period. When we were left with only ourselves and lawyer Mendez, Sophia asked, "What do we do now? How do we begin to repair so much damage?" With honesty, I replied. Grandfather used to say that family wounds only heal when they're exposed to air. We've kept this resentment in darkness for too long. My dad gave a subtle nod. You have his wisdom, Elise. You always have. Mendez rose up and took his briefcase. My work here is done. Donner Nisa would be pleased with how you handled this, Elise. As he approached the door, he said, By the way, there's an additional box of your grandfather's personal documents in my office. He said that you'd be particularly interested in his diaries from the years he developed the hotel. After Mendez went, my family and I remained in the room, engulfed in a silence that, for the first time, felt meditative rather than uncomfortable. I never asked you about your business, my mother remarked abruptly. $3 million in revenue, 30 staff. You must excel at what you do. I grinned slightly. I am, and I would like to show you my work someday. I'd like that, she said with seriousness I hadn't heard in her voice before. Sophia, who is always realistic, interjected. So, what happens to the remainder of the family weekend? Do we continue with our planned activities? I took a time to reflect. I believe so, but with some alterations. To begin, I'll proceed to the apartment that relates to me as owner. And what should we do about Marco? My father inquired. I said, well, give him space. Some individuals require more time than others to embrace the facts. That night, as the workers moved my possessions to the hotel's main suite, I experienced an unusual mix of feelings. Victory, sure, but not the petty victory of vengeance, but the deeper one of breaking a toxic cycle. From my own patio, I gazed out at the same sea that my grandfather adored. The salty wind stroked my face, carrying the perfume of fresh possibilities. You were right, grandfather, I mumbled into the wind. True power isn't in humiliating those who have hurt us, but in giving them the chance to change, I remembered my grandfather saying. Elise, a hotel is just like a family. Each room is unique. Each visitor contributes their own narrative. The key is to make everyone feel appreciated, not despite their differences, but because of them. For the first time in my life, I believed our family had the potential to become the type of hotel that my grandfather envisioned. A location where everyone could find their own space while still feeling a part of something bigger. The road would be long and likely difficult. Some wounds might take years to completely heal, if at all. But we'd taken the first, and possibly most significant step. We had looked truth in the eyes and resolved not to look away. Jacker's epilogue. A year has passed since that startling family reunion. Hotel Miramar thrives under my leadership, with changes that grandfather would have approved. A scholarship initiative for youth from the local community, rooms designed for persons with disabilities, and a strong commitment to sustainability. My bond with my family has grown in ways I never thought possible. My mother and I have a weekly lunch appointment to progressively repair our friendship. She is no longer looking to compete with me, but to fully understand me. When we discuss design or business, I can sense a gleam of genuine parental pride in her eyes. Sophia was the biggest surprise. After thinking about her life and principles, she chose to return to university to study social work. She said, "I want to build something meaningful on my own merits." Her metamorphosis was dramatic and genuine. My father discovered an unexpected purpose in the hotel's community program, where he now organizes events for young entrepreneurs. He claims that teaching them what he has learned, even his failures, gives him a feeling of purpose that money and position cannot supply. It took Marco 6 months to contact me again. When he eventually did, it was to offer me a job, not a free steak. He now oversees the hotel's expansion department, where his ambition, when channeled correctly, is proving beneficial. Room 108, where they put me that first day, has been converted into a tiny museum telling the history of the hotel and its founder. At the end of the tour, visitors will see grandfather's letter framed as a reminder that family businesses are all about values and legacy. Every day as I go through the corridors of this hotel, which is both my inheritance and obligation, I sense my grandfather's presence guiding me. I chose to share my secret not for vengeance, but because it provided the prospect of healing. And, while the journey has not been easy, the family we are creating now is stronger and more authentic than the one we pretended to be. As the sign at the hotel entryway states, we don't build barriers, but bridges. We don't offer rooms, but houses. That is the true secret of Hotel Miramar, as well as the most significant legacy my grandfather left for me. Some stories are more than just stories, they are mirrors of life. If this one moved you, please help us continue to tell additional stories that ought to be heard. Become a member. Join us. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Parents orchestrated my eviction on my birthday. A decade later, they tried to seize Grandpa's estate, until lawyers said 3 words that ended them. My name is Lucas, I am 27 years old, and if you had told me 10 years ago that I would one day inherit my grandfather's whole inheritance, worth a staggering $3.5 million, I would have laughed in amazement. Back then, I had no idea whether I'd make it through the week, let alone to a lawyer's office with my estranged parents staring at me like vultures circling their prey. The irony is that these are the same parents that abandoned me at 18, sent me out with nothing but a backpack, and told me I was no longer their responsibility. Yet, here we are, with them reappearing at the will reading as if the previous decade had not occurred. Growing up, my family was complex. My parents weren't poor by any means. We lived in a comfortable suburban home. My father worked as a regional manager for a logistics company, while my mother was a part-time teacher who pretended to run the entire neighborhood. But they had a catastrophic fault. Appearance was everything. Sophia, my older sister, was the golden child. Straight-A student and cheerleader who never caused them any trouble. She could do no wrong. I, on the other hand, was represented as a letdown. I was not rebellious. Not really. I just didn't fit the mold. I preferred art to sports, literature to vehicles, and I had a stubborn streak that made me question things they expected me to embrace. That was unforgivable for them. When I was a teenager, the cracks became more noticeable. When money was involved, it became a weapon. Sophia received a brand new automobile for her 17th birthday, whilst I was instructed to be grateful for hand-me-downs. She had her college tuition completely covered, whereas I was told that if I wanted to go, I would have to figure it out on my own. And when I tried to question why things weren't equal, I was lectured about being a man and earning my place. My mother would roll her eyes and say things like, you've always been too sensitive. You expect the world to hand you things." My father would mutter about how I'd never make it without them. I'll never forget one evening at dinner when my father leaned across the table, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "If you're still under our roof by 18, you're a failure." I laughed, because what else could I do? But internally, I was crushed. When my 18th birthday arrived, they didn't just kick me out. They orchestrated it as a play. They sat me down, informed me they were cutting me off financially, and said, "It's time for you to learn the value of hard work." They provided me with no money, assistance, or even a safety net. I walked out of that house with a backpack, 2 changes of clothes, and a part-time job that barely covered groceries. That night, I slept in the back seat of my automobile. Meanwhile, Sophia was sharing Instagram images from her sorority home, smiling while holding a sparkling new MacBook and a credit card from her father. The only person who did not desert me was my granddad. He was my father's father, and he had always been distinct from the rest of them. My parents saw weakness, but he saw possibility. When others teased me for being silent, he responded, "Ol, that's because you think before you speak." He didn't care if I wasn't the athlete or golden child. He saw me for who I am. He'd invite me over on weekends, feed me, and let me sleep on his couch when things went tough. I never told him the whole scope of what my parents had done. But he was not foolish. He noticed the strain. He noticed how I flinched when my father's name came up. And over time, he became more like a father to me than my biological father ever was. Fast forward almost a decade. I'd created a modest lifestyle for myself. It was not glamorous. I worked long hours, saved where I could, and maintained a distance from my family. Sophia would occasionally send me smug texts about her travels or new house, reminding me that I was still beneath her. My parents remained silent until they needed anything. Then, all of a sudden, I'd get a call from my mother. "Lucas, honey, how are you doing?" I knew better than to believe it. I always kept my responses short. I was not going to be their backup plan. Then came the phone call I had both dreaded and anticipated. My granddad passed away. It gutted me. Even though he'd been sick for a time, I was certain he'd recover. Losing him felt like losing the only true family I'd ever known. When the lawyer called to inform me that I would be attending the will reading, I expected to receive a watch or a letter, something sentimental. I never imagined me inheriting everything. When I walked into the oak-paneled office, I froze. My parents and Sophia sat there dressed as if they were going to a gala. My mother's smile was big. My father's hand rested smugly on his knee. And Sophia gave me this once-over, as if she were calculating how much I was worth today. I wanted to turn around and leave, but I pushed myself to sit. The air was thick with her phony sweetness. My mother leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, Lucas. We'll make sure the estate is taken care of properly." My father added, "Yeah, of course. We'll manage it for you." They had already begun to mentally count the money. I saw it in their eyes. They assumed I was still the weak youngster they had kicked out. But then the lawyer cleared his throat, shuffled the documents, and delivered the words that made my heart race. Per the wishes of the late Mr. Walter Montgomery, his entire estate, valued at approximately $3.5 million, is hereby left to his grandson, Lucas Montgomery. I swear time has stopped. I looked up, and for a single second, I believed I saw my grandfather's smirk in my head, as if he had planned this moment all along. My parents' smiles were frozen in place. Sophia's jaw actually fell, and then the lawyer turned the page and said, "There are additional stipulations you'll want to hear." Which is when things took a turn that none of us expected. My mother was the first to recover from the shock, but her voice was too high and pleasant, as if she was attempting to hide her worry. "Well, of course that makes sense," she responded, cheerfully clapping her hands. "Lucas was always so close to Dad. But naturally Lucas will need our guidance. He's inexperienced with finances. We'll step in, won't we, dear?" She glanced to my father, who nodded as if the whole thing was already determined. My father sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Yes, Walter meant well, I'm sure. But Lucas is not equipped to handle an estate of this size. $3.5 million is a lot for someone with no background. It could ruin him. It's only logical we manage the funds on his behalf." What he said gave my stomach a tighten up. They did not recognize me as a person. They saw me as a barrier between them and a fortune. Sophia smirked, tucking her hair behind her ear as if she could already see herself shopping with the money. "Honestly, Lucas, don't take it the wrong way, but you've never been, well, responsible. Remember when you maxed out that tiny credit card freshman year?" She giggled under her breath as if that one mistake defined me forever. "And Dad's right. A sudden windfall could really mess you up. Let us help." The lawyer cleared his throat again, cutting through their little performance. "If I may, Mr. Montgomery specified very clearly that the estate belongs to Lucas alone. No trustees, no oversight, full control." His eyes flickered toward me quickly, as if to suggest, "Your grandfather knew what they'd try to do." This did not deter my parents. My mother placed a hand on my arm, her claws pushing slightly into my sleeve. "Lucas, sweetheart. You know we only want what's best for you. We can guide you through this, make sure you don't make mistakes. Think of it like a family effort. Grandpa would want us all to benefit." The word benefit weighed on the audience. Benefit for them, not me. I remained silent, attempting to keep my face neutral. But inside, I was seething. All those years of being told I wasn't good enough, of being passed over for Sophia, of sleeping in my car while they laughed at vacation photos, and now they felt they could sweep in and take control of the one thing my grandfather had left me. It wasn't even about money at that point. It was about their hubris, the belief that I couldn't manage my own life without their help. Sophia crossed her legs and leaned forward, her voice quiet yet condescending. Look, Lucas, you've done fine for yourself, I guess. But this is different. You don't want to end up like those lottery winners who go broke in a year, right? I mean, think about it. You're not even a homeowner. You still rent, don't you? You don't have experience investing. What if you blow it all? She blushed. It just makes sense that Dad handles it. He's been managing money his whole career. What she didn't say but I heard was that she assumed I'd always be the failure, the one who lagged behind, the one they could control. This time the lawyer didn't look up from his papers. Again, Mr. Montgomery's instructions are explicit. No one but Lucas is to control or manage the estate. My father's jaw tensed as he attempted a grin. Of course, we're just concerned, that's all. You understand, son? He spoke son as if it were a term of endearment, but it sounded empty. This was the same man who had warned me I'd never make it without him, and who had watched me pack my belongings on my 18th birthday without contributing me $20 in groceries. Now he wanted me to hand up millions in thanks. My mother uttered a small laugh, tilting her head. Lucas, you know, we always wanted the best for you. Maybe we were tough on you, but look how strong you've become. That was our way of preparing you. Don't hold grudges. Let's move forward as a family. I nearly choked from the hypocrisy. They prepared me by putting me out and allowing me to struggle while showering Sophia with everything. My grandfather had prepared me, not them. He taught me resilience, patience, and the importance of quiet strength. Nonetheless, I said nothing. I wanted to hear every last manipulative word. Allow them to dig their own holes. The lawyer proceeded to read through the requirements, but I scarcely recognized what he was saying. My parents were speaking to each other and planning. Sophia tapped on her phone under the table, likely texting her boyfriend about how wealthy she was about to become. I sat motionless, yet inside I felt something shift. After years of being discarded and nights spent wondering if I was worth anything, I suddenly had authority, which they despised. When the lawyer finished, my mother stood swiftly and smoothed her skirt. Well, thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Lucas, we'll discuss the details at home. You'll come over tonight, won't you? She said it as if it was all planned, as if I'd fall back into their circle. My father said, yes, we'll get started on a plan. Investments, property management, taxes. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Sophia leaned in close as we walked out, with that same smug little smirk. You're lucky, Lucas. If it weren't for us, you'd drown in all this. Don't forget who actually knows what they're doing. I tightened my teeth and held my fists at my sides. Lucky? No, I was not lucky. I was chosen. My grandfather saw through them all and chose to put everything in my hands. They were no longer in charge, no matter how much they tried to appear otherwise. But I didn't say anything. Not yet. I felt deep down that this was only the beginning. I left the law office that afternoon, my head whirling, clutching a copy of my grandfather's will like a lifeline. My parents walked out with the brittle grins that come with suppressing disappointment, but I could feel their eyes burning into my back as I walked away. I knew them well enough to realize that this was not the end of their plans. It was merely the beginning. And I was not wrong. That evening, around 9 p.m., I had a knock on my apartment door. When I opened it, Sophia stood there, as if she'd just come off a runway, scent filling the air. She gave me the same sneer and slipped away without asking. Cute place, she murmured, raising her eyebrows as she looked about the little living area. But let's be honest, Lucas. This won't do anymore. You'll need something bigger, and you know who can help with that. Me. I closed the door gently, already fatigued. What do you want, Sophia? She dropped down on my couch and crossed one leg over the other. Simple. I'm here to make sure you don't embarrass yourself with this inheritance. You've been living small for so long, you don't even realize what you've got. Think about it. Dad knows investments, Mom knows people, and she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. I know style. Imagine the three of us helping you. We could turn Grandpa's estate into something bigger, but only if you stop being stubborn. Her remarks stung not because they were true, but because they echoed every abuse my parents had ever hurled at me. Small, stubborn, and incompetent. She knew the script by heart. I don't need help, I stated firmly. Grandpa left it to me. Not you. Not them. Me. Her smile slipped somewhat, but she compensated with a laugh. Oh, Lucas. You really think that? You think Grandpa didn't expect you to lean on the family? You wouldn't even have met with that lawyer if Mom hadn't told you the time. That's when I understood she wasn't there to help. She came here to check whether I could bend. But the true betrayal happened a week later. I received a call from the lawyer, his tone clipped. Lucas, I need to ask, did you authorize any changes to the estate account? My stomach sank. No. What? There have been attempts to access the funds. Someone presented themselves at the bank as your representative. Luckily the bank flagged it because of the stipulations in the will, but they were very insistent, claiming you had verbally authorized it. I immediately recognized who it was. My parents. That night, I drove by their house. It looked just like I recalled. 2 automobiles in the driveway, the porch light blazing warmly, the epitome of suburban contentment. I sat there in the dark, hands grasping the wheel, staring at the home from which I had been exiled. And for the first time, I felt neither grief nor longing. I felt cold and calculated, because this wasn't just manipulation anymore. This was theft. They were willing to breach the law, fabricate, and lie in order to deprive me of what my grandfather had trusted me with. Sophia emailed me later that night, as if the cosmos wanted to twist the knife. Don't be naive, Lucas. Money belongs in the hands of those who understand how to use it. Be smart, or you will lose everything. I looked at the message for a long time, my heart pounding in my chest. That was when something snapped. The betrayal was not simply an attempt to steal from me. It was the understanding that they would always perceive me as the weak link, the throwaway one. They had cut me off at 18, laughing as I struggled to make ends meet, and now that I had something of my own, they wanted it as well. I set down my phone and sat in the dark, thinking about my grandfather. I remembered his voice, calm and forceful. The way he looked at me and said, "Oh, don't let anyone tell you what you're worth. You decide." I hadn't believed him for years. But now with my folks hovering like sharks, I finally understand. That night was the tipping point. I was not going to let them control me anymore. And I wasn't just going to safeguard what I owned. I was determined to make them regret underestimating me. But I had no clue how far they'd go next, or how vicious the fight was about to go. The days following the bank incident were some of the saddest I'd experienced since the night I was kicked out at 18. At first, I assumed I could simply disregard my parents' plots, cut them out entirely, and move on with my life. But that was not how they worked. They had a habit of clawing into every gap and forcing themselves into areas they didn't belong, until you felt suffocated. I started to notice unusual things. One morning, I went down to my car and discovered a deep scratch along the side. It was not arbitrary, it looked purposeful and jagged, as if someone had dragged a key from the front bumper to the taillights. Later that week, I received an email from my landlord stating that they had gotten numerous anonymous complaints about noise from my unit. I lived alone. I rarely played music and worked late most nights. Someone was obviously trying to cause trouble for me. Then came the murmurs. My parents still lived in the same town where I grew up, and they had their own small group of friends, the country club set, the church crowd, and the gossipy neighbors. When I was running errands around town, those individuals began to look at me differently. The grocery store cashier, who used to grin, raised her eyebrows as I paid in cash. The woman at the gas station whispered, "Must be nice living off an old man's money." I knew where it had come from. My parents had begun to portray me as the greedy, undeserving grandson who swooped in and seized the family estate. The worst part was not even the defamation. It was the silence. My few friends in town stopped calling. They had heard the rumors too, and perhaps some of them believed them. I'd worked so hard to build a reputation as someone dependable and trustworthy, and now my parents were ruining it all. I reached a low point one night as I sat alone at my kitchen table, staring at the mound of bills in front of me. Not because I couldn't pay them, I had money now, but because I was afraid. I was terrified that if I utilized my grandfather's money too freely, it would feed into the story my parents were crafting. I was terrified that every action I made would be used to prove that I was incapable of handling what I had been handed. That's when the old doubts came back. Maybe they were correct. Perhaps I was not strong enough. Perhaps I'll drown in this fortune, as they said. For hours, I sat there repeating every insult, dismissal, every memory of being told I was useless. It felt like I was 18 again, sleeping in the back seat of my car and wondering if I'd make it through the week. But then I opened the table's drawer and discovered something I had almost forgotten. My grandfather gave me an envelope on my 21st birthday. I had kept it for years without actually looking at it again. Inside was a message written in his firm, slightly wobbly handwriting. Lucas, if you're reading this, I hope you've realized by now that the world does not provide you anything it attempts to take. Don't let them. You are stronger than you realize, and one day you will need to show it. When that time comes, do not back down. Stand tall. They can only take from you if you give it to them. I read it often until the words became ingrained in my memory. My granddad had known. He saw through my parents long before I did, and he believed in my ability to overcome them. That night, something changed in me. I was still at rock bottom. Lonely. Beaten down. And overwhelmed. But I began to plan discreetly and deliberately. I started capturing everything. I retained copies of the bank's report on the attempted account access. I saved Sophia's texts. I jotted down every rumor I heard in town and where it came from. I began staying late at work, using the company's public computers to conduct research on estate law, trust funds, and property administration. If they wanted to treat me as if I was incapable, I would make sure I was the most capable person in the room. I did not inform anyone what I was doing. I smiled when people sneered, remained cool when my parents threw tiny jabs, and pretended to back down. All the while, I was silently constructing something beneath the surface. It was lonely and unpleasant. Every day seemed like walking a tightrope over an infinite drop. The silence, however, held a curious force. For the first time, I didn't respond. I was prepared. And I had a strong sensation that my grandfather would have been proud. I wasn't sure when or how. But I promised myself that one day the balance would shift. That I'd stop being the target and start holding the strings. I just had no idea how quickly that moment would come, or how violently my parents would try to force my hand. The transition did not occur overnight, but once it began, it felt unstoppable, like a tide suddenly turning in my favor after years of being pulled beneath. I kept my head down, worked long hours, and dedicated myself to learning everything I could about responsible money management. It was not about the money itself. Not really. It was about demonstrating to myself that I wasn't the defenseless child my parents had always described me as. The first significant turning point occurred when I engaged a financial advisor, not someone glamorous or connected to my parents' world, but a quiet, methodical man named Richard who was recommended by a co-worker. He was unimpressed with the size of the estate and did not treat me as a youngster. He sat across from me with a yellow legal pad, asking thoughtful questions and listening to my responses without judgment. By the end of our first meeting, he had delivered me a straightforward plan with diversified investments, tax coverage, and long-term security built in. "You're more than capable," he assured me as we shook hands. "You just needed someone to confirm it." Those words ignited something within me. For the first time, I realized I wasn't just holding on to my grandfather's gift out of fear. I was building upon it. I utilized a portion of the estate to purchase a small home in a quieter area of town. Nothing extravagant. Nothing my parents could mock at for bragging, yet, it was mine. Walking through those empty rooms the first night, I paused in the midst of the living room, allowing the silence to wash over me. Nobody could throw me out here. Nobody could tell me I didn't belong. The keys in my pocket demonstrated that I had finally carved out something real. At work too, things began to shift. I was just another name on the payroll. But, with my grandfather's letter in the back of my mind, I began to push harder. I volunteered for projects, worked late, and provided more than expected. People gradually began to notice. A tiny yet important advancement occurred. My manager stated to me, "You've got leadership in you, Lucas. You just need to believe it yourself." I did not broadcast any of this. I knew better than to tell my folks how wonderfully things were going. Eventually, news spread. Small-town gossip had a way of coming back. And soon, I began to hear whispering, which fueled me even more. He purchased a house. He has a new job title. Perhaps Walter knew what he was doing after all. My parents' rumors were crumbling and being replaced by something else. Respect, albeit grudgingly. That regard worried my parents more than anything else. Sophia paid an unexpected visit to my new home one evening. I did not allow her cross the porch. She stood there in heels, arms folded, her face something between bewilderment and irritation. "Nice place," she stated frankly. "Did you decorate it yourself? Or did you finally get someone to hold your hand?" I did not bite. I simply leaned against the doorframe and replied, "I'm fine, Sophia." "Better than fine." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't get cocky, Lucas. You think one house and a job promotion means you've won? Dad's already looking into ways too. She stopped herself, biting her lip. But I caught it. Dad is already looking into how to what? Regain control? Undermine me? It did not matter. I realized then that they had not given up. And that's when I knew my rise was more than just survival. It was all about location. Every stride forward created leverage. Every success was a weapon that they could not take away from me. I began to associate with people outside of my family's circle. I joined a local charity board in my grandfather's name to celebrate the work he had done quietly for years. I worked with people who valued my grandfather's integrity and generosity. With each handshake and link, I was creating a web of support for myself that my parents couldn't break with rumor alone. Inside, I remained guarded, still bearing the scars of those early years. But for the first time, I sensed a quiet confidence growing. My parents expected me to stumble and drown in responsibility. Instead, I was learning to swim in waters far deeper than they had expected. Nonetheless, I kept my preparations covert. I knew the storm was not over. If anything, it was accumulating, and when it broke, I wanted to be prepared because I could feel it coming. My parents were not the type to accept loss in silence. They attempted manipulation. They tried stealing. They tried slander. None of it had worked. I knew the next move was going to be bigger and more desperate. And when the time came, I needed to be prepared to not just defend myself, but also strike back. The setup happened nearly by accident. In retrospect, it felt like my grandfather was guiding me even years after his death. I'd started going to more of those charity board meetings, which I joined in his honor. And at one of these events, I met Marcus Hale. He was in his late 50s, a retired attorney with piercing eyes and a calm demeanor that drew you in when he spoke. He had known my grandfather personally. They appear to have played chess together every Thursday night for nearly 10 years. When he learned who I was, his expression softened. Walter was a rare man, he stated firmly, shaking my hand. I hope you know how proud he was of you. The way he phrased it felt unusual, almost secretive. Later that week, while drinking coffee, he leaned across the table and said quietly, "You should be careful. Your grandfather, he anticipated there might be trouble after he passed. He put certain protections in place." I froze. Protections? What types of safeguards exist? Marcus grinned slightly. That's something we can talk about more formally. But let's just say Walter wasn't blind to your parents' nature. He made sure the estate would be safeguarded in ways they wouldn't expect. If they overstep, it won't just be morally wrong, it'll be legally disastrous for them. For the first time, I knew I wasn't simply playing defense. I had ammo. Marcus spent the following 2 weeks assisting me in determining exactly what my grandfather had done. The estate was more than just a large sum of money. It was well planned. There were deeds, interests in a modest portfolio of properties, and even a trust set up particularly for altruistic undertakings in my name. More crucially, there were clauses, ironclad stipulations that directly disinherited my parents if they tried to intervene or identify themselves as representatives. My grandfather had written everything down, signed and notarized, as if he knew they'd try to take what wasn't theirs. Marcus spelled it all out piece by piece. And I felt something change inside me. All those years I thought I was alone, powerless, and struggling to survive. It turns out that my grandfather had planned for this very occasion. He had seen the storm coming, and he had given me not just the wherewithal to weather it, but also the power to fight back. My parents' confidence strengthened over time. I began receiving letters in the mail, formal-looking envelopes with their names neatly written on the bottom. Proposals about how I should divide the inheritance. One person proposed placing Sophia on the payroll as a family liaison. Another suggested selling off the estate properties to eliminate management issues, and then funneling the revenues into trusted family accounts. I didn't respond to any of them, but I did keep each letter properly packed in the folder Marcus asked me to keep. He told me that paper traces are powerful. Every word they write is another rope around their own neck. At the same time, I was moving up in my own right. Work acknowledged me again, this time with a big promotion that included increased authority and a place at the table during strategy sessions. People who had previously neglected me were now asking for my opinion and nodding as I spoke. It wasn't about money anymore, it was about respect. Genuine respect is acquired through persistence and ability. With respect came allies. The more people saw me come into my own, the more they quietly countered the rumors my parents had spread. At community functions, I overheard statements like, "Lucas's really turned out well," and, "You can tell Walter raised him right." Each remark chipped away at the false image my parents had attempted to create. The nicest part was that they didn't know. They had no idea that while they plotted behind closed doors, I was gathering allies, records, and quiet power. They assumed I was still the boy they had sent out with nothing but a rucksack. They expected me to capitulate, hand over the reins and thank them for it. But I wasn't that boy anymore. I was a man with power. They were unprepared for the power that was approaching. Then came the moment that brought everything together. Marcus handed me a little, worn-edged, leather-bound notebook one evening. "Your grandfather asked me to hold on to this until I felt you were ready," he told me. Inside were pages of my grandfather's handwriting, notes and comments, as well as a precise description of how to fight every move he predicted my parents would make. He had not only left me money, but also a playbook. As I closed the journal, my hands quivering, I knew something with absolute conviction. The time for just surviving had passed. I wasn't just going to defend what I owned. I planned to set the setting so that when my parents made their next move, I'd be fully prepared to destroy it. They wanted to play games with me. They had no idea I was already holding the winning hand. The breaking point came faster than I anticipated. My parents had been circling for months, writing letters, dropping hints to neighbors, and making not-so-subtle remarks whenever we crossed paths in town. But when they did make their move, they went big. Too big. Marcus called me on a fresh fall morning. His voice was quiet, yet it had a sharpness that I had not heard before. "Lucas, your parents filed a petition with the court this morning. They're claiming you're unfit to manage the estate and are requesting guardianship of the assets." Guardianship? They were literally attempting to deem me incapable at 27 years old. After everything I'd accomplished for myself, I nearly laughed when he told me. The absurdity of it is almost astounding. But then it hit me. This wasn't simply another attempt to manipulate me behind closed doors. This was public. This was them dragging my name through the mud and attempting to portray me as inadequate in front of the entire community. And it was their error. Marcus and I had been preparing for months, silently gathering every scrap of proof of their interference, the attempted bank access, the manipulative letters, the stories they'd circulated, the will requirements my grandfather had meticulously crafted. Piece by piece, we had constructed an airtight casing that virtually sparkled. The court date came on a gray Tuesday morning. I came into that courtroom wearing a basic suit, with no entourage or theatrics. My parents were already sitting, flanking Sophia like devoted warriors. They looked arrogant and cocky, as if the outcome was already decided. My mother even mustered the courage to grin at me, her look syrupy sweet, as if she was forgiving me for causing this show. But as the judge called us to order and my parents' attorney began his opening statement, the fractures appeared right away. He described me as irresponsible, emotionally unstable, and prone to financial recklessness. He mentioned my lack of experience and modest upbringing. Sophia nodded dramatically at each time, playing her part perfectly. And then it was our turn. Marcus rose gently, commanding attention without raising his voice. "Your Honor, what we have here is not a question of competence, but of greed." He started laying out the documents one by one. The fraudulent effort at the bank. The letters proposing that I relinquish authority. The SMS messages were filled with disdain. The will had provisions that plainly disinherited my parents if they sought to meddle. The courtroom became quieter with each piece of evidence. My parents shuffled uncomfortably, their smugness fading. Sophia's jaw hardened as her arms folded across her chest. Then came the final blow. Marcus raised the leather-bound notebook my grandfather had left me behind. "Mr. Montgomery anticipated this very situation. In his own handwriting, he described his concerns about his son and daughter-in-law's history of manipulation. He wrote, and I quote, 'If they attempt to take what is not theirs, it will be proof enough of why I chose Lucas.'" The words echoed around the courtroom, like a gavel strike. My mother's face paled, my father's fists tightened, and Sophia's gaze shifted to the floor. When the judge finally spoke, her tone was firm and definitive. "The petition is denied. The estate will remain solely in Lucas Montgomery's control. Furthermore, this court cautions the petitioners against any further attempts to undermine the explicit wishes of the deceased. This matter is closed." It was over in less than an hour, but the consequences were immediate. My parents' attempt to gain power not only failed, but also exposed them for what they were: deceptive, selfish, and desperate. As we exited the courthouse, my mother tried one more time. She reached out, her voice wavering with artificial warmth. "Lucas, sweetheart, we only did this for you. You don't understand how much pressure this is. Let us dash. I paused and gazed at her, calmer than I had been in my entire life. "No," I answered simply. "You did it for yourselves. Grandpa knew it. And now everyone else does too." Her hand froze in the air and dropped to her side. My father muttered something under his breath, but he could not meet my gaze. Sophia pushed ahead, her shoes clicking like bullets on the marble floor. I walked out of that courthouse with the weight of years lifted off my shoulders. Not only had I defended my grandfather's trust, but I had done so with a level of calm that they had not expected from me. They had consistently underestimated me, and their arrogance had finally caught up with them. But this was just the start of their reckoning. Because, while the courtroom had resolved the legal struggle, the true fallout, the social, personal, and irreversible, was still lurking just around the corner. The weeks following the court hearing were like watching dominoes fall one after another in slow motion. My parents had strolled into that courtroom expecting to win, believing they could bend the world in the same way they had bent me as a child. However, the judge's decision went beyond simply denying their petition. It had shattered the illusion they'd crafted over decades. When the mask came off, the entire community saw them in a new light. It started little. My mother's group of acquaintances at the country club, whom she had spent years talking with, began to drift apart. When she strolled into the room, talk came to a halt, unlike before when she had been the focal point. One woman even said quietly to me, "We had no idea how badly they treated you, Lucas." "I'm sorry." My mother attempted to maintain appearances, but the chilly smiles and hushed whispers informed me her image was deteriorating. My father fared no better. His company had learned about the hearing. Small communities have a way of spreading stories to every corner. His financial expertise suddenly became less valuable. Clients were tired, meetings were cancelled, and rumors spread that he had been asked to retire early. The humiliation was painful for a man whose entire identity was based on his career. Sophia's fall was the sharpest of all. She had built her social reputation on being the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, and taunted me while receiving gifts. However, following the hearing, people viewed her differently. At gatherings, she was no longer the focus of attention. Instead, she was the girl who tried and failed to steal from her brother. Her lover dumped her shortly after, and I learned through the grapevine that she had moved back in with my parents. The three of them were once again living under the same roof, feeding off each other's bitterness like slow poison. Meanwhile, my own life extended in ways I had not anticipated. The estate was more than just money. It represented possibility. I invested in myself through undertakings that my grandfather would have been proud of. The nonprofit board grew in size, and I found myself taking on leadership responsibilities where my opinion was valued. For the first time in my life, I was not an outsider. I was not the disappointment. People respected me. But the most powerful moment occurred one evening as I drove by my parents' home. The same house from which I had been evicted at the age of 18 with just a backpack. The porch light was on, but the yard was overgrown, and the shutters needed painting. The house appeared tired and worn down, almost like the people inside it. I parked across the street for a time and watched. Memories poured over me, the night of my banishment, the years of derision, and the repeated comparisons with Sophia. For so long this site represented my failure and disgrace. But now, as I looked at it, all I felt was clarity. They had not ruined me. They'd forged me. Every insult, dismissal, every bitter comment had strengthened the resolve I now possessed. And then I realized my revenge was complete. Not because I embarrassed them in court. Not because they had lost their position. But I no longer required their approval. Their power over me was completely gone. I rolled down my window, letting in the cool night air, and said to myself things I'd never dared say before. Grandpa was right. I decide what I'm worth. With that, I shifted into gear and drove away, leaving the house and everything it meant behind me. They attempted to cut me out of their life. Finally, I cut them out of mine. Golden Brother spent my money on his party and hired guards to block me from entering. When I showed up anyway, he said, "He's not family." Hello Reddit. So, as a 25-year-old male, I recently discovered what happens when you give too much for too long and then ask for simple respect. You are kicked in the teeth by your own relatives. This is not a sob tale. This is me putting it all out after being treated like a walking wallet while my younger brother Frank, 22, a man, was commended for simply breathing. Allow me to provide some little context so you know I'm not simply being dramatic. My family has been playing favorites since Frank was old enough to ask for and receive a new Xbox. I was the mature and responsible one. Translation: do everything and receive nothing. For example, when I turned 18, my parents had me start paying $350 per month to live at home. This is not a joke. The same room I grew up in. Same rickety bed. I have the same wallpaper from when I was 12. $350 per month, or hit the road. So I paid. I worked part-time in a tire business. I finished school, I handled it. Frank turned 18. They actually handed him my former room. After I moved out, I purchased him a flat screen and told him he was still figuring out his life. Finding his way resembled sleeping till noon and streaming Fortnite for 9 hours straight. When I arrived home to visit, he was wearing my hoodie, which I had been seeking for since Thanksgiving. I told him, "Dude, that's mine." He said, "Well, you don't live here anymore." I looked at my mother. She answered, "Maybe don't leave stuff behind if it's that important." That was just normal. Anyway, I moved out at 21, had a solid job in logistics, lived cheaply, saved like crazy, and guess what? My parents began contacting me for assistance as soon as I arrived on solid ground. Groceries, electricity bill, and assistance with car repairs. "Frank is having a hard time." My mother would call me with a guilt trip about how we had always supported you. "Now it's your chance to help us." So I did. Like an idiot. I did. I set up monthly automatic deposits to meet Frank's rent of $750 per month for 3 years. In addition, every college semester, I contributed more than $3,000 for books and tuition. Never asked for restitution. Never imposed it on anyone. Not once. I truly believed I was doing something worthwhile. Then I learned about the graduation celebration. The process began with a photo dump on the family group chat. Long tables, balloons, and a large sheet cake with the words, "You did it, Frank," in gold letters. Somebody even booked a party tent. No invitation, no message. Just pictures. There's no mention of the individual who pays the bills. So, I texted my mother. Me. "Where is the party?" "Her Brook Hill. The same location where we celebrated Uncle Mike's anniversary." No apologies. Number oops. "Sorry. I forgot to tell you, it's simply cold information. At first I thought it might be a mistake. Maybe they thought I was working or busy. I imagined I'd show there and surprise them, and everything would be okay. I put on a clean shirt and hole-free jeans, drove 45 minutes to Brook Hill, and pulled up to a house with 10 cars in front. Uncle Joe's SUV, Cousin Leo's Civic, and Dad's pickup. Everyone was present except for me. I walked up the driveway and was immediately halted by 2 rental guards. One person explained that this is a private gathering. I said, "I'm his brother." The guy stared me up and down, as if I had just gotten out of the sewer. The second guy asked for my name, walked away, and returned with Frank, my mother, and my father. Frank looked like he stepped out of a fragrance advertisement. Flashy clothes, slicked hair, gold chain, and holding his phone as if I were wasting his time. He looked at me and stated, "He doesn't belong here." He was serious. I chuckled, assuming he was joking. Then my father chimed in. "You showed up after everything you said?" I blinked. "I have not said anything." My mother attempted to smooth things over. "Freya, we simply wanted today to be nice, no difficulties." I stared at them. "I pay his rent. I cover his tuition. And I am the problem." Frank scoffed. "You did not do that for me. You simply wanted to make yourself feel significant." I looked him dead in the eye. "Then you are welcome." I turned around and left. My father called after me. "Perhaps you should have inquired whether you were invited." I drove home without pausing. There's no gas, no drive-through, nothing. I entered my flat, kicked off my shoes, sat on my awful old futon, and stared at the wall. Then I grabbed up my phone and typed a message. "Starting next month, you will be responsible for paying your own rent. Good luck. Send it." Did not even wait for a response. 2 hours later, someone knocked. It was Frank. He was still wearing the same clothing from the party. His eyes were swollen, and he appeared to have not slept. "Please don't do this," he asked. "I can't afford it. You already know that." I didn't say anything, just stood there, silent. For once in my life, I allowed him to squirm. So, Frank stood in my doorway with puffy eyes, still dressed in his little party outfit as if he hadn't changed since being elected king of the backyard barbecue. "Please, don't do this," he repeated. "I can't afford it. You already know that. Correct?" But that didn't stop him from ordering $17 chicken wings at 2 a.m. I did not move, instead leaning against the doorframe and staring at him. I'd spent years keeping this guy afloat while he treated me like background noise. I wasn't in a hurry to extend him another lifeline. He cleared his throat. "You could have at least warned me." I awoke to my rent app stating that the payment had failed. Yes, that was the point. I let the stillness last just long enough to make him uncomfortable. Then he did what Frank does if things don't go his way. He attempted to talk his way out of it. It's been a tough year, man. Exams and clinic hours. I barely sleep. Yeah. I cut in. I remember those Instagram tales. The late-night tacos. The beach weekend. And the unexpected vacation to Miami. That seemed exhausting. He appeared to want to respond but was unsure which lie to tell. Every month I pay your rent. Every term, I helped with schoolwork. Every time Mom texted saying the refrigerator was empty. Who covered it? I asked. Did you? He murmured. Right. Then you told security that I wasn't family. He looked away. It was not like that. Just like that. Word by word. He sighed and walked in without asking. Sat on my couch like if he owned the place. Back when we were teenagers, he would burst into my room. And I would have to hide my belongings to keep them from disappearing. Do you live like this? He replied, inspecting my place like it was a museum exhibit for impoverished people. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Paying your own bills looks like this. No comment. He touched his cheek. I don't understand why you're cutting me off right now. You do not? I asked. You stood there as I was publicly humiliated at your party. And you allowed it to happen. He opened his mouth, but I continued. You never told our parents to stop treating me like garbage. You let me pay your rent for 3 years and then called me a jealous loser in front of your friends. He became quiet. It's probably the first time in years. I could have ended there, but I had one more question. Why didn't Granny and Grandpa attend the party? His face twitched. They were not invited. By whom? He paused. Mom did not want them to come. Why? She claimed they continually bring up old topics. Grandpa speaks too much. Grandma is overly opinionated. Do you mean the man who provided Dad the down payment on the house and the woman who assisted in raising both of you while Mom returned to school? He looked down. You did not stop her. I said I didn't agree either. That is not the same. He stood up as if this was his cue to leave. Whatever, guy. You have made your selection. I guess I will figure it out. Yes, I said. You will. He went without saying anything else. An hour later, my phone vibrated. Voicemail. Hello dear, it's Grandma. We learned what had transpired. We weren't invited either. Your brother made some unpleasant remarks. Just know how proud we are of you. We will stop by tomorrow morning. I am bringing coffee. I actually smiled. It's the first time all week. Next day, 10:45 a.m. Sharp, I see a silver Civic pull-up. Grandma emerges wearing a flowered top and holding a pink box as if it were precious. Grandpa is wearing his crusty old army cap, which drives Dad crazy. They enter as if they have been coming for a long time. You owe them nothing, Grandma says. You have done more than enough. Grandpa grunts. You're the only one in that family who's ever done anything meaningful. We sat, ate muffins, and sipped coffee. There was no drama, no backhanded insults, just a peaceful morning that felt more like family than the previous 10 years combined. After they depart, I sit on the edge of my bed, clutching the still warm cup, and feel something change. Not rage, not vengeance, simply clarity. I'm done waiting for them to respect me. I'm not asking anymore. At midday, I called my father. He responds as if he's glad to hear from me. Hello, son? Is everything okay? Grandma and Grandpa stopped by and brought muffins. Silence. They didn't attend the celebration, I add. Yeah, there wasn't enough room. You are aware of Grandpa's mood swings. I understand exactly how he gets it. He shows up. He attempts to turn. Anyway. Is everything all right? I just wanted to say, starting now, I'm done paying Frank's bills. No rent, no tuition, nothing. Another silence. Then the voice shifted. That false, sweet guilt-tripped tone. Freya. You're not struggling, right? No house, no children. You've always been good with money. So because I didn't screw up my life, I'm obliged to help the person who did. That is not what I am saying. This is what you intended. We only wanted to give him a chance. I gave him one for 3 years. You all chuckled as he told me I was not welcome. He says nothing. I'll tell Mom personally, I add. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Then I hung up. I assumed that was all. But 20 minutes later, someone else knocked. It was not Frank. Lily, my cousin, was carrying a cheap plastic Tupperware while avoiding eye contact. Can I come in? She inquired. She did not wait for a response. She sat down, glanced around like she was exploring a shelter and said, I didn't know they were going to do that to you. Frank said that garbage. and I chuckled. Not because I believed it, but because I couldn't think of anything else to do. I did not respond. I'm moving out, she explained. I told Aunt Rose. I'm done with the family circus. Lily, the quiet cousin who never stood up to anyone, was accepted into a graduate program in Vermont. I was still in one of Frank's group chats, which he doesn't know about. She handed me her screen, which I read. I told you he'd show up. Guy still thinks he's one of us, pays my bills, and gets treated like a dog. LOL. I returned the phone. No rage, no shock, just confirmation. I'm telling you this because people need to know who they're defending, she explained. I nodded. Thanks. I then opened the family group chat and posted the screenshot with no caption or explanation, just raw proof of what I'd been dealing with. Allow them to choke on it. After I dropped the screenshot, the family group chat stopped working. Not a single response in nearly 15 minutes. Then Aunt Martha quietly exited the conversation. No goodbyes, no emojis, just gone. Lily texted me directly. Holy crap. I did not respond. 5 more minutes elapsed. Then Uncle Wes added a thumbs up emoji. There's nothing else. Mom read the message but did not respond. Dad did not even open it. Frank became silent. Nobody defended him. Nobody protected me either. Aunt Rose contacted me separately. Perhaps this was not the best way to approach things. I returned one line. Neither was allowing him to insult me while I paid his rent. 10 minutes later, I heard automobile doors outside. My folks' pickup pulled into my lot. Both of them stepped outside. Dad wore his regular work jeans. Mom held a paper bag. They did not knock right away. Then they did. I opened the door. We need to talk, Dad explained. They walked in and glanced around as if they'd never seen my property. Same couch, space heater, and damaged kitchen tiles. Mom handed me the bag. Brought you lunch. I placed it on the table without touching it. Dad sat down. You embarrassed your brother, he added. You embarrassed yourself, I responded. He's hurt, Mom said. So was I. You exposed him. I repeated what he had written. He was ranting, Dad explained. I was funding him. They did not argue with that. They simply sat there. We can't afford to pay his rent, Mom explained. Then he should return home. He claims it is hazardous there, she added. I did not respond. Dad leaned forwards. We aren't asking for much. Just aid him till he gets a job. He had a job, I explained. He quit. He stated that it was stressful, as was working 50 hours and being criticized for it. They did not look up. Fine, Dad said. What about a loan? No. We will repay it. You used that statement 3 years ago. They stood up. Mom said. After everything we did for you. Yes, I answered. When I turned 18, I recall receiving my rent bill. They went without saying anything else. That night, Lily texted me another screenshot. Frank created a new group chat. He is overreacting. He always wanted to be the victim. Let him post whatever he wants. Nobody cares. The new chat had half of the cousins in it. Some had already abandoned the main family thread. Lily submitted the screenshot in the main chat. Nobody replied. The next day, Frank contacted me immediately. I hope you're happy. You've ruined everything. I didn't respond. That afternoon, Grandmother called. Your folks called us. You said you were going to cut them off. I'm going to cut the money. I said you could do it. They want me to apologize. You will not. I am not. Good. Later, Grandpa called. He told me to check my mail. Inside came a sealed envelope with 2 $50 bills and a short letter. We were not asked to any of the birthdays by anyone who remembered them. The following day, Dad called again. I spoke to your uncle. He claimed you showed him the screenshot. He was in the chat. He saw for himself. You made it public. He made it public by sending it to 10 individuals. Dad hung up. 3 days have passed. Frank's flat displayed an eviction notice. Lily texted me a photo of it stuck to his door. Aunt Rose called me that night. He needs assistance. He has to fix it himself. He's your brother. He is not my problem. She also hung up. The next morning, my landlord knocked. Said someone had called pretending to be me and inquired about my lease. I inquired who. He stated, some guy named Frank. I filed a police report. That night I transferred my savings to a new account and changed all of my passwords. 2 days later, I received a text from a random number. I hope you enjoy living alone forever. I blocked it. Grandma dropped off some more muffins. You do not need to keep defending yourself, she said. I am not. I'm done being useful to people who don't treat me like a family member. She nodded, left the box, and did not remain long. By the weekend, half the family had stopped speaking to me. The other half sent messages such, "You did the right thing," but never said it publicly. I closed the family group chat and left it. The following week, Frank launched a GoFundMe campaign with the description, "Trying to stay afloat after an unexpected setback." 3 people donated, but none from the family. I reported it because it contained misleading information. It was removed. The next day my mother texted, "You made your point." I responded in red. That Sunday I had a knock on my door. It was Uncle Wesley. He handed me the envelope. Inside was a single note. Some of us have always known. We just haven't said it till now. There was no money inside. I didn't need any. Monday morning I received a note from an old neighbor. He claimed Frank was back home, whining about how everyone had abandoned him, and that he was telling people I had broken off the family over a party. I emailed him a screenshot. He left me with a red face. That night, Lily tagged me in a post. Sometimes revenge is unnecessary. Simply stop giving individuals free passes. She uploaded a picture of the party decorations, which I was never invited to. The following comment came from someone I did not know. "Damn, that guy who paid for everything and got iced out. I noticed the tale on Reddit." "Yes," she responded. "That is my cousin." He eventually stood up for himself. 2 days after Lily shared the screenshot, Frank called from a different number. I got it. "Okay, I messed up," he admitted. "Yep. I did not intend what I stated during the chat. You typed it, it was only a joke. You are evicted." Still funny. Nothing happened then. "Can I stay at your apartment for a while? Only a week or two?" Number, "Not even for a few days?" Number, "I am your brother. You told security that I wasn't." Click. 2 hours later, Mom sent out a group message. "Frank is going through a lot right now. We're appealing for his family's support. Everyone make mistakes." Aunt Rose joined in. "Publicly shaming one's own blood is not how we address problems." Lily responded, "Neither is mocking the person who paid your bills." Uncle Wes exited the discussion. Cousin Leo DM'd me. It was a brave move. It's about time someone say it. I didn't respond. That night Dad called. "You should apologize," he said. "For what?" "For blowing this out of proportion." I presented proof. "You broadcast it in public." He bragged in public. "You are not acting like family. You stopped treating me like family years ago." He hung up. The next morning, I was called into a quick meeting at work. HR received an anonymous ethical complaint alleging financial coercion and familial abuse. My organization traced the IP address to a burner connected to Frank's flat. I filed the police report. They asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes. I froze my credit. I changed all of my account information and closed down my social media accounts. That night, Lily texted me again. "He says you turned Grandma against him. She wasn't on his side from the beginning." Later, Lily included me in a tale. An image of the family group chat exit screen. Caption: "Sometimes you have to cut ties to stop bleeding. I did not enjoy it. Did not repost. Just moved on." On Saturday morning, a neighbor texted me a snapshot of my parents in his driveway, talking to his wife. Caption: "Your parents are attempting to clear your name. I thought you'd appreciate the heads up." I didn't respond. An hour later, the doorbell rang. A certified letter from my parents. I typed a message. "Freya, your actions are shocking. Families forgive, not banish. We are heartbroken. You've chosen retribution above healing." No signature, just Mom and Dad. I printed it and attached a note on the front. "You only cared once I quit paying." I mailed it back the same day. 3 days later, Frank launched another GoFundMe campaign. Same title, revised target of $1,200, and 2 donations. One from a random friend and one from a burner account I knew from our shared Netflix login. I reported it, and it was taken off. On Thursday afternoon, Granny dropped muffins again. "Are they still trying to guilt you?" she asked. "They've switched to pity now. You do not owe them softness. You gave them years." She gave me a folded note. It was Grandpa's handwriting. When a man achieves serenity, he does not exchange it for noise. I taped it above the sink. Next week, HR followed up. The lawsuit progressed. A formal complaint was lodged. Charges are pending. Frank did not respond to the notification. Uncle Wesley called. He blames everyone except himself. I said, let him. Do you need anything? I'm good. Keep it this way. That weekend, Lily messaged again. He is currently staying in your previous room. Figures. Still telling folks that you overreacted. I did not. He understands that. He simply doesn't want to say it. I didn't respond. 2 days later, I received another package. There's no return address. Inside was the hoodie Frank had stolen from me senior year. Folded and washed. It still smelled of fabric softener. No note. I placed it in the donation bin outside my building. The next morning, Aunt Rose left a voicemail. Your folks are distraught. Your sibling isn't eating. You've proved your argument. Now, let it go. I removed it. On Tuesday afternoon, Lily provided another update. This time it's a photo of her graduate school admission letter. Caption. Some of us move onward. The most popular response came from grandmother, and some finally stood still long enough to grow. The next morning, I received one final message from Frank. Thank you for ruining my life. I hope you're proud. I removed it. No response. There's no necessity. Grandma called a week after Frank sent his final text message. He's in the basement now, she added, sulking and crying. Still blaming everyone, but the one in the mirror. That sounds familiar. Your mother attempted guilt. Your father went silent. They're now trying shame. I am not biting. You should not. That night, Lily shared a screenshot from the cousins group conversation. Frank had wrote, I don't care what anyone says. Louis should have had my back. He knows how hard things have been for me. No one responded. 3 cousins silently exited the chat. Uncle Wes messaged me separately. Do you want help changing your locks? Already finished. Friday morning, I received a letter in the mail. There is no return address, only a folded page of notebook paper written in Sharpie. When you cease doing foolishly, you will always be the villain. I had a printed photo of myself at my college graduation with the word ungrateful scribbled in red over my face. I didn't even flinch, simply dropping it into a folder with the rest of the trash for the police report. Monday, I received an email from the company's legal department. Your brother submitted 3 phony anonymous tips through our whistleblower portal. All were linked to a masked IP, but the trail led back to his building. Do you wish to testify? Yes. The following day, they served him with papers. Grandmother called again. He ripped it up in front of your father and rushed off, ranting about how you had destroyed the family name. What did Dad do? Told him to clean the garage? Frank screamed and slammed the door like a toddler. That Sunday, Lily moved out. There's no drama. She simply loaded her car and left. Before she drove away, she wrote on the fridge. Thanks for showing me that self-respect isn't betrayal. She texted me later that night. New apartment, new job lined up, new chapter. We didn't talk about Frank. We didn't need to. The next morning, Frank started a new GoFundMe. The game plan remains unchanged, despite the new name. My family has abandoned me during my time of need. I am not flawless, but I deserve another opportunity. Please help me start over. It received 2 donations before being reported and pulled down. This time, I did not report it. Someone else finished it faster. Midweek, I stopped into the old house to get Grandpa's old toolbox from the garage. I didn't call ahead. I did not knock. I walked in, took it, and left. As I walked back to my car, Frank stood at the upstairs window, arms crossed like a grumpy extra in a high school production. Just watched. Did not come out. Didn't say anything. 3 days later, Lily provided another screenshot. Frank had shared his story. Sometimes those closest to you are the ones that leave you bleeding. Nobody responded. Grandma came the following weekend. I dropped off leftovers and a tiny tin box. This was your uncle's. She stated that he wanted you to have it. Inside was a note he penned years ago before he moved away permanently. There's always one kid in the family who does everything correctly, yet is nevertheless treated as if he doesn't belong. Don't let this keep you trapped. Leave your guilt behind. I pinned it to my refrigerator, right next to my rent receipt. The following Tuesday, the legal department emailed again. Case closed. Cease and desist acknowledged. You're clear. I responded with a single sentence. All debts closed. That evening I permanently removed Frank's phone number, then my parents', followed by Aunt Rose's. I blocked any number that did not follow the boundaries I defined. That night I prepared dinner in my apartment. No guilt, no noise, and no second guessing. I sat down, ate calmly, and didn't think about who wasn't present. It was finally over. 6 months later, life moved quickly. The raise came first, followed by the promotion. I relocated to a better location, closer to the city, quieter, and without the incessant echo of guilt in the walls. I didn't announce it. No photos or status updates, just keys, boxes, and peace. Grandma knew though. She helped me hang the drapes and left a new coffee maker on the counter. No more weak mornings, she added. The corporation released an official memo. The harassment allegation was dropped. There is no need for additional action. I printed a copy and placed it in the folder with the others. Closed, filed, and done. I saw Frank again by chance. He was working part-time at a tire business off the highway, pushing carts and inspecting the tread. I drew in for a rotation. He didn't recognize the car. As I was paying, he stepped out with a stack of receipts, noticed me, and froze. I didn't wave or nod, just took the keys and left. 1 hour later, Lily texted me. He said, "You looked smug." That wasn't good. She was admitted into her graduate program in Texas. Full scholarship. She said she was staying with an old friend until she found her own place. "You are the only reason I did not become one of them. She told me that you did it yourself." "No, you lighted the fuse." My parents attempted to call again in January. New numbers, no voicemails, just the silent spam of desperation. Uncle Wes delivered a final message. "They say you abandoned your family." I did not. I escaped. He toughened it. Never responded again. In March, Mr. Reynolds, my former high school history teacher, contacted me. "I saw your name in an alumni write-up. I'm glad to see that someone turned out normal. I appreciate it. Still doing car repairs on the side?" "Nope. Something is currently being built." He sent the thumbs up emoji. That was it. I launched my own business a month later. Consulting, logistics, and private contracts. The majority of people find it boring. Freedom means something to me. Grandma provided the down payment. You are the only person who has ever shown up when it counts. She did not mean holidays, didn't mean birthdays. She was referring to hospital visits, roof repairs, doctor bills, and other topics that are rarely discussed on social media. Frank's GoFundMe pages keep sprouting up. Different names and lies. Same thing, please. They would be flagged within a week. He would try again. People gradually caught on. Nobody disseminated the links anymore. Aunt Rose ceased attempting to mediate. Lily told me she had a complete meltdown after her HOA fined her for speaking loudly on her front porch. I guess she found a new cause. Lily made one visit before moving for Texas. She brought me a framed copy of our group chat snapshot, the one where I was thrown out, and then proved everyone wrong. Caption, #1 receipt. It hung right next to my desk. My parents wrote me a note on my birthday. I typed formal chili. "We're sorry you were wounded by our actions. We hope that someday you will be able to let go of your anger and rejoin with your family." I did not answer, did not burn it, and simply shredded it. There are no theatrics. I checked on the old neighborhood once again. The house looked the same. Faded siding, overgrown lawn, and 2 broken porch lights. Sadness that is all too familiar. I did not knock, nor did I simply continue driving. Lily sent a snapshot the day she departed. 1 luggage, 1 bag, and 1 ticket. Caption. We're leaving behind the noise. I didn't respond, simply sent a red checkmark. She received it. By April, the business had 3 clients and a consistent cash flow. I've hired a part-time assistant, a student from a vocational school. Smart. I did not ask foolish questions. I paid him weekly. Arrived on time. I did not complain. Frank learned he had lost his tire shop employment. 3 missed calls and no-shows in 1 week. The manager informed Grandma that he had just vanished. No explanation or warning. He appeared outside my building once. Hoodie, hands, and pockets are phony. I'm currently in the region. Look, security has buzzed me. I instructed them to send him away. He departed without saying anything. Lily submitted her final update from Texas. Settled. Class is difficult. Freedom is superior. I responded. Solid. Don't look back. She provided a snapshot of her front door. Simple, quiet, and clean. No drama on the porch, no yelling behind the walls. In June, my company reached its first milestone. We broke even. All bills are paid. There are no debts or favors owed. I celebrated by replacing the old sofa. The one I slept on after working double shifts to cover my parents' rent. New ones are bigger and more comfortable. Mine. I did not make a post about it. I didn't send photos. I sat down and turned up the volume. Last I heard, Frank had moved in with a buddy of a friend. Crashed on their couch. No employment. No strategy. Still blaming everyone except the man in the mirror and my parents. They continue to convince anybody who listens that I have changed. They're correct. I changed the lock, the number, and my priorities. This is what occurs when you stop allowing people to deplete you. You get lighter, while others get louder. However, noise has never built anything. Work was done. 6 months later, everything had changed. Not in a cheesy, look how far I've come type of manner. Just actual change. Quiet and steady, the kind you don't share because you're too busy living it. The raise came through. Then a promotion. I relocated to a nicer apartment closer to the city. No neighbors, no noise, and no guilt reverberating through the walls. I didn't tell anyone. No Instagram tour or announcement. It's just keys, boxes, and stillness. Grandma found out, as she always does. She helped to hang the drapes and left a new coffee machine on the counter. No more weak mornings, she remarked, stroking the object as if it were holy. I received an official company memo. Frank's harassment complaint was dropped. No evidence. All ties led back to his IP. I printed a copy, put it in a folder called Stupid, and forgot about it. I ran across him again in the most unexpected spot. Tire business located off the highway. He was lugging carts and appeared to have not slept for a week. I needed my tires rotated. He did not identify my automobile at first. When he spotted me through the glass, he froze, didn't wave, didn't say anything, just stood there with that same false strong guy face he used to put on when we were kids, and he was caught lying. I paid, took the receipt, and then left. Lily texted me 1 hour later. He said, "You looked smug?" I said, "Wasn't." She got into graduate school in Texas on a full scholarship, and she's staying with a friend until she finds a home. She remarked, "You're the reason I didn't become one of them." I told her, "You chose that yourself." Nah. You lighted the spark. My parents tried phoning again in January. There were no voicemails, only desperate silence that smelt like guilt. Uncle Wes delivered a final message. "They say you abandoned your family." I did not. "I escaped," I said. He overheard it, never text again. Reynolds, my former high school teacher, emailed me. "I saw your name in an alumni write-up. I'm glad someone turned out normal." "Thank you," I said. "Still repairing automobiles?" "Nope. Something is currently being built." He replied with a thumbs-up emoji. That was it. I established my own business the next month. Logistics, contracts, and consultancy. Most people found it boring, but I didn't. Grandma paid the down payment. "You're the only one who ever showed up," she told me. She did not mean birthdays. She was referring to actual expenses such as hospital stays, doctor bills, and roof repairs. Frank's GoFundMe pages keep sprouting up. New names, same lies. They would be flagged within a week. Someone would report them before I ever noticed them. People were catching on. Aunt Rose eventually gave up pretending to be neutral. Lily told me she melted down when her HOA fined her for ranting on the porch. Lily stopped responding to her. Before departing for Texas, Lily stopped over and brought a framed copy of the group chat snapshot in which Frank boasted about me being a dog on a leash. She'd captioned it, "Receipt number 1." It hung next to my desk. My birthday arrived. My parents wrote me a typed letter that read, "We're sorry you were hurt by our actions. We hope you can let go of your anger and reunite with your family someday." I didn't burn it. I did not read it twice. Instead, I shredded it. There's no drama. I stopped into the old neighborhood once to get Grandpa's toolbox from the garage. I did not call ahead or knock. I simply stepped in, took it, and left. As I strolled back to my car, Frank stood at the upstairs window, arms folded like a dollar store Bond villain. I didn't come outside, didn't say anything, just watched. 3 days later, Lily provided another screenshot. Frank shared his story. "Sometimes those closest to you are the ones that leave you bleeding." Nobody responded. Grandma came by again, leaving leftovers in a little tin box. "This was your uncle's. He wants you to get it." But within, there was a handwritten note. "There's usually one kid who does everything correctly, yet is nonetheless considered as an outcast. Don't allow this keep you stuck. Leave your guilt behind." I tacked it to the refrigerator next to my rent receipt. The irony did not miss me. Later that week, legal sent me an email. "Case closed. Cease and desist is acknowledged. You are clear." I replied, "All debts are paid." I then erased Frank's phone number, then my parents', and finally Aunt Rose's. I blocked everyone who crossed the line. No second warnings. That night, I prepared dinner in quiet. We ate in solitude. No fear, no wrath, just silence. That was new. 6 months have passed. Clients stacked up. Revenue is stable. I replaced the old couch on which I had slept when I was 18 years old and paying rent. The new one was bigger and comfier. Mine. I didn't post a picture. Did not send a snap. Just sat down on it. Leaned back and turned up the volume. Last I heard, Frank had moved in with a strange friend. Couch surfing. No job. Still pointing fingers. My parents are still telling anyone who listens that I have changed, and they're correct. I replaced the locks. Changed the number. Changed the dang rules. My stepmom spied on my finances to demand I fund her son's college. Instead, I exposed 8 years of lies that destroyed my father's reputation. Sup, Reddit. I was kicked out at the age of 18, made a life for myself, and then took in my brother when he faced similar circumstances. After 8 years of silence, my stepmother discovered I was paying for my brother's education, and my father called to demand that I also pay for my stepbrother's tuition. What ensued was a complete shit show. Here's what happened. My mother died 11 years ago, when I, a 30-year-old male, was 17 and my younger brother Noah was 10. Cancer. And seeing her waste away for 2 years broke something in all of us. Dad handled it like a true champion, essentially dropping out mentally about month 18 of her therapy. Mom hadn't been cold for 3 days when Dad was on his phone, downloading Tinder instead of making funeral arrangements. I found him skimming through profiles as I was attempting to compose Mom's obituary because he couldn't find the perfect wording. Yeah. It turns out that the correct words were, recently widowed, ready to mingle. 3 months later, Dad confesses that he has been seeing someone. Her name was Monica. And before you ask, she did live up to every cliché associated with the moniker. She was a bottle blonde suburban mom who drove a white Escalade and held strong views on organic stuff. She arrived with her own baggage, an 8-year-old boy named Ethan who appeared to have never seen the sun and had the personality of soggy bread. But here's the kicker. Monica appeared great at first. She laughed at my idiotic jokes, remembered Noah's preference for extra cheese on his pizza, and did not instantly try to remodel Mom's house with live laugh love signs. I genuinely believed this may work. Perhaps we could be a blended family sitcom in which everyone learns good lessons and hugs it out at the conclusion of each episode. No, I was mistaken. 6 months after Mom's death, Dad delivers the bombshell at dinner. Monica and I are getting married. He announces it as if it were a dentist's visit. And Ethan's going to be your new brother. Monica is sitting there with a phony smile. Noah looks at me with wide eyes, and I can almost feel the wheels moving in his head. When? I inquired, because someone had to. Next month. We're thinking a small ceremony, just family. The wedding was everything you'd expect, tacky, rushed, and embarrassing as hell. But the real fun began when they moved in together. See, Dad owned Mom's house, which is where Noah and I grew up. Monica took one look at it and decided it required a woman's touch, which presumably meant eliminating all evidence of Mom's presence. Initially, it was little issues. Mom's coffee mugs vanished, replaced by a generic set Monica purchased at Target. The throw cushions Mom had knitted were replaced with these unattractive beige ones. Mom's recipe box somehow ended up in the yard sale pile. I caught it just in time. These are Mom's recipes, I informed Monica when I discovered the package marked for sale. Oh, I just thought since I do all the cooking now, she replied with an innocent shrug that deceived no one. Yeah, well, you thought wrong. I brought the package inside my room and never let it leave my sight again. But the recipes were only the beginning. Then came the photos. Monica began sorting the photo albums, so any pictures of Mom were relegated to boxes in the attic. What about the family portraits on the mantel? Suddenly, they all showed the new blended family, with Mom airbrushed out of history. And Ethan. Ethan was the golden child from the beginning. This child couldn't wipe his own ass without receiving a standing ovation. Failed a math test? Oh, Ethan's more of a creative type. Did something break? Accidents happen. Meanwhile, if Noah failed to put his dishes in the dishwasher, it was a federal case. I tried to act as a buffer. When Monica made snarky remarks about Noah's attitude, I would redirect. When Dad canceled Noah's school functions to attend Ethan's games, I'd go instead. When Ethan accidentally ruined Noah's belongings, I would replace them with my own money from my hardware store employment. However, I was waging a losing battle. The house rules became ludicrous. Ethan has his own bathroom. Noah shared the entire one with his guests. Ethan had first pick of TV time. Ethan's pals were always welcome, but we needed to get permission 24 hours in advance. It's about learning respect and responsibility, Monica would explain. When I called out the double standards, things went pretty bad around my senior year. I was turning 18 in 3 months, and Dad began making statements about me getting ready for the real world and learning to be independent. At first, I assumed it was just standard dad things. Then I overheard a conversation that altered everything. I was returning from my friend Ryan's place when I heard Dad and Monica conversing in the kitchen. "I can't afford to keep supporting them forever," Monica said. "I know, but they're my kids. And Ethan's your kid too. Now we need to think about his future, his college fund. You can't keep splitting resources between 3 boys when one of them isn't even really yours." I stood in the corridor, heart hammering. My own father was debating kicking me out, as if we were unwelcome roommates. That's when I knew we weren't related anymore. We were impediments to Monica's beautiful little nuclear family fantasies. And Dad was willing to give his own blood to make his new wife happy. I crept upstairs and found Noah doing his schoolwork. He looked up when I walked in, and I must have looked like I saw a ghost because he instantly said, "What's wrong? How can you explain that the man who is meant to protect you is actively working to get rid of you?" "Nothing, buddy," I said, sitting on his bed. "Just promise me something, okay? No matter what happens, you know you can always count on me. Always." He nodded, bewildered but trusting. "Are you going somewhere?" I couldn't respond. On my 18th birthday, Monica made dinner. Ethan's favorite meal, of course, and there was this uncomfortable cake with "Happy Birthday" scrawled in grocery store icing. Dad gave me a $50 card and asked me to remain after supper. "Son, you're a man now. Time to start making your own way in the world. Your mother and I always planned that once you kids turned 18, you'd become independent. Character building." "What exactly are you saying, Dad?" "Time for you to find your own place, get your own job, start your adult life." "So you're kicking me out on my 18th birthday?" "I'm launching you into adulthood. There's a difference." Yes, there was. "When?" "End of the week. Gives you time to figure out arrangements." I walked upstairs to call Ryan. He answered the second ring. "Dude, what's up?" "Ryan, I need a favor, a big one." Ryan and his father, David, arrived at my door about 20 minutes later. David was everything my father wasn't: solid, dependable, the type of guy who coached Little League not for the glory, but because children needed great role models. When Mom was unwell, David drove me to practice because Dad was too busy at work. Ryan and I had been best friends since we were 7. His mother used to joke that they should just adopt me because I spent more time at their house than my own. After Mom died, the joke began to feel more like a prediction. So, when I recounted the scenario, David remarked, "Your father is kicking you out 3 months before you graduate high school because you turned 18. "It's character building," I said, and I could hear the venom in my tone. David looked at Ryan and then back at me. "Pack your belongings. You'll be staying with us until you figure out what to do next." I spent the following 3 days relocating my belongings to Ryan's home. Dad helped me carry boxes to my car, seeming helpful and encouraging, as if he were doing me a favor. Monica made a big show of being sad to see me leave, but the day before I left, I spotted her measuring my room with a tape measure, most likely planning Ethan's sweet enlargement. The worst part was having to leave Noah. My younger brother waited in the driveway, trying not to cry, and I felt like the greatest piece of shit in the world for leaving him. But what options did I have? I was 18 years old, had $300, and had no legal right to take him with me. "It's not forever," I told him. "I'll call you every day, and whatever happens, you tell me. Okay?" He nodded, wiping his eyes. "Will you still come to my baseball games?" "Every single one," I pledged. Ryan and I graduated together in May. Dad showed up, snapped pictures, and posed proudly for the cameras. However, when other parents discussed college plans, Dad was nowhere to be found. College was slated to begin in the fall. I'd gotten into a public university. Decent ratings, nothing extraordinary but adequate. The problem was that my college fund had mysteriously gone when Mom died. Dad claimed there was nothing left after medical bills, but somehow Ethan's future remained bright and well-funded. So instead of attending freshman orientation, I was filling out job applications. 4.5 years. That's how long it took me to make it through college while working full-time and watching my younger brother steadily disappear from his own family. 4.5 years of microwaved food, energy drinks, and 3 hours of sleep, if I was lucky. I got a job loading trucks at a warehouse starting at 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then I'd drive across town to work at a Shell station starting at 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. Ryan was attending State University, living in the dorms, and performing typical college kid activities. We'd hook out when our schedules were compatible, but I could see him drifting away. That was not the objective. We were basically living in different worlds. He was concerned about the midterms and fraternity gatherings. I was concerned about making rent and keeping the lights on. His parents, David and Rebecca, never treated me like a burden, but I realized I couldn't stay in their basement indefinitely. So, about 6 months into college, I found a dingy studio apartment for $400 per month, 300 square feet of character, and a bathroom shared with whatever was living in the walls. But it was mine. The warehouse job was harsh but honest. Show up. Carry a lot. Go home. Pure physical labor left me too exhausted to consider how messed up my family situation was. The gas station job was terrible. Night shift at a Shell in a sketchy neighborhood, dealing with alcoholics, crackheads, and teenagers. I was robbed twice, once by a guy with a knife who appeared more terrified than I was, and once by a kid who couldn't have been more than 15. Throughout all, I kept my pledge to Noah. I called him every day, even when I was completely exhausted. The kid was growing very quickly. Actually, it was too fast, but more importantly, he was developing a strategy for survival in that mansion. I don't argue with Monica anymore, he told me on one of our calls. It's easier. My younger brother was learning to hide in his own home. It made me nauseous. But what could I do? Call Dad and complain? He had made his decision years ago. Meanwhile, Ethan lived like a freaking prince. Private music classes, travel baseball, and new wardrobes each season. Monica would share photos of her boys from various events and activities on Facebook. However, Noah was never seen in those photographs. I began capturing everything. Initially, I was maintaining records for my own sanity, rather than intentionally. Screenshots from Facebook posts featuring Ethan's new car, laptop, and vacation images. Receipts for gifts I'd buy Noah when no one else would. Notes from our phone talks regarding what was going on in that residence. Looking back, I believe a part of me knew this information would be valuable someday. Community college began in January. I had saved enough for part-time tuition and books. I barely got by on dollar burgers and gas station coffee. I studied in my car during breaks and fell asleep in the library more than I can count. It was tiring and unpleasant, but it was entirely worthwhile because each credit hour demonstrated that Dad was wrong about me. College was more than simply school for me, it was an escape. My grades were not ideal, but they were constant. B's and A's, Dean's List for 3 semesters. Not bad for studying in a gas station restroom. During one of our phone talks, Noah mentioned Ethan's 16th birthday party. Dad bought him a car, Noah explained, attempting to seem nonchalant. A Camaro. Brand new. A crazy Camaro for a kid who had never worked in his life. Meanwhile, I drive a 2003 Honda with 200,000 miles and a check engine light that I've dubbed. My birthday's coming up, he remarked gently. I'm not expecting a car or anything, but maybe. He did not continue his sentence. He did not have to. We both knew there would be no car, party, or anything near to what Ethan had received. So I began saving for Noah's 18th birthday that night. Every extra money, tip from the gas station, and returned can and bottle went into a jar dubbed E's Freedom Fund, because I was afraid that when my younger brother turned 18, he'd get the same speech I did. My graduation was on a Thursday in December, rather than the customary spring ceremony. To complete my studies quickly, I had been taking lessons all year. David and Rebecca attended the ceremony and cheered louder than everyone else as I walked across the stage. Ryan was there too, pleased of his pal for pulling this off. Dad did not come. We hadn't communicated in 2 years, so I had no idea I was graduating. Noah had asked him about it, as I subsequently discovered. He mentioned that his sibling was finishing college soon. Dad responded, "Good for him." That was it. But, you know what? Screw him. I did not graduate with his approval. I graduated for myself, Noah, and Mom. I knew she'd be proud. During my last semester, I began to receive job offers. The abilities I earned while working 2 jobs and attending school were exactly what logistics businesses were seeking for. I accepted a position with Meridian Supply Solutions. Starting income is $45,000, with health benefits and 401k matching. It felt like winning the lottery. My first actual apartment was a one-bedroom in a nice neighborhood. It had a fully equipped kitchen, a bathroom that did not require sharing, and windows that genuinely opened. After 18 months they were promoted to senior analyst, earning an additional $15,000. I was good at this job. Very good. By the time I was 25, I was earning $75,000 and had recently been promoted to regional manager. I had my own office, team, and was respected by CEOs twice my age. Throughout it all, I kept phoning Noah and saw him develop into a brilliant, resilient young guy who'd learned to survive in a place where he wasn't wanted. I moved into a larger space 3 months before his 18th birthday. 2 bedrooms, a solid school district, and everything a child needs to graduate high school and begin college. I'd been waiting for this call for months, ever since he turned 18 and discovered that Dad's concept of freedom was just as flawed the second time around. Hell, I had been preparing for it for 7 years. However, my phone rang at 11:47 p.m. When I saw Noah's name on the screen, my stomach fell. "He did it," Noah announced before I could say hi. His voice was calm, but I could hear the pain beneath. "Same speech you got." I was sitting in my living room when I had a flashback to being 18 and being ejected out my dad's kitchen. He laughed. Monica was standing right behind him the whole time, nodding along like a freaking bobblehead. That's not surprising. Monica had spent years organizing this moment, just as she had planned mine. Dad said, "I have until Sunday to make arrangements." Sunday. 3 days. At least I had a week. "Pack your stuff," I informed him. "I'm coming to get you." "You don't have to." "Like hell I don't. You're not staying in that house another minute longer than necessary." There was silence on the other end, and for a little moment, I believed the call had been dropped. Then I heard him wail. Perhaps for the first time since Mother died. "I thought maybe it would be different," he told me. "Maybe because I kept my head down, got good grades, never caused problems. Maybe he'd actually want me to stay." And there it was, the thing that shattered my heart after everything Dad and Monica had put him through. Noah still had hopes for their approval. "Listen to me," I instructed. "This isn't about you. This is about him choosing his new family over us." That night, I traveled there with Ryan in my pickup. Yeah, Ryan, still my best friend after all these years. When I called him and described the situation, he didn't hesitate. "Same as last time?" he inquired. "Same as last time." We got to the house at 12:30 a.m. All of the lights were turned off except for Noah's window. Dad's automobile was in the driveway. Monica's Escalade was parked behind it, like it always is. Noah was waiting for us, holding 3 rubbish bags and a cardboard box. He lived in that house for 7 years, and everything fit in my truck bed with plenty of room to spare. "You sure about this?" Ryan inquired as we filled the bags. "No going back once we leave." Noah stared at the home and then at us. "There's nothing to go back to." Smart youngster. He had figured out what I had been learning for 18 years. We drove back to my home in silence. I had already set up the extra bedroom with a bed, desk and dresser, everything a high school senior would need. I talked with the school district about moving his records. I ensured that he could complete his final year without any disruption. When we arrived at my flat, he just stood in the center of the living room, looking around. "Damn, this is really happening," he exclaimed. "Yeah, it's really happening. You hungry?" We ended up ordering pizza at 2 a.m., staying up until dawn to discuss. Not about Dad or Monica or the disaster we'd left behind, but about the future. All the possibilities that existed when you weren't constantly walking on eggshells. The next morning, I established the ground rules. The same ones David Miller gave me when I moved in with them. Stay out of trouble, help around the house, keep your grades up. You do that, and you can concentrate on being a child rather than working 3 jobs like I did. "I want to get a job," Noah explained. "I want to contribute." "You don't have to." "I want to," he stated. "I've never had my own money. I want to know what that feels like." So he took a job bussing tables at a nearby restaurant on weekends. For 8 years, we had no touch with Dad, Monica, or Ethan. The radio is silent. It was as if they had never existed. And really, we were better off. Noah graduated from high school with a 3.9 GPA and was accepted into State University on an academic scholarship. Not a full ride, but enough to cover the majority of tuition. I promised him I'd manage the rest, that he should concentrate on his studies and not worry about money. You sure? He inquired. College is expensive. So is therapy, I replied. And I'd rather pay for your education than pay someone to listen to your rants. He chuckled at it, but I was serious. Every dime I spent on his college was a rejection of Dad's ideology. Throughout those 8 years, I continued to ascend the ladder. The regional manager advanced to the position of district manager and then vice president of operations. By 30, I was making 6 figures and had a corner office with a view. I met Clara in 2021. She was a marketing director I had met at work, smart, humorous, and unimpressed by corporate crap. When I told her about my family issue, she made no attempt to resolve it or promote reconciliation. She just said, "Their loss," and meant it. Clara adored Noah, as if he were the little brother she never had. Helped him choose classes, trained him to drive manual shift, and provided him advice on his dating life like a normal big sister. For the first time since Mom's death, we felt like a real family. Then they figured out I was paying for Noah's college. The call arrived on a Monday afternoon. My assistant disrupted a client meeting. "I'm sorry, but you have a call from someone claiming to be your stepmother. She says it's urgent." I excused myself and accepted the call. "Hello. Hi, this is Monica. I hope you're doing well." After some awkward small conversation and pretending to care, she disclosed. "By the way, I heard you're paying for Noah's tuition. That's very thoughtful. You know, your brother Ethan is starting college in the fall, and we were wondering if you'd be willing to help with tuition too." I had to put down my phone for a moment and marvel at it. "Let me get this straight. You want me, the son your husband kicked out 8 years ago, to pay for the college education of the kid he kept?" "Well, when you put it like that." "How else would I put it, Monica?" She began telling a sob story about finances, Ethan's potential, and how they were struggling to pay college. Meanwhile, I am thinking about Ethan's Camaro, their Disney excursions, and the kitchen makeover. "The answer is no," I replied. "I'm happy to pay for my brother's education. I'm not paying for Ethan's." "How could you be so cruel? He's your brother too. You're being unreasonable." I hung up before she had finished her sentence. I sat in my office looking out at the metropolitan skyline and began giggling. The sheer boldness of these folks never ceases to surprise me. Then came the elderly man. He called the same day and got straight to the point. "You are paying for Ethan's tuition if you like it or not. You don't get to act up on us the moment you get money. Do you understand? We're still your family. I won't let you." I hung up on him while he was barking, then blocked his number. But they weren't finished. Within 48 hours, my phone was inundated with calls and texts from relatives I hadn't spoken with since high school graduation. Suddenly, every aunt, uncle, and cousin expressed strong feelings about my selfishness. My phone was continuously vibrating with texts from aunts, uncles, and cousins I hadn't spoken to in years, all of which included the same message. How could I have been so harsh to Ethan? How could I play favorites? Didn't I understand that family meant supporting one another? Family, correct? The finest one came from my cousin Olivia, Dad's niece, whom I hadn't spoken with since Mom's burial. "I can't believe you're being so petty. Ethan didn't choose this situation any more than you did. He's just a kid trying to go to college. You're successful now, why can't you help him out? It's what your mom would have wanted." These folks are invoking Mom's memories to guilt me into financing Monica's children's education. I contacted my Uncle Frank, Dad's brother, always the most forthright guy in the family, because I needed to know what Dad had told everyone. "Frank, what did Dad tell you about why I left home?" A long pause. "He said you wanted to be independent, got into some argument about house rules and decided to move out. Said you were going through a rebellious phase." House rules. Rebellious period. After 8 years of deception, the family believed every word. And Noah? The same story. Noah said he was following my terrible example. Rather than obeying his parents, he wanted to play home with his older brother. I hung up and sat for a minute. This son of a bitch had rewrote history, making himself the victim of ungrateful children, rather than the deadbeat father who had abandoned his children for a new family. That's when I decided it was time to reveal the truth. I scheduled a group video call with the extended family. I mailed invites to everyone who had been lecturing me about my selfishness. I told them I wanted to clear up some misconceptions. 15 folks showed up. When everyone was on television, I lay everything out. Since there seems to be confusion about what happened 8 years ago, let me clarify. I didn't choose to leave. Dad kicked me out. Same thing happened to Noah. We didn't run away. We got thrown away. You could hear a pin drop. For 8 years, none of you reached out. Not one call asking if we were okay. You believed Dad's lies without checking on us. But now that you want something from me, suddenly I'm family again. My Aunt Margaret attempted to interrupt. Dad chose his new family over his biological kids, and all of you enabled it. Now you're mad that I won't subsidize the golden child's education. Too bad. I canceled the call and blocked all of them. Clara found me in my office later. Do you feel better? She questioned. Getting there, I said. But I wasn't done yet. Something had been troubling me about the entire incident. How did they discover out that I was paying for Noah's college? Only 4 individuals knew: myself, Clara, Noah, and my financial advisor. I phoned Noah. Who else knows about the tuition payments? Nobody. I never told anyone. Why? How did Monica find out? It took some digging, but I eventually figured it out. One of Monica's acquaintances, a woman called Vanessa who worked in the college's financial aid office, looked up Noah's account, noticed that his tuition was being paid by a third party, did some cross-referencing, and discovered it was mine. This was not only a significant violation of privacy regulations, but it was also most likely the catalyst for the entire mess. Monica's friend gave her information she had no right to, and Monica used that knowledge to find me down and demand money. It's time to consult a lawyer. FERPA infractions are a severe issue. When institutions mishandle student information, they risk losing federal funds. The Department of Education takes privacy intrusions seriously. Within a week, we had evidence that Vanessa had accessed Noah's data without authority and exchanged sensitive material with Monica. We had witnesses, timestamps, and all of the necessary evidence to make a case. When the college received our letter, they panicked. These kind of breaches have the potential to shut down government financial aid programs, thereby killing them. They were determined to make this go away quietly. We settled on $75,000, which would cover Noah's remaining tuition and graduate school if he wanted it. Vanessa was dismissed. The college has established new privacy protocols, and I gained joy from seeing karma work in real time. But that was only the warm-up performance. Remember how I mentioned that I work in supply chain management? It's a smaller industry than you might expect, and people talk. Word spreads about who is trustworthy, who is not, who you want to deal with, and who you should avoid. Dad's plumbing business had been struggling for several years. It turns out that when you spend all of your time playing suburban dad, rather than running your business, things start to fall apart. He had been attempting to secure contracts with some of the larger construction companies, including a number with which I had contacts. I did not sabotage anything. I did not disparage him or propagate false information. I simply made sure that the appropriate individuals were aware of his character. Funny how rapidly word spreads in professional circles when someone's ethics are called into question. Dad was unable to secure any contracts within 6 months. Companies that were considering working with him suddenly discovered other options. Credit lines have dried up. Suppliers began demanding payment in front. The suburban ideal lifestyle he'd built with loans began to crumble. He had to sell Mom's house, which was where Noah and I grew up. I moved into a rental across town. Everything was downsized. Let half of his staff go. Ethan had to transfer from his costly private college to a community college since they could not pay the tuition. And Monica, darling Monica, who'd spent 8 years playing suburban parent with someone else's kid's inheritance, filed for divorce 6 months after it ran out. Apparently her affection was dependent on Dad's ability to support the lifestyle she had grown accustomed to. She took half of what little was left, moved back in with her parents, and immediately began seeing another guy with better financial prospects. Ethan went with her. Naturally. Kid has never recognized Dad as his biological father, so there he was, alone, broke and abandoned by the new family he had chosen over his biological children. The irony was so exquisite, I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Do you know what they say about karma? She is patient, but she consistently collects. By early 2022, Dad's life had entirely collapsed. The business was no more. The home was gone. Monica was gone. And Ethan had accompanied his mother to the new sugar daddy she had discovered. Dad was working as an employee for the first time in 20 years, living in a rundown apartment, and most likely wondering what went wrong. I should have felt satisfied. The dad who kicked out his own children to play home with his new family got exactly what he deserved. However, there was still one more shoe to drop. See, I had been chronicling everything for 8 years. Every slur against Noah, every Facebook post about Ethan's accomplishments while neglecting those of his stepson, and every family gathering to which we were not invited. I had receipts dated back to the day I was kicked out. Why? Because a part of me knew this would happen. The call arrived on a Sunday evening. I was at home with Clara, making supper and discussing our plans for the weekend. When I saw Dad's number on my phone, I almost didn't answer. We hadn't spoken in 8 years, since the day I picked up Noah, but curiosity triumphed. "Hello, son." His voice sounded old and exhausted. "I was hoping we could talk." Son. Right now I was his son again. About what? About family. About making things right. I set the phone to speaker so Clara could hear. She raised an eyebrow but said nothing. "I know I made mistakes," Dad said. "I know things got complicated after your mother died. And maybe I didn't handle the situation perfectly, but we're family. That has to count for something." Complicated. That's what he called it. "Now what do you want?" I inquired. "I want my sons back." "Oh, that's a lot of nerve." A long pause. "Look, I thought I was doing the right thing. Teaching you responsibility. Helping you become men. Maybe my methods were wrong. But my intentions were good." "Sure, let's discuss his aims." "And now, what's changed?" Another pause. "I'm getting older, I've lost everything, I don't want to lose my sons too." There it was. He had lost everything else. So he wanted us back. "Dad, let me ask you something. In the 8 years since you kicked us out, how many times did you call to check on us?" It was quiet. "How many times did you come to Noah's school events?" There was further stillness. "How many birthdays did you remember? How many holidays did you invite us to?" "I thought you didn't want anything to do with me." "We were kids, Dad. It was your job to maintain the relationship, not ours." I could hear him gasping on the other end, most likely trying to figure out how to spin this. "I know I wasn't perfect," he finally confessed. "But I'm willing to make amends. We could start fresh, put the past behind us." As if 8 years of abandonment were nothing but a distant memory. "What about Ethan?" I questioned. "Is he part of this family reunion?" Ethan's with his mother now. This is about us. About my real family. Now Noah and I were his true family. It's funny how things change when you're abandoned." "I'll think about it," I said. "Of course. Take all the time you need." I hung up and stared at Clara. She shook her head. "You're not seriously considering this," she told me. "Nah. But I want to see how far he's willing to go." Over the next few weeks, Dad kept calling, leaving voicemails about family, regrets, and a desire to make things right. He even sent Noah a card. My brother's first birthday card from him in 8 years. Noah brought it over to my house, still in its envelope. He opened it and found a generic birthday card from the drugstore with a handwritten note. "I'm sorry for everything. I miss you. Love, Dad." Noah asked me, "What are you going to do?" That's when I told him about the records I'd been keeping. "I'm going to give him what he wants," I told him. "A family reunion. But it's going to be on our terms." I called Dad back the following week. "I've been thinking about what you said," I informed him. "I'm so glad to hear that, son." "There are conditions." "Of course. Whatever you need." "First, Noah and I want a full accounting of what happened to Mom's life insurance money and our college funds." Pause. "Well, that's complicated. There were medical bills. We have copies of Mom's insurance policies. We know how much you got. We want to know where it went." Longer pause. "That money was used for family expenses." "Ethan's car was a family expense?" "I don't see how relitigating the past is going to help us move forward." "Second condition. We want you to tell the extended family the truth about what happened. All of it. No more lies about us choosing to leave." "Son, I don't think that's necessary. Those are the terms. Full financial accounting and public acknowledgement of what you did. Take it or leave it." He took some time to consider it. They called me back 3 days later. "Okay," he said. "I agree to your terms." "Good, let's meet next Sunday." On Sunday afternoon, Clara and I traveled to Dad's apartment. It was in an outdated complex. Dad answered the door, appearing older than his years, the overall impression of a man battered by life. The flat was small, claustrophobic, and filled with garage sale furnishings. We sat at his kitchen table, and I took out a folder. "The financial accounting you promised, I told you." He opened it, and his face turned white. Insurance paperwork, bank statements, records detailing exactly how Mom's insurance money was spent. Monica's automobile, Ethan's equipment, Disney vacations. How did you get these? Public records. The question is, why did Mom's insurance money pay for Ethan's Camaro instead of Noah's college fund? I was trying to blend the families. I thought if I treated Ethan like my own son. You already had 2 sons, Clara stated. The second part of the deal was telling the truth to the extended family, I explained to him. Good, because I've already sent them this. I showed him an email on my phone. Complete timeline, paperwork, and screenshots. Everything I'd been saving for 8 years. He read through it, his face turning pale. Number, this will ruin me. No, Dad, you ruined yourself. Now you live with the consequences. Same as Noah and I had to do when you kicked us out. I rose up and moved toward the door. Wait, Dad said. What about us being a family again? I thought we had an agreement. We stopped being family the day you chose them over us. If you thought we could play house again after all these years, you were wrong. But I'm apologizing now. Come on, son, don't be so cruel. You're negotiating, there's a difference. Clara and I left him staring at his card table, surrounded by reminders of his failures. The extended family's response to my email was immediate and predictable. The ones who had been lecturing me on family values suddenly became very silent. A few people attempted to call with feeble apologies, but the most simply pretended the email never happened. My granddad called 3 days later. I owe you an apology, he explained. I should have checked on you boys. Yes, you should have. Is there anything I can do now? Nothing that matters. Too little, too late. He did not argue. Good. Noah went through all of the paperwork, looked at the family's feeble responses, and simply shrugged. I'm not surprised, he replied. I stopped expecting anything from them years ago. Dad called a few more times in the next months, but I never answered. What was left to say? I had given him the family reunion he desired, but not in the way he had envisaged. I last heard from Ryan, whose mother had run into Dad at the supermarket store. He was working 2 jobs, trying to get out of debt, and living alone in that dismal apartment. What shall I say? Karma is a bitch. My mom opened credit cards in my name. When I confronted her, she snapped, "You should have budgeted better." My mother adopted Lila Bennett when I was 29. She was called a miraculous blessing from heaven. I was pleased for Mom. She has felt lonely since Dad died. Lila Bennett was 17 and about to age out of foster care. Mom wanted to give her a chance. Noble cause. I fully backed it. Even assisted with the adoption fees. $6,200 of my savings. The first month was excellent. Mom was shining. Lila Bennett was kind, helpful and thankful. Then everything changed. Mom began calling me with requests. Lila Bennett needs new school clothing. Could you take her shopping? Sure, Mom. I spent $950 that day. Lila Bennett selected all designer items. Mom claimed she earned it after her difficult life. Lila Bennett will need a laptop for school next week. $2,400, followed by a phone. Latest model. An additional $1,200. Mom would call and cry. This poor youngster has never had anything good. You had everything growing up. You can afford to support your sister. She is not my sister, Mom. She's your adoptive daughter. How could you be so cold? She is now family. By month 4, I was Lila Bennett's personal ATM. Dance courses cost $900 per month. Private instruction costs $720. Clothing, shoes, and spending money. Mom never inquired if I could afford it. I figured I'd pay. Meanwhile, Mom forgot about my birthday. First time in 29 years. She was taking Lila Bennett for a spa weekend. Lila Bennett required rest following her difficult background. I paid for this spa weekend. I attempted to set boundaries. Mom, I can't continue to finance everything for Lila Bennett. You have a pension. She felt offended. This hardly covers our costs. You do well financially. Lila Bennett deserves the same opportunities that you had. I worked through college, Mom. You forced me to acquire a job when I was 17. That was different. You were fortunate. Lila Bennett need caring. Christmas arrived. Mom invited me over. When I arrived, the tree was adorned with gifts. All for Lila Bennett. Mom hadn't even given me a card. I didn't want to make Lila Bennett feel awful by having you here with presents as well. This day is about making her feel special. I left. Mom called me selfish for spoiling Lila Bennett's first real Christmas. My mother called in January, worried. Lila Bennett was Accepted to a private college. $54,000 each year. You'll contribute with the tuition, right? Mom. I am saving for a house. Your sister's education is more vital than your own comfort. She isn't my sister, and I already have student loans for my own studies. You can afford both. Stop being greedy. I said, no. Mom did not talk to me for 3 weeks. Then she called, weeping. Lila Bennett was crushed. I thought I despised her. Mom claimed I was harming this child's future. Okay, I'll pay for 1 semester. Watch how she does. Lila Bennett failed every course. We spent the semester partying. $27,000 was squandered. Mom offered excuses. She's adapting. Never had structure before. Requires more help. Pay for another semester. No. This time, Mom went ugly. After everything I've sacrificed raising you, you can't even help your sister succeed. Did you make any sacrifices? I started working when I was 14 years old to buy my own clothing. You were a single mother trying her best. Now Lila Bennett requires the same assistance. Lila Bennett is receiving far more support than I ever did. That's when Mom played her card. I am altering my will. Everything goes to Lila Bennett. She really needs it. You are succeeded. You don't require inheritance. I laughed. What is the inheritance? Mom, your home has a second mortgage. Your automobile is 10 years old. Mom hung up. 3 days later, Lila Bennett phoned. Mom claims you're envious of me. I believe we should discuss. We met for coffee. Lila Bennett bought the most costly drink, placed it on my bill without asking, and then informed me about her plan. Mom promised me the home after her death, but I need it sooner. Can you purchase it from her now? Let us reside there, rentre. Are you serious? Mom is getting older. She need care. I cannot give it without stability. You want me to buy my mother's house and let you live there for free? It's what's best for Mom. I stood up and went. Lila Bennett reported to Mom that I was aggressive. Mom labeled me abusive. I said I had traumatized Lila Bennett. She was now experiencing anxiety attacks. The patient required treatment. Can I pay for it? That's when I made a decision. I called my mother's sister, Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins. I told her everything. Money, demands, and a threat of will. Margaret Maggie Collins was outraged. She had been sending money to her mother on a regular basis to help with expenditures, assuming she was struggling. I contacted Mom's brother, Daniel Brooks. The same story. He had been paying his mother's auto insurance and phone bill for Lila Bennett's benefit. We compared notes. Mom received over $4,500 each month from family members, in addition to her pension and my contributions for Lila Bennett. She had been playing everyone. We all ceased making payments immediately. Mom contacted each of us in a frenzy. Her debts were past due. Lila Bennett required items. We recommended she acquire a job. Alternatively, Lila Bennett may acquire a job. Mom was outraged. Lila Bennett was focused on her schoolwork. What studies? She quit out after failing. Mom hadn't informed anyone about that section last month. Mom phoned me weeping after Lila Bennett departed. I awoke the next morning and couldn't get out of bed right away. My phone was on the nightstand, with 6 missed calls from Mom, all from yesterday. Instead, I grabbed my laptop and launched my banking application. The checking account totaled $3,100. 3 months ago, it was $20,500. I went back to my credit card bills and totaled up the figures again, even though I already knew what they would be. Card 1 costs $950. Card 2 costs $13,900. Card 3 was capped at $16,500. Card 4 costs $7,400, $47,800 in 3 months. The laptop screen blurred, and I had to blink many times. Lila Bennett was gone and I should have been relieved, but instead I felt exhausted and dumb. I contacted my boss to tell her I had food poisoning. She said to feel better, and I hung up before she could ask any further questions. The apartment was quiet, and I sat there staring at the red numbers on the screen until they no longer resembled money and instead appeared to be an error I couldn't fix. Mom's first voicemail rang when I was pouring coffee. Her voice sounded faint and panicky. Lila Bennett cleared out the guest room and stole everything, even the laptop you purchased her. I need you to call me immediately back. The second communication arrived 12 minutes after the first. This is your fault for being so unsupportive, and Lila Bennett has left, and I have no idea where she is. The third message made Mom cry. You pushed her away with your attitude, and now I'm alone again. Message 4 accused me of jealousy. Message 5 stated, I needed to help fix the situation. Message 6, left after 11, stated that Lila Bennett had also taken the new phone, and mom needed me to replace it so she could try to reach her. I erased all 6 texts without replying. Whatever mom wanted would cost me money I didn't have, or energy I had already expended. She'd either ask me to go seek for Lila Bennett or pay over money to replace what Lila Bennett had taken. I poured my coffee and disconnected my phone from its charger. Margaret Maggie Collins phoned that evening as I was having cereal for dinner because I hadn't done my food shopping in 3 weeks. Her voice had an edge that I hadn't heard before. I hired Claire Donovan, a private investigator, to investigate into Lila Bennett's history. I almost dropped the spoon. Margaret Maggie Collins kept chatting. Claire Donovan discovered data from the state foster system. Lila Bennett has been adopted and returned by 3 separate homes over the last 4 years. Each time money went missing from the family, including large sums, credit cards, cash and jewelry that was sold. The first family lost over $22,000. The second family filed accusations, but Lila Bennett was a juvenile. Therefore the documents were sealed. The third family just returned her to the state without submitting a report. Despite the fact that I had eaten so little, my stomach felt terrible. Margaret Maggie Collins' voice became softer. Your mother either didn't look into Lila Bennett's background or noticed it and didn't care. Regardless, this was bound to happen. We hung up after Margaret Maggie Collins agreed to give me the investigator's report. I sat at my kitchen table with my bowl of soggy cereal, feeling vindicated, enraged, and foolish all at once. Daniel Brooks contacted me 4 days later with an idea. On Sunday afternoon, the family met at his residence. He had previously contacted Margaret Maggie Collins and mom's other brother, Michael Hayes, who resided 2 states away. Michael Hayes had also been giving mom money, around $900 each month, to assist with food. Daniel Brooks wanted everyone but mom to compare notes and determine out how much money she had accumulated. On Sunday, I drove to Daniel Brooks' house and discovered Margaret Maggie Collins already there, holding a notepad. Michael Hayes arrived 25 minutes later, looking exhausted from the journey. We sat around Daniel Brooks' dining room table, holding our bank statements and receipts. Daniel Brooks had been paying mom's auto insurance, $195 each month, as well as her phone bill, which was another $110. Margaret Maggie Collins had spent $675 a month on utilities. Michael Hayes paid $900 for food. My monthly payments for Lila Bennett totaled around $2,800, including normal bills and one-time purchases. We added it up 3 times to be sure. $6,900 per month for 3 months, plus mom's pension of around $2,650. Daniel Brooks contacted mom and asked her to come over, but she declined. You're all ganging up on me, and I refuse to be treated like a criminal. We sat there after Daniel Brooks hung up, realizing we needed to assist mom confront reality without encouraging whatever she was doing. Margaret Maggie Collins advised us to set limits and keep to them. Michael Hayes said mom needed to learn that her actions had repercussions. I simply wanted to stop feeling like an ATM machine. Mom's landlord contacted me 3 weeks after Lila Bennett departed. The voice on the phone seemed professional yet annoying. Your mother designated you as her emergency contact, and her rent is 45 days late. I could feel my face getting heated. What amount does she owe? $2,100 for this month, plus late fees. I promised the landlord I'd call him back, then contacted my mother. She answered the first ring. Before I could say anything about the rent, she began screaming about Lila Bennett stealing her jewelry box and the money she had been saving. I interrupted her. Your landlord has just phoned me. You are 1 month overdue on your rent. Silence on the other end. Mom. More silence. Then she began talking quickly about how the money from the family had been going toward Lila Bennett's expenditures, and she suddenly didn't have enough to cover everything. What are the expenditures, Mom? Lila Bennett is no longer alive. I got a new couch last month since the old one was going apart, and I rented a newer automobile because mine was constantly breaking down. The words spilled out before I could stop them. You spent our money on furnishings and a vehicle. She became defensive. I needed those things, and Lila Bennett needed a comfortable house. I asked her explicitly how much debt she owed. She admits spending $19,500 on credit cards. Her pension barely paid her utility bills, car leasing and insurance. Everything else had come from relatives. Margaret Maggie Collins urged me to check my credit record when I phoned her about my mother's debt. I signed on to the credit monitoring website that I had been neglecting for months and watched the page load. 2 credit cards I didn't recognize appeared under my accounts. Card 1 from a large bank was opened 9 months ago. The balance is $8,200. Card 2 is from a department shop that opened 7 months ago. The balance is $5,100. My hands became shaky. I navigated through the transaction history, cash advances, internet shopping sites, and eateries in Mom's area that I'd never visited. The cards were unwrapped before Lila Bennett arrived. I phoned Margaret Maggie Collins back, and my voice sounded strangely high. Mom opened credit cards under my name 9 months ago. Margaret Maggie Collins cursed, something I had not heard her do before. That is identity theft. You ought to report this, but she is my mother. Margaret Maggie Collins' voice became harsh. She is also a thief. I hung up and gazed at my laptop screen until the numbers no longer made sense. The Lila Bennett issue was horrible enough, but at least I decided to give the money. This was different. This was Mom stealing from me before Lila Bennett came into the scene. The attorney's office was located in a plain downtown building with beige carpeting and fluorescent lighting. Andrew Cole was younger than I imagined, perhaps 35, with spectacles and a worn countenance. He listened as I described the credit cards and showed him the statements I had printed. When I finished speaking, he reclined back in his chair. This is textbook identity theft and financial fraud. You can submit a police complaint and dispute the charges with your credit card company. They will investigate, and you will not be held accountable for the fake debt. I felt relieved for approximately 3 seconds before he continued talking. However, submitting the report implies that the police will investigate your mother. If they discover proof that she opened the accounts, which they will based on what you've given me, she might face criminal charges. Identity theft is a crime. I sat there, feeling my stomach plummet. So I have to decide between my financial future and perhaps sending my mother to jail. Andrew Cole nodded slowly. Unfortunately, these are your alternatives. He gave me documentation to take home and study. I left his office feeling ill. I went to Mom's house, carrying the credit card statements in a folder on my passenger seat. She answered the door, appearing smaller than usual and dressed in an old robe, despite the fact that it was 3 p.m. I stepped past her into the living area and noticed the new couch she had described, a gray sectional that cost around $2,400. I placed the folder on the coffee table and opened it. When Mom glanced at the documents, her face turned white. Where did you obtain this? I pulled my credit report. You opened 2 cards under my name 9 months ago. She attempted to talk, but nothing came out at first. Then she started making excuses. I was desperate. The pension wasn't sufficient. You have a lot of money, I interrupted her. I am drowning in debt because of you and Lila Bennett. $47,000 on my legitimate cards, plus $13,500 on the bogus ones. She became enraged then. You should have budgeted better. I felt a crack inside me. If you do not sign a payment agreement immediately, I will file a police report. Her expression swung from amazement to fury, and then she began weeping. Would you really do it to your mother? I brought out the agreement that Andrew Cole had helped me draft. $65 every month until the $13,500 is paid back. 208 months, and 17 years. She snatched the paper with trembling hands and read it. This is absurd. Sign that. Or I'll go to the police today. She signed. Daniel Brooks contacted me 4 weeks later, his voice tense with rage. Lila Bennett contacted my daughter via Instagram, telling her she was homeless and in need of aid. My cousin Emily Brooks was 20 and worked part-time at a coffee shop. She was about to send Lila Bennett $250 when Daniel Brooks discovered the texts and stopped her. He had given Emily Brooks the investigator's findings and described what Lila Bennett had done to her family. I felt protective wrath rush through me. She is currently addressing the younger generation. Daniel Brooks agreed. I'm warning everyone with children. She's probably looking over a list of everyone associated with your mother. I thanked him before hanging up. Then I phoned Claire Donovan and asked her to look into what Lila Bennett had been doing since she departed. 4 days later, Claire Donovan called back with information that made me want to hurl my phone across the room. Lila Bennett lives with Evan Miller, a 34-year-old guy from the neighboring county. They're at an apartment that he's renting. I discovered her social media sites with a new identity. She has postings from 2 weeks ago talking about defrauding her wealthy adoptive parents. One message referred to your mother as a foolish old lady who believed everything. Claire Donovan provided me screenshots, which I looked at on my PC. Lila Bennett's face and images appeared pleasant and arrogant. The piece discussed how simple it was to deceive those who wanted to feel like heroes. There was no sorrow or shame, only gratification from pulling off a good scam. I saved all of the screenshots to a folder on my desktop and felt something settle within me. This evidence that Lila Bennett never cared, that everything was premeditated, let me accept what had occurred. The evidence was obvious and conclusive. I sent Claire Donovan's report to Daniel Brooks and Margaret Maggie Collins that evening. The screenshots were stored to a shared cloud folder that we made to capture everything relating to Mom and Lila Bennett. Daniel Brooks phoned me 12 minutes later and informed me that he was adding his daughter's Instagram interaction to the folder. We're putting together a case without really intending to, simply attempting to protect ourselves and track the harm. Margaret Maggie Collins texted the group chat, wondering if we should reveal Mom the proof about Lila Bennett's social media posts. I replied back that Mom was unlikely to believe it and would make excuses. Daniel Brooks agreed. We resolved to keep the knowledge to ourselves unless Mom mentioned Lila Bennett again. My phone rang at 2 a.m., 4 days later. Mom's name appeared on the screen. I almost didn't respond because I was tired of her manipulative behavior and late-night turmoil. But something prompted me to pick up. She's breathing quickly, and her voice sounds strange. I'm at the hospital with chest problems. You are still my emergency contact. They need you to come. My heart pounds as I sit up in bed, wondering if this is genuine or a scam. Where are you, St. Mary's ER? Please come. I put on pants and a sweater and drive to the hospital, angry and concerned at the same time. Throughout the journey I kept thinking about the letter Claire Donovan discovered in which Lila Bennett proposed faking medical problems. This might be just that. But what if it is true and I disregard it? The ER waiting room smells like cleaning chemicals and stale coffee. I provide my mother's name at the receptionist, and a nurse leads me back to a small room with beeping machines and bright lights. Mom is laying on a bed with cables linked to her chest. Her face appears pallid and aged. She reaches for my hand as soon as she sees me. I am afraid. I think I am having a heart attack. I sat on the plastic chair next to her bed without taking her hand. The physicians are doing tests. She nods. They took blood. Did they do an EKG and say they needed to monitor me? A doctor arrives 25 minutes later with a pill and a fatigued look. He informs Mom that the tests suggest it is not a heart attack. It appears to be a panic attack, but her blood pressure is really high and she should lower her stress and see her usual doctor. Mom begins to cry and says she has been under a lot of stress. The doctor nods and exits. I sit for 7 hours while they perform further tests and check her blood pressure. Mom falls asleep at 6 a.m. Her handbag is resting on the chair next to me. I need to find her insurance card to complete the papers they handed me. I open the handbag and search through receipts, old Kleenex, and a wallet. There's a folded piece of paper in the side pocket. I take it out and unfurl it. It is a letter. Lila Bennett's handwriting is at the top, along with a date from 2 months before she departed. I begin reading, and my stomach drops. The letter discusses their strategy to acquire additional money from me. Lila Bennett writes about how I'm starting to resist and proposes that Mom stage a medical emergency if I keep saying no. Says I'll cave if I believe Mom is dying. Suggests chest pains, which usually draw attention. I reread the letter 3 times. Each time I feel worse. Mom knew. She understood precisely what Lila Bennett was doing. They planned it jointly. Mom was not the victim of Lila Bennett's deception. She was a willing partner. I fold the letter and place it in my jacket pocket. My hands tremble. Mom awakens about 7:30. She blinks at the fluorescent lights before looking at me. Thank you for attending. I could have died. I grab the letter out of my pocket and unfold it. Hold it up so that she can see. Did you realize Lila Bennett was using you to defraud her family? Mom's eyes widened. Where did you obtain those? Your purse. While searching for your insurance card. Answer the question. She reaches for the letter, but I draw it back. That is private. It is evidence. Did you know what Lila Bennett was doing? Mom's face changes. Goes from stunned to defensive. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The letter actually details your strategy to stage medical emergencies. She looks away. Begin picking at the hospital blanket. I knew Lila Bennett had been in trouble previously, but I believed that if I offered her love and money, she would change. That is not an answer. Did you realize she was defrauding us? Mom's been silent for a while. Then she nods. I got caught up in the fact that someone needed me. After your father died, I felt worthless. Lila Bennett made me feel significant. I did not want to know the reality about what we were doing. For the first time, she apologizes for hurting me. Then she says she was lonely and heartbroken and didn't know what else to do. I fold the letter and put it back into my pocket. I'll assist you achieve stability, but only under certain conditions. What conditions? We're drafting a contract. I'm not going to give you any more money without conditions. Mom appears offended. I am your mother, not a business deal. You established credit cards in my name and prepared fictitious emergencies with Lila Bennett. This is a commercial transaction now. She does not argue after that. I phone Andrew Cole from the hospital parking lot and tell him what I found. He claims he can create an agreement and have it ready by tomorrow. I drive home, sleep for 4 hours, and then head to Andrew Cole's office. The contract that Andrew Cole makes is basic. Mom must get financial advice. Pay me back $65 each month for the fake credit cards. Have no communication with Lila Bennett, save that I will only grant emergency assistance after ensuring that the need is genuine. I carry the contract to Mom's residence 3 days after she is released from the hospital. She reads at her kitchen table. Her mouth tightens. You are treating me like a criminal. You perpetrated fraud on me. Sign it, or I'll file a police report. She picks up the pen. Her hand shakes as she signs her name at the bottom. I create a copy on her printer and leave one for her. Take mine back to my flat and place it in the folder with all of the other paperwork. Having specific guidelines written down helps me feel stronger rather than guilty all the time. 4 weeks pass. Mom calls on Tuesday afternoon. Her voice sounds natural, not scared. My automobile requires repairs. $375. I cannot go to my doctor's visits without it. I'm at work and walk outside to answer the call. Request a written estimate from the mechanic beforehand. What? You not trust me? The contract requires that I verify emergencies before assisting. She erupts. Starts shrieking at me, calling me a terrible daughter who doesn't care if she dies because she can't go to the doctor, that I'm punishing her for a single error. She raised me better than this. I hung up. She called back 4 times. I don't respond. She does not talk to me for 14 days. The stillness is soothing rather than painful. I do not miss her calls or guilt trips. On day 15, she texts to see if I'm free for coffee. I say no. A Facebook message arrives in my filtered inbox on a Saturday morning. It is from Lila Bennett. Long paragraphs about Mom informing everyone that I abandoned them both. Lila Bennett wants to apologize and explain her side of the story. The message states that she is pregnant and afraid, that her mother is ill as a result of my actions, and that she just wants one chance to make things right. Each statement is intended to make me feel bad. I recognize all of the manipulative techniques Claire Donovan warned me about. The phony pregnancy, the blame, the assertion that one talk will resolve everything. I capture the entire communication and forward it to Andrew Cole, noting that Lila Bennett is still attempting to defraud me. Then I block Lila Bennett on Facebook, Instagram, and every other platform I can think of. Blocking her feels powerful, as if I'm finally learning to defend myself rather than falling for phony sorrow. 5 months after the family ceased providing money, Mom's landlord filed for eviction. Mom calls me weeping. I am going to be homeless. They are kicking me out. I cannot live on the street. I call the landlord immediately to confirm the problem. Mom owes 5 months of rent. Has not applied to any help programs. Has not sought for cheaper homes, despite receiving a list of budget flats. When the landlord talks about Mom, he seems exhausted. He claims he granted her extensions and payment arrangements, but she spent her money on other things instead of rent. I contact Margaret Maggie Collins to explain the problem. We spent the weekend assisting Mom in finding a tiny apartment that costs around 40% less than her current residence. Daniel Brooks agrees to co-sign the lease. Mom weeps as she sees the new flat. It's rather little. This is the amount you can afford. She relocates 3 weeks later. I assist her pack while seeing her lose the house she's lived in for 16 years. Half of me is saddened to see her downsize her entire life into a little one-bedroom apartment. But another half understands that this outcome was inevitable. She caused the issue by lying, stealing, and failing to budget. Daniel Brooks, Margaret Maggie Collins and I meet in a coffee shop the week after Mom's move. We sit at a corner table, holding notebooks and coffee mugs. We need a strategy for assisting mom that does not allow her to manipulate us or exhaust anybody too much. Daniel Brooks advises that we rotate checking on her. We each take 1 week every month. Margaret Maggie Collins believes we should split her treatment copays 3 ways if she attends therapy. I emphasize that she must present documentation before receiving financial assistance. We write everything down, make a shared calendar for the check-in cycle, and set up a group chat to coordinate. Things seem doable rather than having my extended family's support makes overwhelming. We all believe that assisting mom entails acknowledging that she will likely never completely realize what she did wrong, but we can still provide her fundamental needs without supporting bad conduct. In November, I started visiting a therapist named Dr. Elena Ramirez. She specializes in treating family trauma and financial abuse. Her workspace features gentle lighting and cozy seats. During the first session, I tell her everything about mom, Lila Bennett, and the money. Dr. Elena Ramirez listens without interfering. Then she asks about my childhood. I spoke about working since I was 14, how my mother forced me to buy my own clothes, and how I always felt responsible for my mother's pleasure. Dr. Elena Ramirez helps me identify trends that I hadn't recognized previously. My mother used guilt and responsibility to dominate me my whole life. The Lila Bennett case was simply an extreme version of pre-existing dynamics. I cry in her office, recognizing that mom's deception did not begin with Lila Bennett. It began when I was a child, and my mother made me feel responsible for alleviating her loneliness when my father died. Processing this hurts, but Dr. Elena Ramirez helps me to distinguish between love and responsibility. Shows me that defending myself does not imply that I am a terrible daughter. Each session helps me realize that I can care for mom without compromising myself. 7 months after Lila Bennett's departure, mom and I met for lunch at a place none of us had chosen. Neutral territory. We sat across from each other, menus between us. Mom appears older than she did a year ago. I am more weary. We order our dinner and then sit in awkward quiet. Finally, mother talks. I detest that you achieved success while I feel as if I wasted my life. Having Lila Bennett made me feel important and needed, which I hadn't felt since your father died. Her honesty astounds me. I tell her that I need her to view me as a person rather than a resource, and that I can't continue to be her solution to every problem. She nods slowly, doesn't quite understand, but agrees to continue trying in treatment. We eat our meals and discuss about trivial stuff like the weather, her new apartment, and my job. Nothing profound, but it is honest. We leave the restaurant knowing that our relationship will never be what any of us desired, but it can be authentic and have limits. That seems like plenty. I've been double-checking every dime for 8 months now. Lucas Grant provides me weekly statistics that show my debt lowering piece by bit. I eat leftovers for lunch and avoid buying new clothing. My coworkers go out for happy hour, while I stay home. The sacrifices accumulate slowly, like coins in a jar. By month 7, I've saved $13,500. By the 8th month, I had saved $17,000, which was enough for a small down payment. I meet with Rebecca Turner, a real estate agent, who shows me 3 properties within my budget. The first one requires too much effort. The second one is located on a busy thoroughfare. The third is a little 2-bedroom ranch with old carpet but solid bones. I submitted an offer the same day. The vendor accepts within 36 hours. 4 weeks later, I'm signing paperwork in a title company office. My hand is cramping from writing my name so many times. The mortgage officer pushes the last document across the desk and says, "Congratulations." I walk out of that office as a homeowner. My house, not mom's, and not for Lila Bennett. Mine. I buy paint and spend weekends painting the bland walls in hues I truly enjoy. Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins helps me hang drapes. Uncle Daniel Brooks installs new light fittings in the kitchen. Mom even comes up on moving day with a casserole dish. She moves through the rooms, gazing at everything with an expression I don't understand. The home is tiny. She whispers it quietly, but I can hear her. I choose not to answer since nothing I say will change her perspective. We eat pizza on the floor of my empty living room, and my mother relates a tale about my father that makes me giggle. For one afternoon, everything feels almost normal. 6 weeks later, my phone calls while I am at work. Claire Donovan's name appears on the screen. I step outdoors to accept the call. She tells me Lila Bennett was arrested in Nevada for stealing from an elderly couple she lived with. Lila Bennett explained that she was a nursing student who needed a place to stay while doing clinical rotations. Instead, she emptied their checking account and maxed up their credit cards. The couple's son apprehended her and alerted the police. Claire Donovan reports that Nevada and New Mexico have filed identical complaints, indicating a trend dating back nearly 3 years. The prosecution believes Lila Bennett will face jail time since the evidence is substantial and the victims are old. I felt a sense of relaxation sweep through me. Not quite bliss, but at least knowing she won't be able to hurt anybody else for a long. Claire Donovan adds that my police report on the identity theft helped establish Lila Bennett's background. I thank her before hanging up. That night, I called Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins to tell her the news. She responds, "Good." And we both sit quietly on the phone for a minute. That is all that any of us needs to say. 2 weeks after Claire Donovan's call, Mom arrives at my place unexpectedly. She is carrying a little plant in a ceramic pot and a white envelope. I open the door and she offers me both goods without speaking. The card inside features flowers on the front and 4 phrases written in Mom's handwriting. I apologize for not seeing you. There's no explanation. No excuses for Lila Bennett, loneliness, or anything else. Just these 7 words. I glance at Mom standing on my doorstep, and she stares back at me with tired eyes. This does not resolve anything between us. It does not erase the money, the manipulation, or the year of upheaval. However, this is the first time she has apologized without instantly defending herself. I thank her and ask her in for coffee. We sit at my kitchen table and speak about little details. Her new apartment, my work, and the weather turning colder. Nothing profound or significant. Just 2 people figuring out how to interact with each other. Honestly, she departs after an hour, and I place the plant on my ledge, where it will receive afternoon sun. It's been almost 11 months since Lila Bennett left her mother's house. On a Saturday morning, I am sitting in my living room with a cup of coffee and the newspaper strewn over my lap. The home is silent save for the clicking of the heater. My bank account balance is gradually increasing rather than decreasing. Mom and I chat around every 3 weeks. I occasionally assist her with little tasks like as transporting her to appointments or servicing her computer, but I never pay her bills, offer her money, or allow her to guilt me into anything. Uncle Daniel Brooks and Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins also keep an eye on her, so we share the job. Mom still makes statements that indicate she does not fully realize what she did wrong. She still believes Lila Bennett was disturbed rather than calculating, but she is making an effort in her limited capacity, which is more than I expected a year earlier. In 1 year, my relationship with Lila Bennett cost me more than $45,000. But it taught me an essential lesson about saying no and defending myself, even if my family thinks it's selfish. Every relationship in my life has improved once I learned to set limits. My friendships are stronger because I am not always exhausted and resentful. My professional performance increased when I stopped being sidetracked by family drama. Even my connection with my mother is more honest now that it isn't focused on her wants or my guilt. I finish my coffee and explore the tiny house I purchased with my own money. The walls are painted in hues that I picked. The furniture suits my tastes. Nobody else has the key. This is my space, and I earned it by learning to appreciate myself enough to quit contributing to other people's issues. Family love does not necessitate financial sacrifice or enduring deception. It can coexist with boundaries, honesty, and mutual respect. That is what I have now. Not flawless, but authentic and sustainable. I set down my coffee cup and begin deciding what color to paint the bedroom. My family abandoned me in the wilderness to teach me independence. But I made the news, police got involved, and now they're begging for help. I am Rachel Monroe, a 28-year-old single mother of the most lovely young girl in the world. My family has always had this bizarre dynamic in which they believe I am too soft and need to toughen up. My parents, Leonard and Patricia, are both retired military, and my older sister Vanessa, 32, who is married to Greg and has 2 children of her own, has always been the perfect child. The invitation arrived 3 weeks before the trip. Vanessa called me on a Thursday evening as I was assisting Lily with her homework. "Hey sis, we're planning a family camping trip to Pine Ridge Mountain. You and Lily should come. It'll be good for her to spend time with her cousins, and you could use some fresh air instead of being cooped up in that apartment all the time." I should have realized something was wrong. Vanessa rarely invited me to family gatherings, and when she did, there was typically an underlying motive. But I was thrilled. Lily had been asking about camping for months after studying about it at school, and I felt it would be an excellent opportunity to bond with my family. "That sounds amazing. When are we thinking?" "Next weekend. Dad's already booked the campsite. It's got hiking trails, a waterfall, the whole 9 yards. We'll handle all the heavy camping gear. You just bring clothes and food for you and Lily. Red flag number 1. They were being overly helpful. My family never made it easy for me. Lily was quite excited in the days building up to the vacation. She packed and repacked her small rucksack, which contained her favorite stuffed animal, Mr. Bear, and about 15 coloring books. I purchased new hiking boots for both of us and spent far too much money at the outdoor store on what I thought were necessities. On Friday afternoon, we met at the designated parking spot at the base of Pine Ridge Mountain in Colorado. The campsite was approximately a 2-mile stroll up a well-kept trail. Vanessa and Greg arrived with their children, Landon, 8, and Avery, 10. My folks arrived in Dad's pickup, filled with camping goods. "Rachel, there's my adventurous daughter," Dad said, lifting me off the ground with his signature bear embrace. "Ready to rough it in the wilderness?" Mom was more restrained as usual. "I hope you brought appropriate gear, Rachel. This isn't exactly a hotel." "I've got everything we need, Mom. Thanks for organizing this." The trip up to the campsite was stunning. Lily held my hand for most of the way, chatting about every bird and flower we saw. Landon and Avery went ahead with their parents, while my parents followed, commenting on everything from trail maintenance to the weather forecast. The campground was wonderfully situated in a clearing surrounded by thick trees, complete with a fire ring, picnic table, and bear box for food storage. There was even a clean outhouse located approximately 50 yards distant. Dad and Greg successfully set up 3 tents. One for my parents, one for Vanessa's family, and one for Lily and me. They also set up a small tarp shelter to keep excess gear and supplies out of the elements. That first evening was just fantastic. We made hot dogs and s'mores over the campfire as the kids played flashlight tag. Lily fell asleep in my lap while Dad shared memories about his war days, and for the first time in years, I felt fully included in this family. Saturday morning began early. Lily woke me up at sunrise, full of excitement. "Mommy, can we go see the waterfall today? Uncle Greg said it's really pretty." I checked the time at 6:30 a.m. "Let's let everyone else wake up first, sweetheart." By 8 a.m., the entire camp was awake. Vanessa emerged from her tent looking like she had stepped out of a REI brochure, whilst I felt like I had been hit by a truck. Camping was certainly not my strong suit. "There's a beautiful waterfall about a mile down the Blue Trail," Dad stated during breakfast. "Perfect for a morning hike before it gets too hot." "Can Lily and I go check it out?" I asked her. "She's been talking about it since we got here." "Of course," Mom replied. "Take your time. We'll probably just relax around camp, maybe prepare lunch." This was red flag number 2, but I was too pleased by Lily's passion to notice. Lily and I departed at 9:30 a.m. The Blue Trail was well traveled and simple to follow, traveling through lush woodland with occasional views of the valley below. Lily paused to inspect every interesting rock and flower, making our 1-mile trip last an hour and a half. The waterfall was breathtaking, a 50-foot cascade that plunged into a crystal-clear pool surrounded by polished rocks. Lily instantly wanted to dip her feet in the water, so we sat on the rocks and let the mist cool us down. "This is the best trip ever, Mommy," Lily exclaimed, swinging her little legs through the water. "I'm so glad you're having fun, baby." We spent almost 2 hours at the waterfall. Lily collected smooth stones while I snapped what seemed like 100 shots. Around noon we began our journey back to camp, both of us in good spirits. That's when our idyllic family vacation turned into a nightmare. As we approached the campsite, I realized something was wrong. It was too quiet, no conversations or noises of people moving around. When we reached the final turn in the route, my heart stopped. The campsite was entirely empty, not just of people, but of everything. The tents, camping chairs, coolers, camp stove and bear box containing our food were all gone. Even the ashes from our campfire were spread and covered in dirt. Lily questioned, "Mommy, where is everyone?" Her voice was small and uncertain. I stood there in disbelief, unable to understand what I was seeing. My phone displayed no signal, which explains why I had not received any texts. Then I noticed a piece of paper weighted down with a rock on the picnic table. With shaky hands, I took the note. It was written in 3 different, familiar handwritings. In Mom's tidy cursive. "DD. You're too dependent on us. This is for your own good." In Dad's blocky print. "Time to grow up and stop expecting everyone else to take care of you." In Vanessa's flowing script. "Next time don't bother showing up. Otherwise figure it out yourself." At the bottom, Dad wrote, "This will make you stronger. Trust the process." I read the note 3 times before it hit me. My family, including my parents and sister, had abandoned me and my 6-year-old daughter in the middle of the forest, leaving us with nothing except the clothing on our backs and what was in my day pack. Lily looked at me with wide, terrified eyes. "Mommy, what's wrong? Where did everyone go?" I had to convince myself to remain cool for her sake. But within I was breaking down. How might they accomplish this? How could they abandon a youngster in the wilderness? What if something happened to us? "There's been a change of plans, sweetheart," I managed to reply. "We're going to have a different kind of adventure." The first thing I did was take inventory of what we had. My day pack contained 2 water bottles, almost empty, some trail mix, Lily's stuffed animals, our phones have no service, a tiny first aid kit. I bought an emergency whistle but planned to never use it. First, pondered using the whistle, but we were too far away from other campers, and I didn't want to worry Lily any more than she already was. Lily had a little backpack containing coloring pages, crayons, and a drink box. It was 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. We were 2 miles from the parking place where our car should have been if they hadn't stolen it as well. And the weather prediction had predicted thunderstorms that evening. The hike down seemed to take forever. Lily was exhausted and kept asking questions that I couldn't answer. Why did Grandma and Grandpa leave? Where did Landon and Avery go? When are we going home? When we arrived at the parking lot, I almost cried with relief. My car was still there with the keys stashed behind the rear tire, a habit I established after repeatedly locking myself out. But the relief was short-lived. When I checked my phone and finally had service, I found Vanessa's messages, which had been sent throughout the afternoon while we were trapped. My drive home was the longest 2 hours of my life. Lily fell asleep in her car seat, fatigued from both the hike and the emotional tension. I spent the entire drive alternately angry and heartbroken. How could my own family have done this to us? When we returned home, I finally had full mobile service and noticed many text messages from Vanessa, all of which were sent after they abandoned us. Hope you're learning something up there. This is what independence looks like. Maybe now you'll stop expecting everyone else to solve your problems. That night, once Lily was safely in her own bed, I sat in my kitchen and cried. Then I became angry. Then I began planning. But first, I needed to deal with the immediate aftermath. Lily awoke again that night from nightmares, weeping for Grandma and Grandpa. Each time, I had to console her while my own heart was aching, explaining that everyone makes errors. But we were secure now. Sunday morning, Vanessa texted, "Hope you slept well in your own bed. Maybe now you'll appreciate what you have instead of always expecting handouts." The nonchalant cruelty made my hands shake. I screenshotted the notification and saved it to a folder that I was already creating. I spent Sunday looking up all I could about what had happened to us. The campsite was in Jefferson County, Colorado, which has strict statutes against child endangerment. I discovered that abandoning a child under the age of 12 in a distant location without proper supervision can result in felony charges. The fact that they had confiscated all of our supplies made things considerably worse. I also began documenting Lily's emotional state. She was clingy, continually wondering whether we would be abandoned again. She would not let me out of her sight, even accompanying me to the bathroom. When I proposed we go to the playground, she pleaded, "You won't leave me there, Mommy." My heart broke again. This was more than just what they did to me. They also traumatized my daughter. On Sunday evening, I called my best friend Maya, who lived 2 states away. I was scared to tell anyone what had happened, but I needed someone to talk to. "They did what?" Maya's voice was so high that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. "Rachel, that's insane. That's not tough love, that's psychological torture. I keep wondering if I'm overreacting." Overreacting. "Rachel, listen to me. If anyone else had done this to you and Lily, a stranger, an acquaintance, anyone, you'd call the police immediately. The fact that it's your family doesn't make it less criminal." Maya was a social worker, and her professional opinion held weight with me. "What would happen if this case came across your desk?" "Immediate intervention. Investigation by Child Protective Services. Possible removal of the child from the home if the perpetrators had custody. This is textbook child endangerment, Rachel." That conversation was the turning point. I understood I wasn't being dramatic or overly sensitive. What my family had done was indeed abusive, and they needed to face the repercussions. I called in ill from work on Monday morning and spent the rest of the day making additional calls. I notified the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department and filed a report. Deputy Alvarez initially accepted my statement over the phone, and then requested me to come in that afternoon for a formal statement. Ma'am, we see cases like this, sometimes families thinking they're teaching lessons but crossing lines into criminal behavior. The fact that they took all the camping supplies and left you without resources makes this more serious. What happens next? We'll investigate. I'll need you to come in and make a formal statement, and we'll want to interview your daughter if you're comfortable with that. We'll also contact the other parties involved. The thought of the sheriff's department contacting my parents and sister gave me a horrible delight. They wanted to teach me about the consequences that they were about to experience directly. Tuesday brought additional calls and research. I discovered that several other families had reported similar incidences of relatives abandoning family members in isolated regions as character-building exercises. The majority never filed charges, thus the habit persisted. I also learned about the psychological consequences of abandonment for children. I met with Dr. Melinda Cross, a child psychologist, who emphasized that Lily's experience could have long-term consequences. A child her age doesn't understand the difference between a lesson and genuine abandonment, the pediatrician said. From her perspective, the people she trusted most in the world disappeared without explanation. That can create deep-seated anxiety and trust issues. But she seems to be bouncing back. Children are resilient. But they're also good at hiding their trauma to protect their parents. I'd strongly recommend some counseling sessions, both for her individually and for you together. As I spoke with more professionals, my resolve grew stronger. This wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about safeguarding Lily and ensuring my family recognized the severe pain they had inflicted. Wednesday morning I got a call from Deputy Alvarez. Miss Monroe, we've made contact with your family members. They've agreed to come in for questioning, but I wanted to give you a heads up. They're claiming this was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? According to your sister, they thought you knew they were leaving and that this was some kind of planned survival exercise. They say the note was meant to be motivational, not abandonment. The brazenness of their lies left me stunned. They're actually going to claim that abandoning us was a planned activity? Deputy Alvarez, I have text messages from my sister after the fact that clearly show this was intentional. They knew exactly what they'd done. That's helpful evidence, ma'am. Those messages definitely contradict their story. We'll be moving forward with the investigation. That evening, my phone rang with Mom's number. Rachel, you need to stop this nonsense right now, she replied without explanation. We've got police calling us, asking us to come in. For questioning like we're criminals. This has gone too far. Has it, Mom? Because from where I'm sitting, it hasn't gone far enough. We were trying to help you become more independent. You were trying to help by abandoning your granddaughter in a place where she could have been killed? Mom, do you realize there are mountain lions in that area? Bears? What if we'd gotten lost trying to find our way back in the dark? But you didn't. Because we got lucky. Because I kept my head and didn't panic. And because Lily trusted me to keep her safe. But what if I had a medical emergency? What if Lily had been injured? What if the weather had turned bad and we'd been stuck out there overnight? There was silence on the other end of the telephone. We never thought. Mom's voice sounded quieter now. That's the problem, Mom. You didn't think so. You decided to play God with our safety to make some point about my character, and you put a 6-year-old child at risk to do it. The police said you're pressing charges. I am. And unless you can give me one good reason why I shouldn't, I'm going to follow through with it. Mom hung up without saying another thing. Dad paid a visit on Thursday morning. He arrived at my flat after work, looking older and tireder than I had ever seen him. Can we talk? He inquired. I welcomed him in but did not offer him coffee or invite him to sit down. Rachel, I need you to understand something. In the military, we put people through tough situations to make them stronger. It's not meant to be cruel, it's meant to build character. Dad, I'm not a soldier. Lily is not a soldier. We're your family, and you put us in danger. I know it seems bad. It doesn't seem bad, Dad. It was bad. You committed a crime. Multiple crimes, actually. He sat down heavily on my couch, suddenly appearing to be 62 years old. What do you want from us, Rachel? I want you to understand that what you did was wrong. I want you to get help so you never do anything like this again. And I want you to face the consequences of your actions instead of trying to minimize them or blame them on your military background. You want us to go to jail? I want you to take real responsibility. Not this half-hearted, sorry you're upset nonsense. Dad looked at me for a long time. You've changed. Yeah, I have. Turns out I didn't need your wilderness survival course to become stronger. I just needed to realize I already was. Friday afternoon, I received a call from an unexpected source. Greg, Vanessa's husband. Rachel, I need to apologize, he stated abruptly. I had no idea what they were planning. Vanessa told me you all were doing some kind of team-building exercise, and I thought it sounded stupid but harmless. If I'd known they were going to abandon you and Lily, I would have stopped it. Did you know they were planning to leave us there? God, no. I thought maybe they were going to make you set up your own tent or cook your own food or something like that. When Vanessa came home Saturday, bragging about how they taught you a lesson, I was horrified. We had a huge fight about it. This was intriguing. What did she say exactly? She said you needed to learn that the world doesn't revolve around you and that maybe now you'd stop asking for help all the time. Rachel, I want you to know that's not how I see you at all. You're one of the strongest people I know. Raising Lily on your own and working so hard to provide for her. Greg's call gave me hope that not everyone in my extended family was cold-hearted. It also provided me with another perspective on Vanessa's mentality before the occurrence. Greg, would you be willing to write down what Vanessa told you about their plans and her reaction afterward? Absolutely. And Rachel, I'm supporting whatever you decide to do about this. What they did was unforgivable. Here's what my family didn't know about me. I wasn't as powerless as they assumed. Yes, I was a single mom who occasionally required assistance. Yes, I lived in a small apartment while working 2 part-time jobs to make ends meet. But I was not weak. And I was not going to let them get away with what they did. My family was likewise unaware that I had lately started dating someone. Troy is a private investigator specializing in corporate fraud investigations. We met through a common friend approximately 3 months ago and had been dating for about 2 months, so I hadn't yet introduced him to my family. When I contacted him on Sunday evening and informed him what had happened, he was furious. They abandoned a child in the wilderness? He asked, walking around my living room on Sunday evening. Rachel, this isn't just cruel, it's illegal. What if something had happened to you or Lily? I know, but they're my family. I can't. Yes, you can. What they did was child endangerment at minimum, and I bet they broke some other laws too. Troy's comments sowed a seed in my mind. My family tried to teach me about independence. Fine. I'd demonstrate my ability to be self-sufficient. Monday morning, I phoned in sick from both of my jobs and spent the day studying. What my family had done was not only ethically reprehensible, but also criminal in several ways. Abandoning a child in a remote location is considered child endangerment. Taking camping equipment that I helped pay for could be deemed theft. The psychological trauma they had caused could be grounds for a restraining order. But I wanted something more rewarding than just legal ramifications. I wanted them to feel the same powerlessness and anxiety that Lily and I experienced. Tuesday, I began making phone calls. First, I called my Uncle Ron, Dad's brother who lived across the country but was always nice to me. I told him the entire tale, and he was horrified. Rachel, honey. That's not teaching you independence. That's abuse. Your dad and I may not always see eye to eye, but I thought he had more sense than that. Uncle Ron had connections. He had been a journalist for 30 years before retiring, and he still had contacts in the local media. When I said that I was thinking of going public with a story, he volunteered to help. This kind of story gets attention, Rachel. Family abandons single mother and child in wilderness is the kind of headline that makes people pay attention. Are you sure you want to go that route? I thought of Lily and how terrified and perplexed she had been. Yes. I'm sure. Wednesday, I contacted a lawyer who Troy had mentioned as a specialist in family law and personal injury cases. Janelle Ruiz heard my tale and quickly recognized the possibility of a case. What your family did could result in criminal charges, she explained. Child endangerment. Reckless endangerment. Potentially even kidnapping charges if they transported you to the location with the intent to abandon you there. I don't necessarily want them to go to jail, I told them. I just want them to understand what they did was wrong. Sometimes, the threat of legal action is enough to make people reconsider their behavior, Janelle told me. Let me draft some letters. Thursday, I spent the entire day documenting everything. I jotted down every detail. I could recall, got screenshots of Vanessa's text conversations, and even drove back up to Pine Ridge Mountain to picture the campground and obtain a statement from the camp host who remembered our party. When I told the camp host, an elderly man named Frank, what had happened, he was terrified. They left you and your little girl up there alone? He inquired, shaking his head. Ma'am, that's not right. We get bears up here, mountain lions sometimes. Weather can turn dangerous real quick. What if you'd gotten lost trying to find your way back? Frank volunteered to write a statement describing how he saw my family load up all of their camping goods and leave while Lily and I were at the waterfall. Wednesday evening, Greg. The beginning of my revenge plan's execution. I had gathered sufficient proof, met with enough professionals, and created adequate legal papers. It was time for my family to face the repercussions of their conduct. At 9 a.m., I contacted my parents' home. Dad responded on the third ring. "Rachel, how are you doing, sweetheart? Learn anything from your little adventure?" His nonchalant tone made my blood boil, but I kept my voice calm. "Hi, Dad. Actually, I learned a lot. I learned that my family is capable of child endangerment, theft, and emotional abuse. Now hold on." "No, you hold on. I'm calling to let you know that you have 24 hours to return every piece of camping equipment you took, apologize to Lily and me, and agree to family counseling. If you don't, I'm filing criminal charges against all three of you." There was silence on the other end of the telephone. "Rachel, you're being dramatic. We were trying to help you. You abandoned a 6-year-old child in the wilderness, Dad. That's a felony in this state. Check your email in about an hour." I hung up and immediately called Vanessa. "What the hell, Rachel?" she said rather than saying, "Hello? Dad just called me freaking out about criminal charges. You're really going to involve lawyers because we tried to teach you some independence? You tried to teach independence by abandoning your niece in a place where she could have been hurt or killed? Vanessa, what if we'd gotten lost? What if there had been a medical emergency? What if the weather had turned bad? But none of that happened. Because we got lucky. You put Lily's life at risk to make some twisted point about me being too dependent. That's not teaching, Vanessa, that's abuse. You're overreacting." "Am I? Check your email in an hour. We'll see if I'm overreacting." The emails I sent included copies of Janelle's formal notices of intent to bring criminal charges for child endangerment, theft, and reckless endangerment. I also shared Frank's statement and images from the camp. But legal threats were only the beginning. At 2 p.m. on Tuesday, the local news channel aired a story titled, "Family Abandons Single Mother and Child During Camping Trip." Uncle Ron had come through magnificently. The piece featured interviews with child safety specialists, who detailed how harmful my family's lesson had been. By Wednesday evening, the story had garnered substantial attention on social media, with hundreds of shares and comments ranging from fury to astonishment. What kind of people abandon a child in the wilderness? This isn't tough love, this is child abuse. I hope these people are prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My phone began ringing at 6 p.m. First Mom, then Dad, and then Vanessa requested that I repair this and make it go away. I didn't respond to any of their calls. Thursday afternoon, the story had garnered enough traction to pique the interest of regional media outlets. Someone had recognized my family from a local news report, and their social media accounts were inundated with nasty messages. Vanessa's business, a tiny Greg Sitting Consulting, was receiving poor feedback. Dad's volunteer role with the local veterans organization asked him to take a step back until the problem was settled. Mom's reading club had advised her not to attend any sessions till further notice. At 5 p.m. Thursday, all three of them arrived at my apartment. "Rachel, you have to make this stop," Vanessa pleaded as I opened the door. "My business is being destroyed. Greg's boss is asking questions. The kids are hearing about this at school." "You've made your point," Dad said. "We get it. We made a mistake. Now call off the lawyers and fix this media mess." Mom looked like she had aged 10 years in a week. "Rachel, please. We never meant for anyone to get hurt." I looked at them standing at my doorway, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I had control over our connection. "Come in," I called. They sat in my living room, like children awaiting correction. Lily was at a friend's house, so we could converse openly. "You want me to make this go away?" I inquired. They all nodded enthusiastically. "Here's what's going to happen. First, you're going to replace every single piece of camping equipment that was taken, including the food. The receipt was $347, and I want cash. Second, you'll record a public apologetic video describing what you did and why it was wrong. Third, each of you will donate $5,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Fourth, you're going to start family therapy and Lily and I will decide if and when we want to participate." "Rachel, Vanessa began. "I am not finished. Fifth, you will respect my boundaries as an adult and parent. No more comments about my life choices, parenting, or need for assistance. And finally, You're going to understand that what you did wasn't teaching me independence, it was showing me that I can't trust you with my daughter's safety. Dad was the first to speak. Rachel, I think we can work something out. Dad, these are not negotiations. These are my terms. You have until Monday to decide. If you accept, I will urge the news stations to air your apologetic video, and I will withdraw the criminal accusations. If you do not agree, well, see you in court. They went without saying anything else. Friday morning passed quietly, and I spent the day with Lily, who seemed to be recovering from the trauma better than I was. Although children are strong, I still planned to get her some counseling just to be cautious. Monday morning, 8 a.m., my doorbell rang. Dad stood there with an envelope containing $100 and a signed apology. We will meet your terms, he answered gently. All of them. What made you change your mind? He appeared older than I had ever seen him. Your mother couldn't sleep for a week. She kept worrying about what might have happened to you and Lily out there. Vanessa's husband threatened to leave her if she would not make things right. We messed up, Rachel. We messed up severely. The apology video was posted that afternoon, and the three of them sat together, looking awkward but earnest, explaining what they'd done and why it was wrong. Dad talked about how his military history had made him believe that harsh love was always the answer. Mom grieved and apologized for placing Lily in danger, and Vanessa revealed that her jealousy over what she regarded as my special treatment had clouded her judgment. But the video was only the start of their reckoning. Over the next few weeks, I received several calls about the story's influence on their life. Vanessa's biggest client, a local restaurant chain that had been using her Greg-sitting services for 3 years, terminated their contract, and several other clients followed suit over the next month, as word spread through the business community. Her company's online reputation suffered significantly, but it was not completely destroyed overnight. Dad's condition was similarly bad. The Veterans of Foreign Wars post, where he had volunteered for 15 years, requested him to temporarily step down from his leadership position. His Wednesday night poker club was hesitant to continue with him in attendance, and his reputation in the veteran community had suffered tremendously. Mom's social circle also distanced themselves from her. Her book club requested her to take a break from meetings. The church committee she had worked on for a decade suggested she stand down temporarily, and several of her long-term friendships became strained. I fought for this country for 20 years, Dad said to me during one of our court-mandated family therapy sessions. Now I'm being treated like a criminal because I tried to teach my daughter some independence. You're being treated like someone who endangered a child, Dr. Reynolds gently corrected. Because that's what you did. Her book club expelled her after several members said they couldn't feel comfortable around someone who would abandon a grandchild. The church committee she'd served on for a decade asked her to step down. And her hairdresser, whom she'd been seeing for 20 years, suddenly had no available appointments. The solitude was terrible for all of them. But Vanessa took it the worst. She had formed her entire identity around being the successful sister, the one who had it all together. And seeing her career and reputation suffer was clearly upsetting. I never meant for it to go this far, she wailed during a particularly stressful therapy session. I just wanted you to see that you could handle things on your own. By leaving me and Lily in the wilderness? I asked Vanessa. What if Lily had been stung by a bee and gone into anaphylactic shock? What if I had fractured my ankle on the trail? What if we met a wild animal? But none of that occurred. We were lucky. I became tired of hearing that excuse. You risked our lives to prove a point about my character. That's not tough love. It's Russian roulette. Dr. Reynolds stepped in before the confrontation could escalate. Vanessa, I believe it is critical for you to understand that the outcome does not justify the risk. The fact that Rachel and Lily were not physically hurt does not justify what you did. The therapy sessions were very enlightening, as it became evident that my family's behavior was not just about teaching me independence, but also about their own worries and insecurities. Dad stated that witnessing my struggles as a single mother reminded him of his own father's failings. My dad left when I was 8, he remarked solemnly. I swore I'd never be like him. But then I saw you struggling, and I felt powerless. I figured if I could make you stronger, you'd never need someone as my mother needed my father. Mom admitted that she had always felt bad for not being more supportive when Lily's father departed. I believed if I was too helpful, I'd allow you to remain weak. I believed letting you handle things alone would push you to mature. Vanessa's intentions were the most distressing to hear. I was jealous, she said. You got all the attention because you were struggling, and I felt invisible. I figured if you simply got your act together, maybe mom and dad would acknowledge my accomplishments for once. These confessions did not justify what they had done, but they did help me comprehend the warped reasoning behind it. They had let their psychological baggage cloud their judgment, and Lily and I had paid the price. For several weeks, I got scores of messages from other parents who had been abandoned or mistreated by their families in the name of tough love. One comment in particular remained with me. It came from a woman named Mara, whose mother had locked her out of the house overnight when she was 12 as punishment for missing curfew. I spent hours sitting on the porch, afraid and cold, wondering whether she'd ever allow me back in, Mara wrote. She eventually opened the door at 2 a.m. and informed me that I'd learnt my lesson about following rules. I'm 43, and I still dream of being shut out. What your family did to you was worse, but I understand that feeling of betrayal when the people who are supposed to protect you become the ones who hurt you. Messages like Mara's reaffirmed my determination to pursue penalties. It wasn't just about my family. It was about sending a message that such behavior was unacceptable, regardless of the connection or the intended lesson. The video received nearly as much attention as the original story, but this time, the comments were different. At least they're taking responsibility. This is what real accountability looks like. I hope they learned something from this. But not everyone was pleased with only an apology. The district attorney's office received multiple calls seeking prosecution, and child advocate groups cited our incident as an example of why stricter laws were required to protect children from family members who claimed to be teaching lessons. The criminal charges were eventually lowered to misdemeanors when the district attorney considered their public apology, the family therapy commitment, and the fact that Lily and I were not physically hurt. They both received probation and community service. But the civil ramifications persisted. Vanessa's business took months to recover, but it finally stabilized. Dad's reputation in the veteran community was permanently harmed, but not completely ruined. Mom gradually repaired some of her friendships, but several relationships never fully recovered. The news cycle moved on to other events, and life gradually returned to normal. The best part of my revenge, however, was not the public humiliation or forced apologies. It was a difference in how my family handled me. For the first time in my adult life, they began asking rather than telling. When Lily needed new school clothes, Mom offered to help shop instead of criticizing my choices. When I mentioned looking for a better job, Dad offered to help with my resume instead of lecturing me on work ethic, and Vanessa began inviting me to family events without making passive-aggressive comments about my contributions. Dr. Reynolds, my therapist, helped my parents understand that their military-style parenting wasn't appropriate for civilian family dynamics. She helped Vanessa work through her resentment about perceived favoritism, and she helped me learn to communicate my needs without feeling guilty. Although the family therapy sessions were initially awkward, they helped us establish healthy boundaries. 6 months later, we attempted another family camping vacation, this time on my own initiative and in charge of the preparation. We went to a developed campsite with cabins, running water, and cell phone coverage. Lily had a great time, and nobody was abandoned. Through all of this, my connection with Troy got stronger. He saw me at my worst and helped me rediscover my strength, and when he proposed 8 months later, my family was overjoyed for us. They were pleased after I stated unequivocally that anyone who disagreed with my relationship might avoid the wedding. Lily, now 7, occasionally inquires about the camping trip where everyone went missing. I've explained in age-appropriate language that grown-ups make mistakes and hurt those they care about. But the important thing is that they learned from it and made improvements. Did it strengthen you, Mommy? She recently asked me. I considered it thoroughly before responding. It made me understand how powerful I already am, love. I only needed to believe in myself. Looking back, I don't regret how I handled the situation. My family crossed a line that could have had serious consequences, and they needed to understand that. The public humiliation, legal threats, and forced accountability were not just retaliation. They were necessary consequences for dangerous behavior. People sometimes need to face the repercussions of their acts in order to understand their influence. My family discovered that their form of harsh love was actually emotional abuse, and that endangering a child is never acceptable, regardless of the intended lesson. But more importantly, I realized that I didn't need their approval or their definition of strong. I was already managing life as a single mother, working numerous jobs and raising a wonderful daughter. I did not need to be toughened up. I needed to be supported and appreciated. The camping trip was supposed to teach me independence, but it taught me something more valuable. That I was already autonomous. And I was able to demand better treatment from those who professed to love me. My family intended to strengthen me by abandoning me in the wilderness. Instead, they strengthened me by demonstrating that I could fight back and win. Sometimes the finest vengeance is just refusing to tolerate undesirable behavior and having the fortitude to impose consequences. They asked me to trust the process. But it turned out that all I needed to do was trust myself. My husband cheated with my sister, fathered a baby, then let her give the child away. Now I'm her mom, and my sister is fighting to take her back. At first, my entire family, including myself, assumed it was because Lily was a girl. Melissa, my sister, has claimed to despise girls since she was a child, preferring boys, friends, romantic partners, and co-workers instead. She only surrounded herself with males. When Melissa became pregnant for the first time, she hosted a large gender reveal party with everything decked in blue in the hopes that it would be a boy. I remember. Her face had just fallen as pink smoke filled the backyard. She tried to smile, but I noticed her shoulders slump. She spent the rest of her pregnancy spreading articles on toxic femininity and commenting in boy mom Facebook groups about her desire for a son the next time. After Lily was born, things became strange. Melissa would only dress her in gray or beige. She referred to her as the baby, rather than by her name. At family gatherings, she'd say that Lily was overly emotional, needy, and dramatic. The child was only 2 years old. She'd openly tell everyone that she didn't want her. Meanwhile, my husband Tyler and I had been trying to have children for 7 years. We'd gone through everything: drugs, operations, and terrible disappointments. I remember asking Melissa whether she would consider giving Lily to us, given that she clearly did not want her. She got this wild look in her eye and told me she'd rather sell Lily than give her to me and Tyler. I still can't believe I assumed she was exaggerating. Melissa was furious when she announced her second pregnancy last year since it was a boy. She stated that if this was a female, she would terminate it. She was determined not to fail again. During her pregnancy, she tested every old wives' tale. She researched Chinese gender calendars, took oils and special medicine, and even considered costly gender selection IVF. We thought it was insane until we discovered she was carrying a son. She went mad, so full of excitement. I recall the gender reveal party. When the smoke became blue, she fell on her knees and cried tears of delight. Lily waddled over to hug her and ask what was going on, but she physically shoved her away, causing her to slip and scrape her leg on a metal swing. It was crazy to watch. We didn't really connect with Melissa for the rest of the pregnancy, and even after she gave birth, our family kept their distance, especially because she had gone away to travel in Europe where giving birth was cheaper. But then, approximately 2 months after her newborn boy, Noah, was born, we all got on a FaceTime session with 7 other members of the family. At first it was sweet. Noah was napping and Melissa was showing him off in his tiny mommy's man onesie. That's when my aunt requested to see Lily. Melissa's eyes widened. She didn't say much, just looked down and claimed she didn't have her. My aunt pressed her to explain, and Melissa acknowledged that she had placed Lily for adoption in mid-December while she was 6 months pregnant with Noah. She claimed she couldn't handle 2 children, and that giving her away before having to buy Christmas presents would save money for her Europe trip. Everyone on the call was shocked. My grandmother began gripping her chest. Her breathing became ragged within 30 seconds, and she continued to gasp Lily's name. I was shouting at Melissa that Tyler and I could have taken Lily, and he looked very uncomfortable the moment I said it. Regardless, the call devolved into mayhem. Melissa disconnected when my grandmother was transported to the emergency room. Tyler was acting strangely when I returned home that night after checking on Grandma. First, I caught him in our bedroom, deleting images from his phone. They were all from 4 years ago. The photographs seemed to. Some resembled black and white ultrasound images. The chronology corresponded to when I was pregnant before miscarrying, so it could have been a coincidence. But I decided to press him a little. I asked him what he was erasing, and he simply stood up and went to the restroom to continue deleting. When he came back out, I questioned what he was doing, and he snapped. He told me I was neurotic, that I should let it go, that Melissa's decision to place Lily for adoption was her business, and that we shouldn't interfere with it. This was bizarre. I had not even mentioned Lily, I recall hiring a private detective the following day. I expressly told him to look into Lily's whereabouts, paternity, and other details to assist me establish a CPS case. As expected, the PI worked quickly. In 2 weeks, he had hotel records, credit card receipts, and recovered deleted texts. The timeline was devastating. Melissa had comforted Tyler 4 years ago, when I was in the hospital following my miscarriage. Lily was born precisely 9 months later. The PI even obtained Lily's DNA from a toothbrush she used to use at my home. It was Tyler's match. I recall having a breakdown when I found out. It took all in me not to yell and blow everything up. But I did not. I remained calm, and a week later I was sitting in my car outside my apartment, holding the manila envelope containing all of this proof. My spouse would arrive home in 1 hour. Melissa was coming around to catch up at the same moment. I saw them both pull into the parking lot at the same moment. Tyler parked his silver Honda next to Melissa's crimson SUV. They got out and shared a short glance before strolling towards the building's door, keeping a safe gap between them. My hands shook as I held the package more tightly. I waited 5 minutes before following them inside. The elevator journey seemed forever. When I approached our apartment door, I could hear their casual and carefree voices within. My key turned in the lock. They both looked up as I arrived. Tyler sat on the couch, looking through his phone, while Melissa stood at the kitchen counter, holding a glass of water. The normality of it made my stomach turn. Tyler said, "Hey babe," without looking up. "Melissa just got here." I placed the envelope on the coffee table. "We need to talk. All 3 of us." Melissa rolled her eyes. "If this is about Lily again, I told you it's done. The adoption is final." I opened the envelope and spread the contents on the table. Hotel receipts, phone records, and DNA test results. Tyler's face turned white when he recognized the documents. "What is this?" His voice broke. "You know exactly what it is," I said calmly. 4 years ago, while I was in the hospital after losing our baby, you were with my sister. Melissa actually laughed. "Oh my God, you hired someone to dig into this? That's pathetic." "Isn't it pathetic that Lily is Tyler's daughter?" I asked, holding out the DNA findings. "Is it pathetic that you gave away his child without telling him?" Tyler stood up, his phone clattering to the ground. "This is fake. You're making this up because you're jealous that Melissa had kids and you couldn't." I took out my phone and played the PI recording. Had retrieved. Tyler's voice filled the room as he spoke with Melissa about protecting their secret and how I would never know Lily's real father. Melissa's laughter stopped. She sat down so forcefully that her water glass cracked. "You recorded us?" "The PI did. From your own security system, Melissa, the one you installed after Noah was born." I organized the papers back into orderly heaps. "I've already filed for divorce, Tyler. Our joint accounts are frozen. You'll be getting papers tomorrow." Tyler grabbed for the paperwork, but I held them back. "Half our money is gone." "You can't do this." "Actually, I can. Infidelity tends to affect asset division." I turned to face Melissa. "Did Tyler ever give you money for Lily? Child support?" Melissa's face twisted. "He said he couldn't without you finding out. He promised once you two divorced, naturally he'd help. But then you kept trying for a baby." They turned on each other immediately. Tyler accused Melissa of trapping him. Melissa shouted about raising his child alone for years. I took a step back as they yelled, their scheme collapsing into mutual blame. The apartment door sprang open. My grandmother walked in, accompanied by aunt and uncle. Despite her recent hospital stay, her eyes were filled with purpose. "Enough." Grandmother's voice broke through their argument. "Melissa, we need to talk about this adoption." Melissa crossed her arms. "It's done. Closed adoption. No contact. I made sure of it." My aunt came forward. "The Sunshine Private Adoption Agency, right? I recognize the name from the papers you signed. I've worked with them before in family court." Melissa's confidence wavered. "So?" "They're known for their 6-month reversal window. Biological parents can reclaim children if both parents didn't consent. My aunt evaluated Tyler. Did you sign anything? Tyler shook his head slowly. I didn't even know she was pregnant until after Lily was born. Melissa said it was from a one-night stand. I chose a family in Oregon specifically so you couldn't find her, Melissa told me. They're probably already attached to her. I took out another document. Actually, they've been trying to contact you. Apparently, you didn't disclose Lily's behavioral issues, the ones you complained about constantly. Melissa grabbed her phone. I'll call them right now and tell them to keep her. They're already driving her back, I answered gently. They contacted the agency 2 weeks ago about returning her. My lawyer has been in communication with them. Grandmother got closer to Melissa. You have 2 choices. Cooperate with getting Lily back to this family, or I'll remove you from my will entirely. Noah too. Melissa's face turned red. You can't threaten me with money. I just did. Grandmother's voice sounded firm. That child deserves better than being thrown away because you only wanted boys. Melissa turned to Tyler and grabbed his arm. We can fight this together. Get custody of our daughter. Tyler jerked away. Our daughter? You gave away our daughter without telling me. You let me think she was someone else's. You didn't want her either. You were relieved when I said I was handling it. Melissa's voice broke into a shriek. My aunt held up her phone. I'm recording this conversation, by the way. Your admission that you gave away Lily specifically to hurt your sister will be very interesting in family court. Melissa created a break for the door, but my uncle was blocking her path. My truck's blocking your car. You're not going anywhere until we sort this out. Melissa's telephone rang. The adoption agency's number appeared on the screen. She responded on speaker, attempting to maintain control. Missy Melissa, the adoptive family has encountered an emergency and is returning early. They'll be in town tonight. Where should they bring Lily? My house, Melissa replied swiftly. Actually, my lawyer said, speaking over the conference phone. We've arranged for Lily to be brought to her great-grandmother's house. All parties have agreed this is the safest, neutral location. Melissa tossed her phone on the wall. It shattered to pieces. Tyler moved away from her as she directed her wrath at everyone in the room. You planned this, all of you. She pointed at me. You'll never be her mother. Never? But neither will you, I replied gently. You made that choice when you gave her away to hurt me. My aunt produced a folder. Tyler, these are parental rights documents. If you sign them, you can avoid prosecution for abandonment and back child support. Tyler's hands shook as he accepted the papers. Prosecution? My aunt explained. You knew about Lily for years but did nothing to help her. Melissa's messages prove you knew. He signed without reading, desperate to save himself. Melissa watched in dread as her final ally crumbled. This isn't over, Melissa hissed. I'll get her back. She's mine. Legally, yes, my aunt replied. But the family court will be very interested in your social media history. All those posts about not wanting a daughter, the adoption motivated by spite, your statement that you'd rather sell her than give her to your family. We left the apartment in various automobiles, forming a convoy to my grandmother's house. Melissa attempted to follow, but was pulled over for reckless driving. When she arrived, the adoptive family's automobile was already in the driveway. I stood on the porch while they brought Lily out. She appeared smaller than I remembered, dressed in a pink coat that I had never seen before. Her hair was longer, pulled back into pigtails. She held a plush elephant. The adoptive mother appeared fatigued. She's been asking for someone named Auntie for weeks, crying every night. My heart broke. Lily looked around at everyone, puzzled and afraid. When Melissa pushed through the crowd, Lily retreated away and hid behind her adoptive father. I don't know you, Lily muttered. Melissa dropped to her knees. I'm your mommy, baby, remember? But Lily shook her head, drawing closer to the strangers who had cared for her in recent months. She saw me and her face brightened up with recognition. Auntie, she said, putting her tiny arms around my legs. Where mommy go? I kneeled down to her level. "I'm here, sweetheart. You're safe now." Melissa's rage-filled cry brought Lily to tears. The scene devolved into mayhem as my grandmother led everyone inside. Lawyers were contacted and emergency custody paperwork was completed. The battle for Lily had only just begun, but I felt hopeful for the first time in years. The emergency custody hearing was scheduled 3 days later. Those 72 hours turned into a battleground of legal maneuvers and familial warfare, testing every ounce of strength I had left. Melissa turned up at 6 a.m., hammering on the door and demanding her daughter. My uncle had remained the night precisely to prevent this. He opened the door just wide enough to inform her that any communication had to go through attorneys. Melissa attempted to shove by him, but he remained tight. She fled, yelling threats of kidnapping charges. My lawyer, Lily, called an hour later with some unsettling news. Melissa had retained her own counsel and was filing emergency proceedings, claiming that I had engineered an illegal adoption reversal. The adoptive family in Oregon had given sworn statements about Lily's behavioral concerns included continuous nightmares, refusing to eat, weeping for hours, and calling out for auntie. They documented everything, which helped in our favor. But Melissa's lawyer claimed they were exaggerating. Tyler arrived at my grandmother's house that afternoon when I was with Lily. She was coloring quietly at the kitchen table, still aloof and perplexed. When she heard his voice, she looked up in recognition but did not budge from her chair. Tyler attempted to approach her, but my grandmother stepped between them. "You have signed away your rights," she reminded him coldly. "I was coerced," Tyler argued. "I didn't know what I was signing." Lily, who had been reading documents in the living room, joined us. "You signed in front of 3 witnesses after having the documents explained. That's hardly coercion." Tyler's face reddened. "I want to see my daughter." "The daughter you never acknowledged for 4 years?" I kept my voice calm, not wanting to irritate Lily. "The one you let Melissa give away without saying a word?" He turned on me, ugly and desperate. "At least I didn't have to. Hire a private investigator to monitor my own family." "How long did you plan this? How long did you wait to abduct her?" Before I could react, Lily sat up quietly. "Why is everyone yelling?" We all froze. I moved to her side and kneeled beside her chair. "Sometimes grown-ups disagree, sweetheart, but you're safe." She glanced at Tyler with those large eyes that were so similar to his. "Are you my daddy?" The question remained in the air. Tyler's mouth opened and closed silently. Finally, he turned and departed without responding. Lily watched him leave then. She returned to coloring as if nothing had occurred. The following morning came a new crisis. Melissa had gone to Lily's old daycare and attempted to retrieve her records, stating that she required them for medical reasons. The childcare director, thankfully, had learned about the incident through community gossip and refused. Melissa created such a commotion that security was called. The incident was documented and reported to our legal staff. My aunt spent hours preparing documents for the hearing. She discovered Melissa's social media history, years of posts under boy mom groups, concerns about raising a daughter, and even a deleted post from when Lily was 18 months old asking if anyone knew any lawyers who did rehoming adoptions. The evidence seemed damning, but Melissa's lawyer said it was taken out of context. The financial pressure began immediately. Tyler had accessed one of our investment accounts prior to the freeze and withdrawn $30,000. My attorney filed quick efforts to retrieve it, but the harm had been done. I had to borrow money from my grandma to pay legal fees. Despite her insistence, I felt sick with humiliation. 2 nights before the hearing, Lily and I were staying at my grandmother's house when we heard glass break. Someone had thrown a rock through the living room glass, accompanied by a note reading, "Stop this or you'll regret it." We phoned the cops, but without confirmation that it was Melissa or Tyler, they could only submit a report. Lily was afraid, clutching to me and wondering whether the nasty people were returning. The morning of the hearing was dark and drizzling. I dressed Lily in purple. She chose a dress in her favorite color. She clutched my hand tightly as we walked inside the courthouse, with my entire family surrounding us like protective walls. Melissa arrived separately, dressed in a conservative suit that I had never seen her wear before, evidently tutored by her lawyer to appear maternal. The courtroom was smaller than I had thought, resembling a conference room. Judge Bennett, a woman in her 60s with acute eyes, examined the stack of paperwork in front of her. Lily sat in my lap, peacefully playing with her plush elephant. Melissa's attorney went. First, she was portrayed as a struggling single mother who had made a difficult decision for her daughter's sake. He claimed that the adoption had been lawful and that my family was interfering with a closed case. He portrayed Melissa as a victim of postpartum depression who needed a second chance. When Lily rose to present our case, he lay out the evidence methodically. The social media posts, the taped talks about giving Lily away to punish me, the fact that Tyler hadn't been informed or consulted, and the adoptive families. Documentation of Lily's suffering. He showed a video filmed by Lily's adoptive mother of her screaming for Auntie till she vomited. Melissa's composure snapped when they saw her Facebook posts. "Those were jokes," she said, despite her lawyer's attempts to calm her down. "Everyone vents about their kids online." Judge Bennett requested to talk with Lily discreetly in her chambers with only a child advocate present. Those 20 minutes seemed like hours. When they returned, Lily came up to me and buried her face in my shoulder. The preliminary decision was modest, yet obvious. Given the circumstances of the adoption, the father's lack of consent, and the child's obvious misery, she granted me temporary emergency possession, while a thorough investigation was done. Melissa would have received supervised visitation twice a week at a court-approved institution. The final custody hearing would occur after 90 days. Melissa erupted. "She's not even her real mother. This is kidnapping." "Miss Melissa," Judge Bennett said coldly, "one more outburst and I'll hold you in contempt." Outside the courthouse, Melissa confronted us on the steps. "You think you've won? I'll never stop fighting. Never." "Then you'll keep losing," my grandmother remarked calmly, "because you're fighting for pride, not love." The supervised visits began the following week. The first one was a disaster. Lily cried for an hour, wanting to leave. Melissa attempted to entice her with toys and candy, but nothing worked. The supervisor saw that Melissa appeared more frustrated than concerned about her daughter's suffering. Tyler, meanwhile, had begun dating. Someone knew a woman from his office who had been helping him through his divorce. He posted images of them on social media, calling her his fresh start. The speed was incredible, but it strengthened our case. What father leaves his daughter so quickly? After 3 weeks in temporary custody, Lily began to settle. She still had nightmares and questioned why she had to see that lady. But she was eating better and smiling again. I enrolled her in play therapy and drove her twice a week to help her handle her trauma. The financial strain was severe. Every day new legal bills piled up. Tyler had cleaned out more accounts than we had expected, leaving me with a large debt from our failed fertility treatments. I sold all of my jewels, car, and other valuables. My relatives offered assistance when they could, but everyone was pushed thin. Melissa's behavior became increasingly unpredictable. She showed up at Lily's therapy appointment and demanded to join the session. When they refused, she waited in the parking lot for an hour, photographing everyone who walked in and out. Her attorney dropped her after she accused him of colluding with us. The second monitored visit went worse than the first. Melissa brought Noah in an attempt to force a sibling bond, but Lily was scared of the baby's sobbing and hid under the table. When the supervisor tried to coax her out, Melissa shouted that Lily was acting dramatically for attention. The visit came to an end early. All of the court dates and emergency calls had a negative impact on my job. My supervisor was accommodating initially, but tolerance wore thin when I had to leave early for the third occasion in a week. Because Lily's daycare reported a meltdown. I was placed on unpaid leave until things calmed. Melissa's new lawyer filed a motion 6 weeks before the final hearing, alleging that I had alienated Lily from her mother. They sought more visits and a psychological assessment of my suitability as a guardian. The evaluation would have cost thousands of dollars, which I did not have. My aunt located a child psychologist who agreed to test Lily for free after hearing our tale. Dr. Larkin had 3 sessions with her, watching her play and gently asking questions. His report was thorough. Lily's aborted adoption had clearly disrupted her attachment and caused stress. She saw me as her primary attachment figure and expressed dread while addressing Melissa. The financial pressure eventually broke me. I sat at my grandmother's kitchen table surrounded by bills, sobbing. I'd always wanted to be a mother, but never in this way. Not drowning in debt while arguing with my own sister over a child that woke up crying every night. "We'll figure it out," my grandmother replied firmly while writing. Another check that I knew she couldn't afford. Family takes care of family. Melissa's third monitored visit never occurred. She arrived inebriated, slurring her words and stumbling. The supervisor refused her access and recorded the incident. Her second lawyer dropped her the next day. With only 4 weeks until the last hearing, Tyler returned with a new tactic. He filed a move to rescind his signed rights, alleging that he had been emotionally influenced. He wanted joint custody with me, shutting Melissa out completely. His filing contained Melissa was declared unfit to be a mother from the start. The betrayal was breathtaking, even for them. Melissa went wild, sending Tyler hundreds of SMS, which his lawyer gladly presented as proof of her instability. Their mutual devastation was complete, but it made things much more complicated. Now I was fighting 2 parents instead of just one. Lily's treatment sessions uncovered tragic information. She remembered being left with strangers, crying for me, and being told I no longer wanted her. She'd thought she had. It was horrible that everyone had tossed her away. The therapist testified that removing her from my care now would result in serious psychological harm. 2 weeks before the final hearing, I discovered Lily cutting her own hair with safety scissors. When I questioned why, she explained that she wanted to seem like a male so that her first mother would adore her. I held her while she wailed, my heart breaking into pieces that I wasn't sure would ever fit back together. The last straw came when Melissa posted a video online, hammered and raving about the conspiracy to steal her daughter. She mentioned names, including the judge and child welfare personnel. Within hours, she was detained for harassing and threatening court staff. Her bond was set at $10,000, which no one would pay. I sat at my lawyer's office the day before the final hearing, exhausted beyond words. Lily evaluated our case one final time. Melissa's abandonment, her inability, and the psychological harm she had caused Lily were compelling proof. Tyler's last-minute involvement appeared to be a frantic grab for control. But the family courts were unpredictable. "Whatever happens tomorrow," Lily blurted out, "you've given that little girl more love and stability in 3 months than she'd had in years. That matters." That night, when I tucked Lily into bed at my grandmother's house, she stared at me with serious eyes. "Auntie, will you be my mommy forever now?" I brushed her poorly cut hair, my throat tightening from sorrow. "I'm going to try my very best, sweetheart." She nodded, content, and snuggled up to sleep. I sat beside her bed, watching her breathe, and preparing for the conflict would determine both of our futures. Tomorrow would bring either the family I'd always wanted or the death of another child I adored. There was no intermediate ground left. The final hearing began on a frigid Thursday morning. I put Lily in her favorite purple sweater and braided her jagged hair as best I could. She gripped my hand as we approached the courthouse, with my family creating a protective circle around us. Melissa came 20 minutes late, unkempt, and alone. Her most recent counsel had withdrew from the lawsuit upon her detention, leaving. She should represent herself. She wore the same wrinkled suit from the preliminary hearing, with coffee stains showing on the sleeve. Tyler sat on the opposite side of the courtroom with his new attorney, a sharp-dressed woman who appeared to have persuaded him that despite signing away his parental rights, he still had them. He avoided making eye contact with everyone, instead concentrated intensively on his phone. Judge Bennett entered and promptly addressed the elephant in the room: Melissa's arrest for threatening court personnel. Melissa attempted to explain it away as stress, but the judge cut her off, citing poor judgment and impulse control. Lily presented our case systematically, citing psychological exams demonstrating Lily's attachment to me, documented evidence of Melissa giving her away out of spite, and supervised visit reports highlighting Melissa's incapacity to connect with her daughter. He supplied financial papers demonstrating that I had emptied my savings to provide for Lily, although Melissa had not contributed anything since the adoption. Dr. Larkin took the stand and explained. Lily's trauma in professional terms caused my chest to ache. The abandoning has resulted in profound uneasiness. She thought she'd been discarded for being wrong. Her bond to me was her sole secure relationship. Removing her now would result in irreversible psychological anguish. Melissa attempted to cross-examine him, but her questions were rambling and accusing. She said he had been paid off, and that the entire system was rigged against her. Judge Bennett had to warn her twice for her courtroom antics. Tyler's attorney stated that her client was manipulated into signing over his rights. She portrayed him as the victim of two scheming ladies while casually ignoring his adultery and abandonment. Tyler testified that he wanted to be involved in Lily's life now that he knew she was his daughter. During recess, I brought Lily to the restroom. Melissa cornered us in the hallway, sinking to her knees and grasping Lily's shoulders. "Tell them you want to come home with Mommy," she implored. "Tell them you love me." Lily backed backward, brushing against my legs. "You're not my mommy. You gave me away." The court officer interfered, but the harm had been done. Lily spent the remainder of the hearing in my lap, face buried in my shoulder, periodically peeping out to ensure Melissa wasn't approaching. When court reopened, Judge Bennett summoned Lily back to her chambers. This time Lily went gladly, even offering the judge a slight smile. They were gone for 30 minutes. When they returned, the judge had a gloomy frown. She opened her ruling by recognizing the biological relationship between Melissa and Lily. She went on to say, "Biology alone didn't make a parent. Melissa abandoned her child due to gender preference and contempt. She had showed no true concern for Lily's well-being, simply for winning the struggle." The judge recognized Tyler's full absence from Lily's life for 4 years. His sudden involvement coincided suspiciously with his divorce proceedings, and it appeared to be motivated by control rather than real parental concern. His signed waiver of rights was valid and binding. The judge gave me complete legal custody with no visitation rights for Melissa, awaiting the completion of parenting programs, anger management, and psychological examination. Tyler's petition was refused completely. The adoption process could start immediately. Melissa shot to her feet. "You can't do this. She's mine. I gave birth to her." "And then you gave her away," Judge Bennett answered. "This court's primary concern is Lily's well-being, not your regrets." Melissa began to advance on the bench, prompting security to approach her. She turned toward me instead, her face distorted with wrath. "This isn't over. I'll appeal. I'll fight this until you're bankrupt." Tyler sneaked away during the uproar, not even looking at the daughter he claimed to want. His attorney gathered her papers with apparent contempt. Outside the courthouse, my relatives surrounded us with a group embrace. Lily, still perplexed but sensing the celebration, managed a faint smile. My grandmother kissed her forehead as tears streamed down her aged cheeks. That night, Melissa showed up at my grandmother's house with Noah on her hip. She had been drinking. She hammered on the door and demanded to see her daughter. When we did not respond, she began screaming accusations at the windows. Neighbors phoned the cops. I watched from an upstairs window as officers carried her away while my grandma held Noah. Melissa's parents would take custody of him within a week, judging her unfit following several episodes. The adoption proceeded slowly, with background checks, house visits, and court hearings. Lily began kindergarten at a new school where no one knew her background. She became acquainted with a girl named Ava, who also liked purple. 3 months into the process, Tyler sent a single email. "I'm moving to Seattle for work. I won't contest the adoption. Tell her, just take care of her." I never replied. Melissa's arguments went nowhere. Her behavior at hearings deteriorated. She lost her job after missing too many shifts. Her parents said that she had turned up drunk, demanding money, and alleging that we had stolen her life. The adoption was finalized on Tuesday. Lily wore a new purple frock and carried a plush elephant that the judge had given her. When asked if she wanted to be my daughter, she gave a somber nod and responded, "Yes," clearly. That evening, as I tucked her into bed in what was now officially her room, she inquired whether Melissa would attempt to take her away again. I smoothed her hair, which was still growing unevenly, and promised to keep her safe. 6 months later, at a school function, I met Ben. His daughter attended Lily's class. He had been widowed and knew complex family relationships. We spoke while the girls played on the swings. Melissa wrote to her lawyer wanting a photo of Lily. After consulting Lily's therapist, we decided against it. The therapist stated that Lily was finally feeling secure, but contact may erase months of improvement. I returned to work part-time after Lily had acclimated to school. We made do with a limited budget. My grandma assisted with after-school care, and their friendship grew stronger each day. A year after the adoption, I saw Tyler's mother at the grocery store. She hugged me, crying, and expressed her gratitude. Lily had me. She had tried to contact Tyler about visiting his kid, but he had shut off communication. "He says it's easier this way," she muttered. Melissa finally recovered, according to my aunt. Got sober, found work, and saw Noah on weekends with supervision. She never ceased alleging that we had stolen Lily, but she had lost her fighting spirit. Ben and I took things slowly. He recognized that Lily came first. Their relationship grew spontaneously. He taught her to ride a bike and she showed him her paintings. When he proposed 2 years later, he sought Lily's approval first. The wedding was a tiny family affair. Lily was my maid of honor, shining in a purple gown she chose herself. Throughout the reception, she whispered, "Now I have a real daddy too." That night, after tucking her in, I stood in the doorway and watched her sleep. Tyler and I struggled with infertility, and the process was nothing like I had envisioned. But this abandoned youngster had become my entire universe. Lily still having nightmares. I still went to therapy once a month. Her trauma was not eradicated by the adoption, but she was laughing now, really laughed. She knew she was loved, wanted, chosen. In the end, Melissa was correct in one regard. I would never be Lily's biological mother. But I was her mother in every manner that counted. I was left to rot at 12, erased for 18 years. At my brother's perfect wedding, I shattered their lies and rose with a voice they couldn't silence. The room fell silent when I raised the microphone. Dozens of eyes fixed on me, confused whispers rippled across the hall. My parents froze mid-sip. Adrian's jaw tightened. I held up a faded photo of a 12-year-old boy abandoned at a gas station and said, "This was me. This is what family looked like when they drove away and never came back." Gasps broke through the silence. Emily blinked, bewildered. My mother's lips parted as if she wanted to stop me, but nothing came out, and in that instant, on the night of my brother's perfect wedding, everything they had buried for 18 years clawed its way back into the light. My name is Ethan, and I am now 30. Some memories, however, fester rather than vanish. Get sharper over time. I don't discuss my childhood much. Not because I forgot, but because saying it aloud makes it feel more true. I feel like I'm 12 years old again, standing in the middle of that gas station parking lot. I was clutching a candy bar that I didn't have enough money to buy, watching my parents' taillights fade into the night. It happened in August, just before school began. We'd been on one of those awful family bonding excursions that my mother believed we needed. Except that connecting in our house meant pretending my father's rants were wise. And my older brother Adrian's every mediocre thought was a blessing to humanity. I was the quiet one, overly sensitive, soft-spoken, and usually in the way. On that particular day, I had spilled a Sprite in the back seat. Adrian, who was 16 and already an expert at deflecting blame, smirked and added, "I did it on purpose." Dad pulled over at the next petrol station off the highway, his eyes burning. "You're not a baby anymore," he exclaimed. "You want to act grown? You can figure your own way home." At first I laughed. I assumed it was one of his twisted jokes. But then the back of the SUV banged shut, and they simply drove. I raced after them for a second, crying out their names, but my voice cracked and vanished under the roar of motors and tires. A clerk stuck his head out of the gas station door, cigarette dangling from his lips, and looked at me as if I were just another stray who had been abandoned. That night, I slept beneath the station's garbage, cuddled up against myself, my heart beating with each passing car. I recall counting the hours. 80 miles from home. No money, no phone, no one to call. When I begged for aid, the clerk refused. He murmured, "Ain't a daycare kid." I did not cry. I believe a part of me froze that night, the portion that believed family meant anything permanent. The next morning, I found a payphone and called Mrs. Grace, a teacher I trusted. She was the one that picked me up and drove me back into town. I explained to her that my parents must have forgotten about me. She did not believe it. I could feel she increased her grasp on the steering wheel, but she did not press. She simply dropped me off, ensured I had food, and assured me I could always call her. Nobody seemed surprised as I walked through our house's front door. No one apologized. Mom looked up from her laptop and remarked, "Took you long enough." Adrian was on the couch, playing video games, and muttered, "Should have walked faster." Dad never acknowledged it happened. The next morning at breakfast, he simply nodded at me as if everything were usual. That was the day I quit trying to fit in. I graduated high school like a ghost in the hall. Ate lunch alone and studied in silence. I left as soon as I reached 18, worked 3 jobs, completed community college, and then moved to a university across the nation without informing anyone. I changed my phone number, never left a forwarding address, and for the first time began breathing on my own. I've spent the last decade developing a life they don't know about. I became a software engineer. I moved to a city where no one ever repeated the words, "man up," as if they were a remedy for trauma. My friends describe me as grounded and loyal. I even got a rescue dog named Shadow, a frightened little mutt who flinches at loud noises. We understand one another. I never expected to hear from them again, yet last week a letter arrived at my flat. There was no return address, but the calligraphy on the front was obviously Mom's, loopy and dramatic. I gingerly opened it, partly anticipating a legal threat or another passive hostile note about leaving the family. But it was a thick envelope. Inside, Adrian's wedding invitation was embossed in gold letters, all ostentatious and formal, the kind of thing that screamed borrowed grandeur and artificial smiles. Tucked within was a folded piece of notebook paper, penned by them. "Ethan, we understand that our relationship has been strained, but Adrian is getting married and your presence would be greatly appreciated by the family. He requested that we contact out to you directly. We hope you will come. We would love to reconnect. Mom and Dad are reaching out as if nothing has occurred, like they hadn't abandoned me to rot beneath a gas station dumpster when I was 12 and never apologized. Like Adrian wasn't the golden kid whose shadow I was never permitted to escape." I sat there looking at the note for a long time. My fingers clenched on the paper's edge, causing it to wrinkle, and for a brief time I considered throwing it away. Almost. But then something inside me paused. I flipped the invitation over. Fancy setting, outdoor ceremony, dress code, formal. There was even a QR code for RSVPs. As if I were simply another distant relative. As if they hadn't already taught me the meaning of disposability. I looked at the note again. It would be very important to the family. Interesting, because I wasn't the same kid they dumped on the side of the road anymore, and if they wanted me back in the picture, I had a few suggestions about how to frame it. Let's just say I didn't immediately RSVP. But I did begin plotting quietly and methodically, as I always do. Because certain debts are not paid in words, but in person. Sometimes simply turning there is the loudest thing you can do. The instant I saw Adrian's fiancée's name, Charlotte Kensington, emblazoned in embossed cursive on the invitation, I knew what kind of wedding it would be. Upper middle class perfection, long games, a live quartet, and bespoke cocktail napkins with their initials. The Kensingtons were local nobility in my area, old money, gossip and grudges. Emily was someone I faintly recalled from school, always dressed like she was going to church or a job interview, even at the age of 15. The kind of girl who never had to compete for attention since it was bestowed upon her like an inheritance. So Adrian landed her. Of course he did. The charming oldest son, quarterback smile, parents who surrounded him as if he were their kid. My parents most likely wore their approval like jewelry. I searched her up online the same night. She was everything you expected. Dental school graduate. I curated Instagram with encouraging messages and cappuccino art. Engagement shots taken under a tree that appeared to have come from a wedding magazine. One post's tags contained a link to their wedding webpage. I clicked it. Welcome to Adrian and Emily's special day. The countdown is 3 weeks. Location, Stonebrook Vineyard and Lodge. Bloomingdale's Crate and Barrel and Amazon are among the registry options. Dress code. Black tie is optional. Please arrive 30 minutes before the ceremony starts. Shuttle transportation is offered from the guest hotel. We are very happy to celebrate with friends and family. Family, correct? There was even a section called The Love Story. Adrian wrote it himself, or at least from his perspective. It all read like it was written by a public relations agency. I've always been the type of man who believes in fate. However, nothing prepared me for Emily. Her grace, her kindness, the way she looked at me and saw more than the person I used to be. You've grown into a different person than you were before. I read the line 3 times, and then I remembered him as he once was. A bully wearing khakis. A liar wearing a halo. The same lad who shoved me into a pond at my 12th birthday party and informed our parents that I had slipped. I had to walk home, drenched, while everyone else ate cake. They'd been laughing about it for years. I wasn't planning on attending the wedding. Not until I saw that line. Because Adrian was rewriting his own past, believing there was no collateral damage on his way to adulthood. And suddenly the individuals who abandoned me were literally calling me family again. I did not RSVP online, that would have been too easy. Instead I asked an old college buddy, Jenny, who now works in logistics, to send me a high-end formal suit in midnight blue, custom fit, with a vest that looked like it belonged in a James Bond movie. I even reserved a room at the same premium guest hotel advertised on the website, paying up ahead and using a slightly different name. I didn't want them to know I was coming. Not yet. I reasoned if they were going to try to pretend the past did not exist, I'd give them a taste of their own medicine. 2 weeks before the wedding, I sent one email to the RSVP address supplied. It was Emily's response. Looking forward to the celebration. Please don't mention I'm attending. I'd like to surprise the happy couple. Ethan. There was no reply, but it was marked as read. In the week coming up to the wedding, I cleared my schedule, hired a sitter for my dog Shadow, and packed lightly. Just the suit, a pair of polished shoes, and an old folded and weathered photo of me at 12 years old standing outside that gas station with a rucksack and a blank expression. Mrs. Grace had removed it the morning she took me up. She printed it years later and mailed it to me with the simple message, "You survived." I hadn't decided what I was going to do with it yet, but it felt natural to bring it. When I arrived at the vineyard the day before the wedding, it looked like a movie set: rolling hills, polished wooden beams, fairy lights strung through archways, wonderful weather, and ideal people. Every aspect was planned to convey warmth and elegance, but in a way that excluded people like me by design. The rehearsal supper was in full swing. I watched from a quiet corner of the outdoor patio, sunglasses on and a suit jacket draped over my arm. Nobody saw me at first, but then I saw her. Mom. She was thinner than I remembered, like a balloon that had gradually deflated but attempted to preserve its shape. Her hair was tinted a darker brown, almost reddish, and she wore a pearl necklace that contrasted with her sunburned neck. She was laughing, with that loud, brittle laugh that always sounded like she was trying to convince everyone she was okay. Dad was standing beside her, wearing a blazer that most likely still had the same money clip in its inside pocket. He used to flick it open theatrically whenever he wanted to remind us of the service he was delivering. His face seemed puffier than I remembered, as if life had finally pushed back. They were talking to Emily's parents, smiling, shaking hands, and complimenting Adrian in the same saccharine tone that used to make my skin crawl. I did not approach them. Not yet. But then Adrian turned, and for the first time in nearly 2 decades we locked eyes, and his expression fell. Not enough to warn anyone else, but I noticed it. The flicker, the unspoken, "What is he doing here?" that passed over his neatly groomed face. He raised a glass to me, hesitated, and then immediately looked away, as if he hadn't noticed me at all. But I knew he did. More significantly, I realized he hadn't informed them that I was on my way. I snuck out before the toast and walked back to the motel, my heart pumping with adrenaline. My hands were trembling slightly, not from fear, but from anticipation. They'd asked me to come. They wanted me to rejoin the family. I was going to show them what that meant, and I hadn't even spoken yet. The wedding morning arrived, misty and tense. I stood at my hotel room's floor-length window, watching fog sweep across the wine hills like a scene from a movie. I barely slept. Not from nerves. I wasn't nervous, just remembering. My thoughts replayed everything like a silent movie. Cold pavement behind the gas station. Mrs. Grace's expression when she pulled up. When I arrived home, I found silence. I ironed my shirt carefully and painstakingly, pressing out each crease as if it were a scar that I might flatten. Then I reached for an old photograph. Folded and fading. 12-year-old me stared into the horizon, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. I tucked it into my breast pocket, behind a silk square near to my chest. The bus to the vineyard was packed with passengers who did not know me. Distant cousins, former neighbors, and Emily's college classmates. Everyone talked on the venue, the vista, and the attire. Nobody looked my way. I preferred it that way. When I stepped off the shuttle, the surroundings had changed. White chairs spread out across the grass like dominoes. A floral arch took center stage, adorned with ivory roses and pastel greenery. Classical music filled the air, as waiters carried around glasses of Prosecco as if it were liquid gold. It was really amazing. I kept to the back. I saw them again. My parents are now seated in the front row, smiling at guests and shaking hands with the officiant. Dad laughed too loudly. Mom held a bouquet of white lilies that did not fit her at all. Adrian stood off to the side in a fitted tuxedo, speaking to someone I guessed was his best man. Emily, however, had yet to show. That's when it occurred. An older woman approached me, with exquisite silver hair and a navy blue clothing. She glanced at me for a moment before smiling graciously. "You must be Ethan." I blinked. "I am. I'm Catherine Kensington, Emily's mother." "Of course." I straightened a little and extended my hand. She accepted it with elegance but also something else. Curiosity. "Adrian said you might be here. I just wanted to say, thank you for coming." My guard went up immediately. "He said I might come." She nodded, her smile growing tighter. He admitted there had been some disconnect, but he thought this was a beginning toward mending. I could have laughed, but I did not. Instead, I said, "He's an optimist." She smiled again, but more awkwardly this time. "In any case, welcome, and please let me know if you have any questions." I saw her go away, her heels biting slightly into the grass. So Adrian informed Emily's family, but not mine. Interesting. The ceremony began like any other. Gentle music played, guests shifted in their chairs, the officiant cleared his throat, and Emily arrived, shining and flawless precisely as you'd expect. The crowd's combined breath inhaled and held. She walked down the aisle to gentle applause. Adrian waited under the arch like a prince accepting his crown, while I watched from the back row, mute. The ceremony was quick, with typical vows and uneasy laughs. I do exchange like currency. Then came the announcement, the kiss, and the applause. And with that, they were married. The reception was where everything started to unravel. It was hosted in a vast glass-walled hall that overlooked the vineyard. Chandeliers hang like frozen waterfalls. Every table had a centerpiece of orchids and floating candles. Guests were escorted to their seats using printed calligraphy cards. Mine did not exist. I calmly approached the table where my folks sat. There's an empty chair near them. The name card is designated for the family. I hovered. Mom's gaze fell on me. "Oh, you did it," she murmured, sipping wine and barely even standing. "Apparently," I said. Dad did not speak. He glanced at me with an unreadable expression and leaned back slightly, as if I were a question he didn't want to answer. I answered calmly, "I don't see a seat card for me." Mom shrugged. "It must have been a mistake. Perhaps you are at one of the other tables. We did not handle the seating arrangements." "Sure, you did not." I looked around. Tables were almost filled. Laughter came from all directions. And then I noticed Adrian across the floor, engaged in conversation with Emily and two older gentlemen in tuxedos. He saw me. He did not smile. Instead, he walked straight for me. "Hey," he murmured, his voice low. "Glad you could make it." "No thanks to you," I said. He exhaled. "Listen, I didn't think you'd actually come, but you invited me. I requested Mom and Dad to invite you." "That's different." My jaw clenched. "I assumed you'd see the invitation, dismiss it, and move on as you normally do," he continued. I looked at him, tanned, styled, and confident. A man who had never actually paid for anything in blood or silence. "I came to check if he remembered," I explained quietly. "Remember what?" I didn't respond. I reached into my jacket and took out the photograph. I held it up and let it speak. His expression changed, slight but real. Eyes flew to the photo, then to my face, then back. He swallowed. "That happened years ago." "Yes," I answered. "You never spoke a word. Never instructed them to turn back. Never checked to see whether I got it home safely." He peered around as if someone could listen. "Ethan, that was an awful night. You were dramatic even then. I thought you were past it. I am over it." Something within of me stilled. "I am not here to spoil your wedding." I said, "You can relax." He offered a short, lifeless laugh. "Good, but I'm staying until the speeches." He looked at me again, as if unsure whether I was bluffing. I wasn't, since the best revenge is quiet. It is a surgical procedure, and I had prepared a toast that they would never forget. The lights in the ballroom dimmed as servers cleaned the last of the dinner plates. Guests were buzzing in a champagne haze, some leaning back with full stomachs and others dancing in nice little circles to a four-piece jazz band tucked away in the corner. Adrian and Emily sat at a long head table, their names written in gold writing behind them. Everything shined, including the wine glasses, cutlery, and people. A man wearing a powder blue suit clinked his glass. The room became quiet. "It's time for some comments from those who know the bride and husband best." There was polite applause, and Emily's father rose to speak first. His voice was smooth and practiced, a combination of wealth and warmth. He discussed Emily's childhood, her dreams, and the first time she addressed Adrian. He even joked that Adrian was so lovely that we didn't notice he was trying to marry up. Everyone laughed. The best man, Adrian's college roommate, then took over, keeping things light and amusing. Something about frat parties, Adrian's inability to cook, and how fortunate he was to have met Emily. It was the type of speech you'd expect. A little heart, a little comedy, and no rough edges. The MC then took the microphone again and looked down at a list. Finally, Ethan proposes a unique toast. The room became quiet. Everything shifted. My folks froze in the middle of their meal. Adrian's jaw stiffened. Emily blinked in uncertainty, so I stood up. I moved slowly to the microphone, ignoring the uneasy shifting around me. Several visitors whispered. Some people appeared puzzled. Others just looked, confused who I was or why I was speaking. I tapped the microphone once. It rang throughout the room. "Good evening," I said with a firm voice. "I'm Ethan, Adrian's younger brother." Several heads turned sharply now. The words landed like a ripple on quiet water. I could practically hear murmurs start to circulate. "He has a brother?" I wasn't sure if I was going to come tonight, I continued. In fact, I'd been debating whether I should for the past few weeks. You see, I haven't spoken with my family in 18 years. Silence. Not the good type. The kind that draws the air out of the room. I received a wedding invitation out of nowhere. There was no phone call or email, just a card and a note saying, "It would mean a lot to the family if you arrived." I let the words rest before pulling the photo from my pocket. This is me at 12 years old. I held it up with 2 fingers, and guests craned their necks to see. This was taken the morning after my parents left me at a gas station 80 meters from home. I had spilled a beverage in the car, and instead of punishing me, they left, telling me to man up and sort it out. The throng shuffled, with uneasy stares and the gentle sound of a wine glass being laid down. They did not return and did not call. I slept beneath a dumpster, and the only reason I got home was because a teacher picked me up the next day. I never received an apology from my parents or Adrian, and until this wedding invitation arrived, I assumed they were all perfectly happy pretending I didn't exist. I looked at my parents. Dad's face was pale and Mom's mouth hung slightly open, as if she was trying to produce a response but couldn't find one quickly enough. "Now, I'm not here to ruin anyone's evening," I remarked. "Emily, you seem nice. Your family has been warm and friendly. Adrian, you've always been able to put on a good face." That remark hit hard, and his expression cracked for a brief moment. But I believe that weddings are about honesty and truth, and it wouldn't be honest if I stood here tonight pretending that we were ever close or that I grew up in a household where family meant protection rather than survival. The room was suddenly very silent, with people hardly breathing. I was invited to this wedding to be a part of a picture-perfect day, a brother-shaped placeholder, and I looked back at Adrian. "So consider this my gift to you." I placed the photograph on the head table in front of him as a reminder of what family looks like when you turn your back on it. Then I carefully turned away from the microphone, leaving startled quiet and a few audible gasps. And as I walked past my parents' table, I heard my mother hiss my name in a barely audible whisper, and my father began to stand, but I didn't stop or glance back. I departed via the side of the hall and walked out into the chilly night, leaving the music behind me. I wasn't angry. I wasn't shaking. I was free. But freedom is a curious thing. It doesn't always bring calm straight away. Sometimes it just leaves a silence, leaving you wondering what comes next. I had made my move, but the consequences were still coming. The trip back to the hotel was quiet. There was no jazz band, no clinking glasses, no theatrical laughing booming off marble walls, just the buzz of tires on gravel and the low whir of my thoughts catching up with me. I didn't immediately return to my room. Instead, I went for a walk along one of the vineyard trails behind the hotel, snaking between rows of dark grapevines beneath a starry sky. With each step I moved away from that wedding hall, the tension in my chest loosened. I could still hear my mother's piercing scream, see Adrian's beautifully prepared face crumble in real time, and sense the puzzled eyes of people attempting to connect that had been purposefully removed from the family photo. For most of my life, I thought I was a ghost in my own family. Nevertheless, tonight, I reminded them that I was flesh and blood and memories. And memory is a hazardous thing, especially when those around you depend on forgetting. I returned to the hotel to find a voicemail from an unknown number. "Ethan, this is Emily." Her voice was low, calm, but harsh. I'm not sure what I expected, but it wasn't it. "I wish someone had told me. I just wanted you to know that I'm not furious at you for saying what you did. You deserved it, and I apologize." She hung up without leaving me a number to call back. That was the first apology I'd had in 18 years, and it wasn't from my family. I departed early the next morning. No breakfast, no lengthy goodbyes, just a quick email to the front desk requesting that they cancel the remainder of my reservation and send me the final payment. I didn't want to wait around to see what occurred since I knew my parents and Adrian would either deny it happened or try to spin it as a misunderstanding, or both. But I knew the photograph was still on the head table when I departed. I kept the suit, threw away the tie, and went home. But once I was truly home, in my modest apartment, where Shadow welcomed me with enthusiastic barks and a wagging tail, something unexpected occurred. People began reaching out. First, my cousin Sophie messaged me on LinkedIn, saying she'd heard about the speech from someone at the wedding and wanted to apologize for never inquiring where I went after I went missing. She said she always felt it was strange that no one ever mentioned me again, but she assumed it was her responsibility not to question. We talked for a while, and she asked if she could come visit. I didn't say yes, but I also didn't say no. Mrs. Grace sent a message, stating that she remembered and still had the photo she had taken. "I always wondered what happened to you," she wrote. "Ethan, I am so proud of you. I hadn't sobbed in years, but I did that night. It was a silent, agonizing relief, like when you've been holding your breath for too long and finally exhale. I started sleeping better and waking up earlier. I discovered a new rhythm. My job felt simpler, my code cleaner. I took Shadow for longer walks, and I started writing again. Short tales, essays, anything to channel the chaos in my head into something coherent." A week later, I received an email from a woman who worked at a nonprofit for troubled adults. The children had been cut off, dropped, or abandoned. She'd learned about the wedding speech from a friend of a friend who worked the event, and she felt it was the most quietly powerful thing she'd ever heard. She asked whether I would be willing to speak at one of their private retreats, not as a motivational speaker, but as someone who had experienced it. I said yes, and that one event evolved into 2, then 4, followed by an offer to speak on a panel at a university conference about family estrangement and trauma rehabilitation. I didn't wear the suit to those. Instead, I wore a basic shirt, trousers, and on occasion, a blazer to look more polished. But I always carried the photo and would show it when I spoke, telling the tale precisely as it happened, with no embellishments, just the truth. And every time someone approached me later and said, "That happened to me as well," I was not alone. I'd never been. My voice, which they had previously described as too soft, sensitive and quiet, had finally found its volume. It wasn't vengeance, at least not yet, but rather power. And with each person I assisted, each tale I heard, and each hand I shook, I felt it grow. Not the fury, but the clarity, the confidence. Because although Adrian returned to his new wife and polished reputation, he was unaware of the ripple I had caused or the knowledge that I was far from finished. Because someone from their side would soon arrive asking for answers. Emily sent an email again, but this time it wasn't short, polite, or well-crafted. It was raw. "Ethan, I have a question for you, and I need you to be honest. Did your parents truly abandon you at the age of 12? I asked Adrian, and he didn't deny it. He simply responded, "It's complicated. But when you recounted that story, you sounded clear, as if you'd been carrying something heavy for a long time. If this is accurate, I need to know more. Please." I stared at the message for a long time. Emily had every reason to close the door and go on. She could have ignored me, spun it in her brain as family drama, or dismissed me as bitter or unstable. She asked for the truth, and I was not going to waste it. So I answered, telling her everything, no drama, no exaggeration, just the facts. I told her about the gas station, the quiet when I returned, how I got through school, how my name was never spoken again, and how they rewrote the family photo as if I were a blemish they could remove. I didn't blame her, and I didn't ask her to take sides. I simply told her the facts and let it sit. She replied the following day, "I believe you and I need time to digest this. They never told me. Adrian claimed he was an only kid until we got engaged. They deleted you, and now I'm wondering what else they've rewritten. Would you be willing to meet for coffee, just the two of us?" It was like watching a crack form in a window that had before been pristine. I knew better than to push, so I said sure, but let her decide the time and place. We met a week later in a quiet cafe 2 towns away from her and Adrian's home. She wore no makeup, pearls or bridal polish, just a hoodie and jeans, hair pulled back, eyes swollen as if she hadn't slept. When she sat down, she didn't even say hello, instead asking, "What else did they do?" So I told her. Not everything, not the minor humiliations, the 1,000 small cuts that never bled enough for anyone else to notice. but the major ones. For example, when my mother forgot my birthday twice in a row and then accused me for not telling her. Or when my father refused to co-sign a minor student loan stating, "You'll just waste it," while handing Adrian $5,000 for a trip to Cancun. Emily's hands remained wrapped around her mug the entire time. She asked questions, took mental notes, and listened without trying to defend them. Adrian added that you said you vanished when you were a teen, that you had a flair for the theatrical, and that they referred to you as a ghost throughout the wedding. I blinked because they used the term ghost. She nodded. I couldn't help but chuckle, not because it was amusing, but because it was so incredibly perfect. They didn't lose a son, I said. They buried one. Emily went quiet, then leaned in with a low voice. You know what worries me the most? I waited. She whimpered. What if they do that to our children someday? The transition had occurred, and Adrian was unaware of it. Emily stood before she could say anything else, saying she needed time, she was appreciative, and she wasn't ready to talk to him yet. But she'd be in touch. That was 3 days before I received a letter in the mail, with no return address as before, but this time the handwriting was my father's, not my mother's. Inside a note appeared in tight, uneven letters. Ethan, I'm not sure what you're doing, but this isn't helping anyone, and it's bringing shame on the family. Let it go. If you keep stirring things up, there will be consequences. We gave you a second chance to be included. Do not make us regret it. Dad. There it was. No apologies or regrets. Just a menace disguised as dignity. I sat with the message for a time before placing it next to a photo of myself at the age of 12, 2 artifacts from the same legacy, and I grinned because I finally had the documentation I needed, words penned by his own hand that revealed who he was and still is. I scanned the letter, put it in a secure place, then backed it up on 2 cloud drives before picking up my phone. I called a journalist I met at one of the trauma panels, and she promised me, if you ever decide to share your story, I'll help you do it right. She answered the first ring. I'm ready, I replied, but I don't want to just chat. I want to show them. She hesitated and asked, how far are you willing to go? I looked down at the note, photo and name on the return invitation that attempted to erase me. All the way, I said. The piece was titled Left Behind, One Man's Quiet Escape from a Family That Tried to Erase Him. It went live on Tuesday morning, and before noon, it had been shared thousands of times. Nora Russo, the journalist I worked with, had done her investigation, interviewed Mrs. Grace, corroborated the gas station incident, and even tracked down my old landlady, who vouched that I had put myself through school without family support. The story included a photo of me at 12 standing near a dumpster with a torn backpack and cracked sneakers, quotes from my wedding speech, a letter from my father that had been slightly blurred to protect my privacy, and Emily's permission to mention that she had contacted me afterward. Claire was cautious and exact. This was not a tabloid piece, nor was it a scandal bait hit job. It was simply the truth, stated cleanly and unvarnished. And that's why it exploded. It wasn't loud. It was genuine. Some people said it reminded them of their own alienation, of being fired, replaced, or silenced. Others applauded my restraint at the wedding, and a few guessed the vineyard, though I never verified it. What mattered more were the private messages I received, which were from people who had been rejected, forgotten, and labeled as problem children by families who refused to accept responsibility. But the finest one came from Emily's older brother, Kensington, whose name was Mark, and he did not mince words. I'm sorry they did that to you. My parents are upset, not at you, but at Adrian. They feel lied to and used, and they're meeting with Emily today. I didn't respond since I didn't need to. Emily sent another email just 2 days later. Ethan, I read the story, saw the comments, and showed Adrian. He raged, saying you ambushed him and made it all sound worse than it was, but you didn't. You didn't even reveal everything, which made me think you're speaking the truth. He asked me to make a decision, and I did. I'm remaining at my parents' house for the time being, and the marriage is being called off. I'm sorry it had to happen this way, but I appreciate you not letting me go into that lie with blinders on. Emily. I read the message 3 times before closing my laptop and sitting in silence for quite some time because I wasn't celebrating or gloating. I was remembering. I was remembering when I was 12 years old and stood in our hallway with a gas station candy bar in my hand, thinking they had to come back. And now, some 2 decades later, the family that had abandoned me had finally experienced what it meant to lose control of the narrative. It was not over since my parents called 3 days after the article was published. I'm not sure how they got my phone number. Either from an old friend, or maybe they finally started paying attention to the venues I'd spoken at. But when I noticed an unknown number, I let it go to voicemail and listened. It was my mother, and her voice was shaking with wrath rather than sadness. "Ethan, how dare you? We invited you. We tried to be civil, and you humiliated us. You've ruined Adrian's life. Emily's parents are threatening legal action over the gifts, deposits, and reputation. You think this is justice? It's petty, vindictive cruelty. I hope you're happy and proud of yourself." My father then answered the phone, his voice subdued and almost defeated, rather than angry. "You were always too sensitive, and I should have known you'd develop into the type of man who would turn a moment into a weapon. Congratulations, you've destroyed your family, and don't ever call us again." Then he hung up. I stared at the wall for a while, wondering if the words would pain or reverberate like they used to, but they didn't, because I didn't destroy my family. They destroyed the version of me that still needed them, and that was the difference. I stood up, walked to my desk, opened the drawer, and took one more look at the 12-year-old boy who had no idea what he would become. I smiled at him and put the photo away, not to bury the past, but because I had completed writing the finale. The fallout did not hit all at once. It arrived in pieces. First, there were rumors. Mutual acquaintances from my hometown contacted me, people I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Some messaged me privately, shocked, while others felt guilty. I had no idea. I assumed you had moved for college, and your parents had always described you as tough. My parents, who had spent years building their internet image, suddenly went dark, and family images began to disappear from their accounts. The proud parents of Adrian and Emily Banner vanished as well. The most convincing clue is that Adrian's whole wedding album was wiped overnight, with no explanation. Adrian had taken a leave of absence from his job for personal reasons, according to a discreet LinkedIn update, but I was suspicious. Emily completed the annulment, temporarily living with her brother before returning to her studies. She left me a brief message weeks later. "I'm rebuilding, and it's a mess, but it's mine. Thank you again, and I hope you're doing well." I was more than okay. The group urged me to become a regular contributor, and I started working with them part-time, organizing outreach for other affected young adults. I began writing not only articles, but also a novel with the working title, Ghost Son. What happens when they pretend you never existed? I didn't write it for vengeance. I wrote it for the kid I used to be, and for the kids who are still quietly packing a bag they'll never unpack because they're terrified their footsteps will be too loud. One day, I received a letter from Mrs. Grace, not my parents or Adrian, written in her loopy, generous script. "Dear Ethan, I clipped your piece, read it twice, and hung it on the wall of my classroom, directly above the desk where I store extra snacks for students who never bring lunch. I occasionally tell them about you, not by name, but by tale, and how being kind isn't only about helping someone out. It's also about remembering them when everyone else has forgotten. I'm so proud of you. Love, Mrs. V." That one made me cry. Not the silent tears I was used to, but real ones that broke something inside. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was proving anything. I wasn't a shadow. Or the forgotten. I was here. I had survived. And now I was alive. So, when people ask me how it felt to stand in front of my family and tell them the truth, I simply grin. Because the finest retribution isn't watching them crumble. It's seeing yourself rise in full daylight while they're still attempting to rewrite the dark, and I have never looked back.